This earth dragon was killed by me. If you don't want to die, you'll hurry up and fuck off. Long Chen ignored his threat. What a joke. You can kill an 8th rank magical beast. If so, you would have long since proclaimed yourself the hegemon of the immemorial path. Since you want to die, I can only help you out. The Wind Leopard's experts refused to believe this magical beast was killed by Long Chen. That was simply impossible. They were filled with killing intent. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and they all shot at Long Chen at the same time. Their fingers had steel-like claws growing out of them. Runes sparkled on them, and their sharpness was comparable to treasure items. They immediately attacked together, aware that Long Chen was powerful due to what had happened right before the immemorial path had opened. Long Chen snorted and slashed his broadsword. He found that after he had reached the 12th heaven stage, his spiritual yuan had grown by several times. With his powerful spiritual yuan, it took him no time at all to use Split the Heavens. He could use it like it was an ordinary saber blow. A huge ray of swordlight slashed down on them. Boom, those Wind Leopard experts' expressions immediately changed. It was clearly a random blow from Long Chen, but it had locked all of them down. They hastily defended. But as a result, blood filled the air. Those claws that could compare to treasure items were like rotting wood in front of Long Chen's sword. Only one person survived and fell back, vomiting blood with his arms disfigured. He was completely shocked and unwilling to believe this. He was a rank 3 celestial, and an innate one at that. There was no need to doubt his power, but he wasn't even able to receive a single blow from Long Chen. In truth, he really was powerful. If Long Chen wanted to defeat him, it would take some effort. Even if he didn't summon the battle armor, he would at least need to summon the divine ring. Regretfully, this guy had looked down on Long Chen too much. Seeing that it was just a random blow from him, he also hadn't used his full power, thinking that it was just a testing move. As a result, he lost out immensely. He was just about to summon his cry of the heavenly Taos, but Long Chen didn't give him that chance. Like a phantom, Long Chen appeared right in front of him. His sword pierced directly through this guy's head. The thunder force on the broadsword directly destroyed his soul. He was killed instantly. If I didn't kill the few of you, I wouldn't have even been able to sense that I have gotten stronger. Long Chen pulled out his broadsword and sighed emotionally. As soon as he had advanced to the 12th heaven stage, Little Snow had brought him to fight an earth dragon. The earth dragon was too terrifying and had completely suppressed him. To Long Chen, it felt like he hadn't gotten any stronger at all. Now that he had killed an innate rank 3 celestial in just 2 moves, he finally experienced his strength. That made his confidence, which had been shaken by the earth dragon, become completely solid. Wilder, get up. Long Chen slapped the broadsword against the earth dragon's foreleg. A 10-meter space had been eaten by Wilder. He was like an ant that had eaten a flat space for himself and then fallen asleep. This was also why the Wind Leopard experts had failed to move the earth dragon's corpse into a spatial ring despite trying so hard. The space in spatial rings was static, and it was impossible to bring in living things. As for life rings, they were comparatively precious and small. Only alchemists used such small and mostly impractical life rings. Wilder was within the earth dragon, so they were naturally unable to bring it into a spatial ring. Even when they died, they couldn't understand why they hadn't been able to bring it in. After Long Chen made a loud racket, Wilder finally woke up and ate his way out of the earth dragon. He didn't even know when he had fallen asleep. All your cells have been activated. Long Chen let out a startled cry upon seeing Wilder. There seemed to be a mysterious energy around Wilder that caused space to circulate around him. This happened without him even doing anything. Furthermore, now that all his cells were activated, they had begun automatically absorbing energy from the air for him. How do you feel? Asked Long Chen. Really good, like I'm overflowing with energy. I also don't feel as hungry as before, said Wilder excitedly. Previously, even when Wilder was stuffed with food, he was still hungry. This was one of the rare times he was actually full. Long Chen nodded. One reason for this was because Wilder had just eaten. An 8th rank magical beast's flesh was full of energy. The other reason was that all his cells had awoken. Some kind of mysterious technique seemed to have been activated, and they automatically drew energy out of the air to make up for his consumption. In other words, as long as Wilder didn't do anything, he wouldn't have to exhaust so much energy. He wouldn't have to be constantly asleep to reduce his exhaustion like before. Wilder, you should keep this earth dragon. Now you can feel free to move around even without meat to eat. However, you are different from others and need meat to cultivate. You should stay in this forest. When you have time, go out to hunt. When you don't have time, just eat the earth dragon. With your current pace, you could eat this earth dragon for a full year. Remember to leave its skin. That can be used to equip the dragon blood warriors. I'll leave now to take a look at some other places, said Long Chen. Brother Long, you're going to go? Asked Wilda. Long Chen's heart warmed. Although Wilda's foolishness gave Long Chen a great deal of trouble, no matter how strong Wilda became, he was still that pure child he had met in the Phoenix Cry Empire. His temperament had never changed, and he still treated him as a big brother. Yes, I have to go. One reason is that I have to see if I can find more resources to equip the Dragon Blood warriors, and another reason is to see if I can find our people. Only then will I be at ease. As for Song Minjuan and Li Qi, I trust their decision. They should have eaten the heavenly Dao fruits that Xuanhuan gave them, which should have increased their chance of surviving. If they can survive, then they'll definitely become amazing experts after experiencing this. You should just stay here. As long as you don't provoke an 8th rank magical beast, you'll be safe. I'll have Xuanhuan come find you when I need you. Long Chen patted Wilda's shoulder and then left in front of his unwilling gaze. Wilda's constitution was too special. Long Chen had tried all the medicinal pills and secret arts he knew, but they had all been ineffective. Wilda could only get energy from meat. Now that Wilda's cells had all been activated, he didn't know what would happen, but he could accept that things would go naturally. As for Wilda's safety, Long Chen didn't bother worrying over that. Although Wilda was normally foolish, he was extremely sensitive toward danger. Otherwise, there would have been no way for him to survive once Kang Ming had been killed. Furthermore, when Wilda summoned the barbarian blood bronze body, Long Chen had to ask himself if he could even block a single blow. Wilda had incomparable power and was impervious to poison. Long Chen was completely confident in him staying here. Long Chen went on his way. He was currently already close to the core of the 10,000 Beast Forest, but in the end, he decided to detour around the core region. That was because as soon as he approached the core, he encountered another 8th rank Earth Dragon. This region was perhaps filled with 8th rank magical beasts. With his luck, perhaps he would even run into a 9th rank magical beast. A single Earth Dragon had cost Long Chen one of his trump cards and had required Wilda's assistance. In the end, he had even been forced to use a grand anus-piercing art via Xuanhuan to break the Earth Dragon's flawless defense. If he had been lacking any of them, he would have only been able to miserably flee. Now he had no Wilda, no Xuanhuan, and no poison pill. If he encountered an 8th rank magical beast, he would have no chance. And in the worst case, if he ran into one with low intelligence like an insect magical beast, the dragon scale wouldn't be able to stop them. Then even his life would be at risk. Bypassing the core region, Long Chen ended up with quite a few harvests. He killed quite a few 7th rank magical beasts, and their corpses were all tossed into the black soil as nutrients. Those huge trees from the spirit world continued to grow. They were already 3 miles tall, and that was their final limit. Long Chen was delighted by how much life energy these trees could contain. As long as he wasn't killed in one blow, he would be able to recover from any injuries. He wouldn't have to be afraid of a long, intense battle. 7 days later, Long Chen finally reached the end of the 10,000 Beast Forest. It was truly huge. The immemorial path was truly shocking. Long Chen began approaching the main path again. That main path had more trials and more opportunities. Of course, there were also more disciples there and more danger. After a few hours of travel, he arrived at a barren mountain range. It was practically the opposite of the 10,000 Beast Forest. It was completely barren, and there was some kind of strange air here that made him feel uneasy. He was traveling through this place when he heard the sound of metal clashing. He was startled. Was the main path so exciting? As soon as he arrived, there would be a good show to watch. Long Chen hastily went over to see what looked like several righteous disciples attacking a woman. Seeing that woman, Long Chen shook. He was filled with delight. Chapter 853, Robbing. She had a graceful figure wrapped in violet robes that gave off a feeling of mystery. Her hair fell to her waist and her skin was snow white. Her face was veiled, only revealing her eyes. Those eyes were like a clear pool of water, but it was impossible to see the bottom. They seemed to be able to suck in a person's soul. That kind of beauty was dangerous, but a person couldn't help being drawn in. It was like she was a combination of an immortal fairy and a devilish enchantress. Those two styles made her beauty full of contradictions, but it was impossible to free yourself once you were lost within it. In this world, only she could possess such beauty, Yue Zioqian. Long Chen hadn't expected that Yue Zioqian had also entered the immemorial path. Furthermore, She was in the eastern region just like him. She was surrounded by over 10 experts. Her sword repeatedly flashed as she blocked all their attacks. Long Chen was surprised to see that her attackers weren't from the righteous or corrupt paths. They were a group of ancient race experts. The large canine teeth poking out of their mouths showed their identities. They were people from the blazing wolf race, and they were all ranked 2 celestials and above. There was one fellow covered in scarlet fur with a powerful aura that only an innate rank 3 celestial could possess. They were attacking Yue Zioqian, but although their attacks were sharp, Long Chen saw that they weren't going all out. They were holding back. Girl, being fancied by me is your fortune. Not every race has the qualifications to marry into my blazing wolf race. If you continue not to recognize my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless and going all out to suppress you. At that time, don't say that I don't know how to go easy on women, sneered the rank 3 celestial. Long Chen frowned. Wasn't it said that the ancient races didn't intermarry with the human race? This idiot dared to say such a thing. But then thinking about it, Long Chen guessed this idiot didn't have such good intentions. Most likely, he had just begun drooling over Yue Zioqian's beauty. Although she was veiled, just her eyes and body were enough to infatuate any living being. These ancient race beasts were also unable to resist. I have no enmity with you. I hope you won't make things hard on me, said Yue Zioqian coldly. Although her voice contained fury, it still sounded melodious and refreshing. Haha, you're finally willing to speak. Your voice is pretty nice. I've decided you're mine, laughed the rank 3 celestial, his eyes shining. Long Chen saw that Yue Zioqian was already at the peak of Xianchen. According to reason, even if she couldn't kill these people, she should have been able to get away. He looked around and suddenly realized what was going on. There were quite a few people watching in secret. Yue Zioqian didn't dare to release her full power with them all watching. It seemed it was time for the hero to save the beauty. Hey, all of you better stop and obediently leave behind everything valuable you have. Otherwise today, I'll pull out your dog teeth, shouted Long Chen. Just like that, he swaggered over to them, looking down his nose at them. He's robbing us. The blazing wolf experts were dumbfounded. They thought they had misheard. It seemed they had only ever heard of people robbing others but had never experienced it. In fact, it seemed their entire blazing wolf race had never experienced what that meant. They hadn't expected to run into such a person, and especially not such an arrogant person. He was even more arrogant than them. They stopped, but continued to surround Yue Zioqian. Hearing Long Chen's voice, Yue Zioqian shook slightly. Then looking at Long Chen's arrogant smile, she was delighted. Although she was wearing a veil, Long Chen trusted she was definitely smiling. Brat, you dare to insult our blazing wolf race. What sect are you from? Demanded the rank 3 celestial. Although the blazing wolf race was tyrannical, they weren't stupid. If this person clearly knew they were from the blazing wolf race but still dared to do this, then he had to have a shocking background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of confidence. So he asked Long Chen for his sect. Have you heard of the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Long Chen smiled, leaning on his broadsword. The Xuanhuan Dao sect. The rank 3 celestial was a bit startled at first, but then he raged. My blazing wolf race has no enmity with your Xuanhuan Dao sect. Are you trying to start a war? Pal? His response was a slap in the face. Yue Zioqian jumped, not expecting Long Chen to start fighting just like that. Furthermore, his speed was shocking. The blazing wolf race's innate rank 3 celestial merely sensed his vision darkening for an instant before he felt a burst of pain. His head buzzed and he flew back. The others all tried to attack, but Long Chen had immediately returned to his original location after that slap. He had come and gone like a phantom, finished in just the blink of an eye. It was like he hadn't even moved. Idiot, I've already said to hand over everything valuable, starting a war. No, what I'm doing is robbing. Do I need to say it any clearer? Cursed Long Chen. Fuck off, roared the rank 3 celestial. When had he ever suffered this kind of insult before? He directly stabbed his black spear at Long Chen. Split the heavens. Boom, Long Chen's broadsword smashed into the spear. This attack of his was extremely treacherous. Because he had advanced to the 12th heaven stage, his spiritual yuan was extremely robust, and it went through 9 acupuncture points instantly without requiring any effort. In truth, in a battle between people of the same level, the number of people that died to big ultimate moves that required time to use was less than 1 in 100. The other 99 died to an instantaneous technique. An ultimate move might be powerful, but the more powerful it was, the longer it took to use. Moreover, it was easy to interrupt, so such moves naturally couldn't be true killing moves. Instantaneous moves might be weaker, but they could come suddenly without your opponent sensing them. They were the true killing blows. Now that Long Chen had advanced to the 12th heaven stage, he could unleash the first form of split the heavens instantly, so it had become his most terrifying move. He didn't use his divine ring or battle armor and didn't release any of his powerful aura, so his enemy wouldn't feel any fear or be on guard. This was a perfect model of dressing like a pig to eat a tiger. As a result, the rank 3 celestial suffered a miserable loss. He didn't even summon his cry of the heavenly Taos before being sent flying. Both of his arms were broken, and his spear was flying out of his grasp. He was horrified because he suddenly realized Long Chen's second attack was already coming. No! A cry of despair was cut short as Long Chen's sword landed, turning him into a bloody mist. That cry still echoed through the air, but the crier was gone from this world. You dare to kill a member of our blazing wolf race. You and your family will definitely be. Golden light flashed. Countless golden scales devoured the other blazing wolf experts, instantly killing them. Idiots, every time you open your mouth, you say you're going to kill a person's entire family and sect. Stupid, snorted Long Chen. He looked down greatly on the ancient race's arrogant mouths. Originally, he had been planning on helping Yue Zioqian out and just forcing them away. But as soon as he attacked, he found that he couldn't control himself. He didn't know if that was because of his fury in being looked down upon, or because they had insulted Yue Zioqian. He grabbed the treasure item as well as the spatial rings that were still intact. He smiled broadly at Yue Zioqian. Miss Beauty, look at how heroically I saved you. I even killed the blazing wolf race's experts that were attacking you. About that, do you think you could consider giving your heart to me? Yue Zioqian thought back to when she had first met him in the Geolai secret realm. Now seeing his wacky and comical behavior, she smiled, but she didn't say anything back publicly. Fool, you provoked a large disaster by killing them, she whispered once she walked over. That's fine. I already have so much trouble to deal with that I don't care about another blazing wolf race. Let's go have a chat, Long Chen smiled. The two of them left, walking shoulder to shoulder. Those spectators were all stunned, feeling as if this world had gone crazy. Long Chen was too vicious. He even dared to attack the ancient races. Furthermore, he didn't just attack them, he killed them all. Just how powerful were the ancient races? Even if he had the Xuanhuan Dao sect as a backer, if the ancient races turned hostile, would the Xuanhuan Dao sect really fight against them for a single disciple? Furthermore, the ancient races were very united. Once one ancient race made a move, the others would also appear. Long Chen had provoked a disaster. What they didn't know was that Long Chen had long since provoked that disaster. Right now, what he needed to do was find his old free and unconstrained self. He had found that he was becoming more and more cautious of everything. If this continued, perhaps he would walk along the same path as in the Geolai secret realm. So when he encountered a provocation, he wouldn't choose to endure and retreat again. Since enemies were unavoidable, why not cut down a few of them in advance? That wasn't a bad thing. However, he didn't know that currently, his name was not only transmitting throughout the righteous and corrupt paths, but also throughout the ancient races and other powers. Countless experts were setting their sights on Long Chen in the dark. Chapter 854 Secret Troubles. Within a verdant little valley in a mountain range, there was a brook of fresh water. Perhaps it was this brook that gave the valley its life. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were sitting on a boulder beside the brook. The fresh water streamed past their feet, and the babble of the water refreshed their minds, allowing them to feel a rare moment of tranquility on the immemorial path. Yue Zioqian stuck her hands into the water, feeling the water stream past her fingers. There were actually some nameless little fish swimming by their feet, causing her to laugh. Long Chen was sitting beside her, smelling her fragrance and listening to her fairy-like laughter. He could rarely relax like this. Looking at her beautiful figure, Long Chen unconsciously became stupefied. Long Chen, why don't you take off your shoes and put your feet in the water? It feels really nice, said Yue Zioqian. Seeing him just staring at her, she blushed. Me? Ah, no. In truth, I'm just too kind-hearted, said Long Chen after a moment's hesitation. Although it would be a fortuitous thing to bathe his feet with Yue Zioqian, he shook his head. What does kindness have to do with it? Am I being evil by doing this? No. What I mean is that if I put my feet in, all those fish will die from the smell. Then I would be evil. Yue Zioqian laughed. Dislikable, how could it be that exaggerated? On the other hand, Long Chen was confident in his feet. Even if the fish wouldn't die from the smell, they would definitely faint. The 9-star Hegemon body art focused on physical strength. Thus, the amount of sweat he worked up was naturally great. Since entering the immemorial path, Long Chen hadn't washed his feet. Once he took off his shoes, that smell might even make himself faint. Last time, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Asked Long Chen. Sorry. Yue Zioqian's expression became a bit unnatural. Although she was still veiled, he could sense that. There's no need to apologize. It's just that when you left without saying goodbye, I thought I'd never see you again. I felt uncomfortable, sighed Long Chen. Her sudden departure truly had made him feel dejected last time. The world was so huge, and there were countless dangers. Sometimes a single goodbye could last forever. Every time he thought of that, Long Chen would feel unwell. I have my own secret sorrows, said Yue Zioqian quietly. Her veil was becoming wet. Long Chen summoned the courage to take off her veil, revealing her flawless face. Although he had seen it before, seeing it again still made his heart pound. That beauty could truly infatuate a person. He took out a clean cloth and gently dabbed away her tears. You're worried about implicating me. Yue Zioqian was moved but also sorry. She took the cloth and wiped her own tears. I'm from a different world than you. My people are enemies of the entire martial heaven continent, so I can't have dealings with you. That would implicate you. But you fool, you actually helped Zio die when you already knew my identity. Yue Zioqian continued to cry. Her status was special. She wasn't accepted by the world. Anyone who dared to make contact with her would be mercilessly killed. While cultivating the heavenly devil heart grand technique, she had received a backlash, harming her soul. She had needed a precious medicine called the heavenly netherworld soul replenishing roots to heal. When Long Chen had learned that, he had refined a heavenly star soul replenishing pill for her. Once she had taken it, she had immediately recovered. Furthermore, Long Chen had also sent her a pile of Bloodfiend C expansion pills. Those were the best pills for those advancing from Xiantian to C expansion. Although the human race had a great deal of those pills, this action of his still made her endlessly grateful. If the outside world learned of Long Chen's actions, he would be hunted down by the entire world, labeled a traitor to the human race. By sending her those pills, he had essentially been handing his life to her. Never in her dreams would she imagine someone she had only met once would treat her so well. So facing him now, she felt both emotional and ashamed. No matter how you put it, we are battle companions that fought through life and death together. If I could just watch as you suffered, I wouldn't be Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. Thank you, Yue Zioqian smiled through her tears. That was another kind of beauty, like a peach blossom after a rainfall. Zioqian, I think you should put your veil back on, said Long Chen suddenly with a bitter smile. What, do you not like looking at me? Yue Zioqian was surprised and a bit disappointed, but she still put her veil back on. No, I like looking at it, but my heart can't bear it. If you don't believe me, just feel. Long Chen pulled Yue Zioqian's hand and placed it over his heart. Currently, it was pounding wildly. You're doing that on purpose. Yue Zioqian blushed and turned away, but she could still feel his powerful heartbeat. In all honesty, I didn't do it on purpose, said Long Chen. Yue Zioqian's charm was just so strong that it was fatal. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't ask her to veil herself again. A feast for the eyes was also a delight. Fine, whether it was on purpose or not, I like it either way, Yue Zioqian smiled. Her hands were lightly twisting the corner of her robes in a bashful manner. She could tell that this was Long Chen's strange way of praising her beauty. She suddenly brazenly grabbed his hand but had a nervous light in her eyes. How have you been since we parted? Long Chen was an old fox in this manner. He knew Yue Zioqian wanted to get closer but was also embarrassed. He quickly held her hand and said, I've been very well. All I do is fight and kill and then kill and fight. Long Chen gave her a simple narration of what he had experienced, starting from the battle in the Jiulai secret realm. But he found that she was extremely curious about the world, and she made him explain things in greater detail. As a result, this simple narration took a whole day. Long Chen, you're a good person. It's no wonder that many big sisters like you, said Yue Zioqian with a complicated expression. How about you stay with us? It'll be livelier with more people, said Long Chen. He felt a bit guilty as these words were clearly used to seduce people. But seeing that Yue Zioqian didn't reply, he immediately became awkward. He had ruined the good atmosphere with a single sentence. "Ah, Ziokian, how about I give you a gift?" Long Chen suddenly took out an egg. An earth dragon's egg. Yue Ziokian was startled. Long Chen was also startled, but now that he thought about it, he had already experienced Yue Ziokian's vast knowledge. She knew the heavens, she knew the earth, and she knew everything in between. "Yes, it really is an earth dragon's egg. It's yours now. In the future you'll have a powerful housebit. I hope you won't decline, as that will make me feel bad," said Long Chen. Yue Ziokian looked at Long Chen and suddenly hugged him, surprising him. It seemed this happiness had come too suddenly. If he had known this would happen, he would have given it to her as soon as he saw her. "Bastard, you evil person, I know you're seducing me," Yue Ziokian cried into Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen's excitement vanished. The hand he had been about to embrace her with turned rigid. He didn't know whether he should embrace her or pull it back. How did his pickup arts fail? It was over for him. He had been seen through. As expected, routines couldn't be depended on. He couldn't help but feel regret. "But although I clearly know that, I can't refuse it. So you're a bastard." Yue Ziokian held on tightly, her tears drenching his robes. Long Chen didn't know what to do. His pickup arts had been seen through. This was his first time running into such a situation. He suddenly recalled that Yue Ziokian seemed to have a kind of mind-reading ability. Thinking of that, he felt a cold breeze on his back. Failure, failure, absolute failure. Now that this routine had failed, it was awkward. Yue Ziokian cried for a while before slowly leaving Long Chen's embrace. Looking at him, she cried, "I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" "I'm afraid to bring you disaster. I'm afraid you'll be killed because of me. I don't fear death, but I'm afraid of seeing you die," said Yue Ziokian. "I'm not afraid of dying." Long Chen shook his head. "That is not the worst outcome. The most terrifying one is that you will live, but you will hate me. That would make my life worse than death," said Yue Ziokian. "Why would I ever hate you? If one day my status is exposed, you'll be hunted down by the entire world. If your companions are all killed one by one, you'll hate me. You'll hate me for causing their deaths. You might even kill me in your hatred." Yue Ziokian once more began crying. Her words caused Long Chen's heart to quiver. That really was a big problem. He still didn't possess the power to fight the entire world. "Ziokian, don't cry. Let's talk about our future." Long Chen gently sat her up properly. Chapter 855, Cultivating Backers. Seeing Long Chen's solemn expression, Yue Ziokian stopped smiling. Suddenly she felt embarrassed and turned away, facing Long Chen with her back. "Ziokian, do you trust me?" Long Chen asked. "Of course, otherwise." Yue Ziokian cut herself off, blushing. Long Chen's heart pounded. Her charm was too strong. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. "Then let's talk seriously about what we can do for each other. I know a bit about your original devil race. Everything I've heard about you is negative, but I'm a rather stubborn person and I don't trust what other people say. I only trust my own senses and intuition. And my intuition says you're a good person, and Zio Dai was also a good person. Then I'm also willing to believe that your original devil race is also full of good people. That is my intuition." "Thank you, Long Chen." Yue Ziokian was extremely moved. This was her first time hearing that there was someone in this world willing to trust her original devil race. "On the other hand, I am full of suspicions of my world, so I want to know everything about the original devil race. Can you tell me?" asked Long Chen. Yue Ziokian looked into Long Chen's eyes. They seemed full of warmth and sincerity, as if looking into his eyes could allow a person to see into the core of his heart. "Since you trust me this much, I'll tell you a few secrets about my original devil race," said Yue Ziokian. From her story, Long Chen learned that the original devil race was an enormous existence, numbering in the tens of millions. The place they lived in was called the skyscraping world. That was a minor world that one of the original devil race's supreme ancestors had created. That minor world was the only place the original devil race could call home. When they entered the martial heaven continent, they would immediately be sensed by the heavenly Taos, which caused a special phenomenon to manifest around them. They would be hunted down by the martial heaven continent's experts with their full power. However, the skyscraping world was not a complete world, and it did not possess a complete set of laws. When they wanted to advance through receiving the baptism of heavenly lightning, they had to go to the martial heaven continent. To conceal their auras from the heavenly Taos, they had to gather devil cores, but they were too difficult to find. After Yue Ziokian had gathered such a huge amount of devil cores with Long Chen in the Geolai secret realm, The entire original devil race was excited for a long time. Those experts stuck at the peak of their realm could finally stop bitterly waiting for their turn to use the limited devil cores. That had made the entire original devil race feel profound gratitude to Long Chen. That was why his picture had circulated throughout their race, and if any of their disciples roaming the outer world ran into him when he was in trouble, they were to fight to the death to help him. Those devil cores were constructed into special enchanted items that could conceal their aura. As long as they didn't release their full power, they wouldn't be recognized by others. So they had begun stealthily entering the martial heaven continent, gathering the resources they needed. This was the original devil race's first time in countless years having their disciples roam the martial heaven continent in such numbers. It brought them immense benefits. Previously, they had been in a secluded state. Everything was to be done by themselves, which harshly impacted their ability to grow. Now, they were finally able to gather more resources from the martial heaven continent, allowing them to rapidly develop. As for why the original devil race was the world's enemy, in truth, Yue Zioqian also didn't know. All she knew was that her mother had told her that once she learned that secret, she would no longer be allowed to leave the skyscraping world. Everything really has changed. The original devil race has become the public enemy of the world. Those damn fuckers. Senior Yu, Long Chen was startled. The silent eastern wasteland bell had suddenly released such a curse. You can keep chatting, said the eastern wasteland bell before becoming silent again, but its voice contained an unconcealable fury. What is it, Long Chen? Asked Yue Zioqian upon seeing the change in his expression. Oh, nothing. Zioqian, let's talk. I want to cooperate with your original devil race, said Long Chen. Cooperate? Yue Zioqian didn't understand. Yes, I will supply you with the resources you need, allowing you to grow stronger, said Long Chen. Yue Zioqian was startled. This idea of Long Chen's was too crazy. If the world learned about this, his life would be over. You don't need to be startled. Helping you is also helping myself. My prediction is that this world will sooner or later flip on its tail. I need a powerful ally that can help me when I don't have enough power, said Long Chen. You really trust us that much? Yue Zioqian was about to cry again. Yes, since I've chosen to trust you, I'll trust you completely. I trust that you'll never betray me. Long Chen gently brushed back Yue Zioqian's soft hair, completely sincere. Thank you, Long Chen, really thank you. Yue Zioqian was extremely moved by his trust. Once she had calmed down a bit, Long Chen continued. When you return, think of a way to send me a list of what you most need at that time. For example, medicinal pills, weapons, armors, etc. I'll think of a way to set up a secret channel to send them back to you. Hopefully, you'll be able to quickly get stronger. That way, I'll also have a powerful backer for myself. He wasn't afraid of the struggles on the cultivation path. But as his cultivation base increased, he was coming into contact with more and more secrets, and he was feeling less and less safe. He felt that if he was alone, if he ended up fighting against an enormous existence, he would definitely be mercilessly exterminated. He had long since been thinking of creating an alliance, but small alliances were useless, and as for supreme powers, they wouldn't care about a weakling like him. As for devoting himself to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, that was impossible. His experiences in the Xuanhuan Dao sect had always been full of turmoil and troubles. Long Chen had no hopes for the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Although there were people like Xuanhuan and Aoyang Qiuyu whom he had good relationships with in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, what about later? Aoyang Qiuyu might be able to help him now, but what about once he entered the head sect? Who would back him then? So he needed to establish a trustworthy alliance. And he hadn't been lying. He didn't believe what he saw or heard. He just trusted the intuition the 9-star Hegemon body art gave him. That intuition had never tricked him. Not only could he get a dependable ally, but he could also make a flawlessly beautiful woman feel thankful. Long Chen felt that his luck really wasn't that bad. He told Yue Zioqian to summon all the disciples roaming in the outside world back. There was no need for them to take that risk. If they were exposed, it would raise the guard of the martial heaven continent. He told her about his plan. Yue Zioqian was surprised that he had such powerful communication channels. He actually had a relationship with the Huiyun sect and the Pill Tower. She practically worshipped him for that, causing Long Chen's vanity to be completely satisfied. The general plan was for her to have a list in her mind when she went to ask her clan leader for approval. That way her leader would be able to get an idea of what the plan was about. After all, Yue Zioqian had to discuss this with the higher-ups, as this matter was too important. But he was startled to learn that Yue Xiaoqian's mother was the clan leader. Only then did he recall that Xiao Dai had called Yue Xiaoqian the sacred daughter. "Xiaoqian, how did you come here?" asked Long Chen. "Our original devil race has an ancient transportation inheritance. As long as we know the coordinates, we can transport ourselves in. When the immemorial path opens, we can transport in with the assistance of the outside world's transportation formation," said Yue Xiaoqian. "Did you find anything here, or do you have some target?" "Yes, up ahead, I can sense some kind of summoning. There should be something my original devil race needs there." Long Chen hastily took out his map and asked Yue Xiaoqian the general location. He was startled to find that the place she was talking about was marked as the Netherworld Devil Palace on the Xiao tribe's map. Furthermore, that place had been concealed by the aboriginals, so outsiders didn't know that location. Their maps didn't say there was a trial in that region. The two of them went directly over there. Long Chen intentionally put away the map, having Yue Xiaoqian lead through her senses. He didn't want the map to mislead her. But a few days later, the place she found was exactly the same place marked on the map. Now it was confirmed that she wanted something in this place. After half a day, Long Chen finally found a mark on the bottom of an unremarkable stone. It was also a transportation formation. The two of them stood together as Long Chen activated the formation. Their vision suddenly darkened as they appeared in a huge underground space. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen's heart shook. This was a huge plaza, and at the center was a giant stone statue. The statue depicted a man holding a sword with both hands. His eyes looked right at the entrance of the plaza, exactly where Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian were standing. An indescribable pressure fell on the two of them. It was like that statue was alive, making people feel an urge to bow down and worship. The two of them walked in and saw 8 stone gates. Each gate was 300 meters tall, and each one of them had immortal characters written on them. Long Chen didn't recognize those characters. The reward for this stone gate is actually the peak-grade heavenly source extract. That's the heaven and earth spirit spring that my original devil race needs the most right now. Yue Xiaoqian excitedly held Long Chen's hand, almost jumping with cheer. Although he didn't know what that was, he guessed that it was about the same as the peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir. But from her cheering, it seemed much more important. "Then let's go into this trial." Long Chen went up to push the button next to the gate. That should be the mechanism to start the trial. "Do?" Yue Xiaoqian suddenly shouted, but Long Chen's hand had already touched the button. Chapter 856, Dressing like a God to Play the Devil. The fortunate thing was, although his hand had pressed the button, it seemed the button had grown rusty from not being used for so long. It got stuck and didn't immediately activate. "Get back!" Yue Xiaoqian pulled on Long Chen's other hand, pulling him away. Long Chen was embarrassed, not knowing what he had done. "I sensed what is inside just now. Perhaps we won't be able to obtain the peak-grade heavenly source extract," said Yue Xiaoqian. "Close your eyes. I'll transmit what I sensed." Yue Xiaoqian pressed 2 fingers on Long Chen's forehead. A scene appeared in his mind. At first it was indistinct, but it gradually became clearer. He saw a long and narrow passage that was filled completely with black insects. Each insect was 5 feet long and completely black. They had 8 legs and 2 hooks at the front that shone with a cold light. Corpse-devouring insects. How could they grow this big? Long Chen might not be claustrophobic, but seeing this many insects filling the passage, he felt a chill. The entire passage was overflowing with them all the way to the end. In fact, it was impossible to see the end. At the same time as he was shocked by this scene, he was also shocked by Yue Xiaoqian's abilities. This stone gate and the wall had formations that made it so even his powerful soul energy was unable to sense what was beyond it. These are not the outside world's ordinary corpse-devouring insects. They are gadfliants, an ancient variant of the corpse-devouring insects. They live underground all their lives, absorbing the death chi in the air as food. Without corpses to eat, they will enter a hibernation state and still not die. In theory, they can live forever. They don't have ranks as they are not classified as magical beasts. They are simply one of the world's strange creatures. The poison on their hooks is extremely corrosive, and even 7th-rank magical beasts, if they aren't heavily armored beasts, would not be able to stop the corrosion. This channel is almost 30 miles long and 300 miles high. I don't know if it's because they were given too much time that they reproduced, but the entire channel is filled with them. If we opened the door, we would have been drowned by them, said Yue Xiaoqian. These gadflying corpse-devouring insects were too difficult to deal with. Even in the ancient era, they were extremely famous for their terror. They were the nightmare of countless cultivators, as no one wanted to provoke them. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. If only he had a completely sealed armor like Yu Ran's. According to Yue Zioqian, the offensive power of these insects far surpassed 6th-rank magical beasts. A single sting could be fatal. Then how about this? I'll think of some way to draw them away, said Long Chen. Hell, I'll dig a hole here and then open the door, bringing the insect army in. Then you go in and take the treasure, said Long Chen. He could only go with such a clumsy method. If the earth flame was not in slumber, he could use it to attack. These insects definitely wouldn't be able to defend against that. But Huo Long was still digesting the immense energy from the other earth flame. As for Thunder Force, it wasn't very effective against these insects. Will that really work? These insects are extremely fast. They can fly, said Yue Zioqian. Don't worry, I'm confident in my speed. Long Chen looked around. Suddenly, he flew on top of the huge statue's head. He was looking around for a good spot for Yue Zioqian to hide. But once he was on the statue's head, he saw a good recess in it. That recess was the notch in the helmet. If she hid here, then unless the insects flew above the statue's head, they wouldn't be able to sense her. It was an excellent hiding spot. Zioqian, I'll do my best to draw out all the insects while you hide here. Are you sure this will work? I feel like it's very risky, said Yue Zioqian. Those insects were just too powerful. Long Chen smiled. Yue Zioqian was still the same Yue Zioqian. She was incredibly learned, but her actual experience was pitifully low. She was still a novice. Since he had already thought things through, Long Chen didn't hesitate any longer. He spread his divine sense, and at the entrance he slashed his sword above. Boom, sword chi destroyed the roof. The outside world was revealed. Although the Zio tribe had marked this place, they hadn't come here. In other words, this was an abandoned trial. It was fortunate they hadn't come here, as if they had, they would find that this wasn't a trial, but a death trap. Long Chen slashed his sword several times, creating a large opening that made it convenient for them if they needed to run. The channel needed to be wide enough so that, even if the mass of insects appeared, they could still get out. He had just prepared this when he suddenly frowned. He sensed something. He sent a message to Yue Zioqian, telling her not to move and to just wait there. He flew above ground and stealthily looked around. Sensing the direction, he rushed off. This feeling was strange and was also familiar to him. He thought he was sensing someone he was friends with, but when he crossed a mountain, he saw a figure that made him stunned. Huang Junmo. This person was precisely the Bloodkill Hall's #1 expert. He was looking at a map in his hand, looking for something. I've got it. Long Chen stealthily crept back, spreading some medicinal powders to change the look of the ground. It quickly began to change color, and according to a normal inspection, it would look like it had been thousands of years since anyone had come here. He then took out Flying Rainbow. A ray of light soared into the sky and then returned. He had just been about to add some more elements into the mixture when he sensed Huang Junmo moving. Although he couldn't see him, that familiar feeling was growing closer. That feeling came from Huang Junmo's sword. Back when he had stabbed Long Chen, his sword had been dyed by his blood. For some unknown reason, he was extremely sensitive to his own blood. He had actually been able to sense Huang Junmo because of it. This was destiny. How could Long Chen let this opportunity slip by? He shut all his pores and once more scattered medicinal powders, erasing the leftover odor in the air. He couldn't leave behind any clues. A peak assassin like Huang Junmo would immediately see through the slightest mistake. After completing this, Long Chen returned to the underground plaza. On the way, he continuously sprinkled medicinal powders, concealing his and Yue Zioqian's auras. Zioqian, close your pores. Don't release the slightest aura. Follow my lead, we've run into a precious person. He repeatedly warned her to keep herself completely concealed. Then he asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle, Senior, help me out. It's just a little thing. What is it? It really is just an insignificant matter for you. Huang Junmo flew underground. Just now, he had seen a flicker of light coming from here. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, he had still flown over. As soon as he arrived, he had seen the underground cave and carefully entered. He constantly looked around, also paying attention to the footprints on the ground. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. It was fortunate he had come prepared and hidden all the markings. Even if there were signs that people had come, they seemed extremely old. There were no clues. The immortal Tao is transcendental. While all living things have mundane troubles, destiny exists in the mortal world, and priceless treasures belong only to the fated. Huang Junmo had just entered the plaza when an ancient voice reverberated throughout the room. It possessed a shocking weight to it, as if each word was the ringing of a monastery temple's bell, shaking people's hearts. It was like the teachings of gods, something no one would dare to disrespect. These words came from Long Chen's mouth. However, the Eastern Wasteland bell was adding some special effects. Even Yue Zioqian was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on. The two of them were hiding in the recess at the head of the statue. Long Chen was enveloped by some sort of holy light, making him look like a god. He was reciting some thought-provoking and profound Buddhist allegories. "Little fellow, you really are talented. Such nonsense words are spouted from your mouth without the slightest hesitation." Even the Eastern Wasteland Bell had to admire this ability of his. It's all thanks to Senior's cooperation. Work with me until the end," laughed Long Chen. "Who's there?" shouted Huang Junmo, his sword already in his hand. "This lord is the great spirit god's subordinate, the seventh divine general Hyunidinidae," said Long Chen. Huang Junmo's heart shook. He stared at the huge statue, not saying a word. He was somewhat unable to believe that this statue in front of him was alive. But after his initial disbelief, he heard the divine charm and immortal Tao within that voice. There was no way a human could make such a sound. "Disciple is Huang Junmo. Greetings, Senior Hyu, Neodinidae. Please forgive me for my previous offense." Huang Junmo bowed. This divine name Long Chen had come up with was too awkward sounding. If it weren't for Huang Junmo's great memory, there would have been no way for him to repeat it. "You're not kneeling in front of this lord. You must be insincere and disrespectful. You have no destiny with my treasure. Even if you are Imputa's disciple, the rules can't be broken." Originally, Long Chen realized he was about to make a slip of the tongue and say he was from the Bloodco Hall, but he suddenly realized his mistake and stopped. Luckily, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had taken his place to speak. Hearing the name Imputa, Huang Junmo was shocked. That name could not be randomly spoken. Other than the Bloodco Hall's higher-ups, no one knew that name. Even he had only earned the qualifications to hear it half a year ago. Huang Junmo immediately knelt on the ground, prostrating himself. "Disciple was rude. Please forgive me." Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter equals Hyunidinidae. This name is a homonym for Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, Chinese letter equals trick/dupe. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter are curses. You can just treat them as fuck you. On a curse scale, they rank middling. Chapter 857, Your soul is light, so there's destiny. Yes, not bad, not bad. Seeing Huang Junmo prostrating himself toward him, Long Chen felt entirely content. He really was an evil person. By saying not bad, he meant Huang Junmo was obedient, but he didn't say anything else. So Huang Junmo didn't dare to get up. "Senior disciple only accidentally." "There was nothing accidental about it. This lord was the one who drew you over. I'm prepared to give you some good fortune," said Long Chen. "Many thanks, Senior. Do you know why I released a manifestation to draw you over?" Disciple doesn't know. Only now did Huang Junmo realize the light he had seen had been released by this divine general, his guard lowered by quite a bit. "Look down and look at your shadow." Huang Junmo looked down. Under the light of the runes on the 8 stone doors, there was an extremely faint shadow around him. Those who enter the divine palace will be illuminated by immortal light. The shadow is a projection of the soul. That shows whether you have a destiny or not. Those with dense souls have no affinity, but those with light souls do. Your soul is light, very light. PFT cough, so you have an affinity with this lord, said Long Chen. Senior, don't play around like that. You'll expose me, said Long Chen. Just now the Eastern Wasteland Bell had almost laughed. Sorry, truly sorry, I'll control myself, apologized the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It hadn't expected Long Chen to be so immoral. He was cursing him for being a bastard. Cough, so only someone with a soul that is light has the affinity. Even Huang Junmo felt like directly saying he had a light soul was strange. Correct, those with light souls have an affinity with me and can obtain my treasure, allowing them to change the course of their lives, said Long Chen. Change the course of their lives, disciple doesn't understand. The course of your life, your destiny. My divine soul rests here awaiting the fated person. My sole duty here is to pass on my #1 divine item, the 8 Desolation 6 Direction, Heaven-Earth Splitting Kainkun Divine Sword to someone who has an affinity with it. If such a person accepted it, I could finally return to my true body, my mission accomplished. As for who has the affinity, it'll be up to you, said Long Chen. Disciple still doesn't quite understand. What do you want me to do? Asked Huang Junmo. There are 8 doors here and immortal characters atop each door. You can take a look and tell me what you think. I'm ashamed to say that I can't even recognize a single one of those immortal characters, said Huang Junmo. That was best. Originally, Long Chen had been afraid he would see through some clues. He was immediately relieved and continued. That's fine. This lord will explain. These 8 doors are called the 8 immortal ghost doors. There's only 1 immortal door and 7 ghost doors. Within the immortal door is my 8 Desolation 6 Direction Heaven-Earth Splitting Kainkun Divine Sword. The other 7 ghost doors have no reward at all. Once opened, the natural energy around you will instantly kill you. Huang Junmo became covered in cold sweat. Just what kind of trial was that? Of 8 doors, only 1 allowed you to live. That was just a death trap. I won't say any more useless words. Although your soul is light, I can't be sure you truly have a destiny with it. Everything will go according to the rules. You have 3 options now. First, choose one of these doors, leaving your life to fate. Second, leave. You cannot choose one of the doors and you'll definitely survive, but you won't obtain any treasure. The third option is to offer sacrifice. You can offer anything valuable you have to this lord. If its quality is high enough to make me ascend in satisfaction, I will give my 8 Desolation 6 Direction, Heaven-Earth Splitting Kainkun Divine Sword to you. After saying that, Long Chen's heart pounded. He thought of the treasure that Huang Junmo had snatched from him back then. But Huang Junmo wasn't so easy to trick. He was silent for a moment before saying, May I ask, Senior, what level of weapon is your 8 Desolation 6 Direction, Heaven-Earth Splitting Kainkun Divine Sword? What level, little fellow, are you looking down on this lord? Raged Long Chen. Senior, please stay calm. Disciple just wants to know. HMPH, this lord's 8 Desolation 6 Direction Heaven-Earth Splitting Kainkun Divine Sword was my peerless divine weapon from before I became a god. Although it is not a true divine weapon, it has already reached the half-step divine item level. To a little cultivator like you, this kind of martial weapon isn't something you can imagine. With your current cultivation base, you can't even guess how valuable a half-step divine item is. It's already beyond the scope of your understanding. Huang Junmo was shocked. Half-step divine items only existed in legends. Although he had heard that the martial heaven continent had divine items, those were just legends. They were far beyond his current level. A half-step divine item was truly not something that someone of his level could obtain. However, people were always greedy. Disciple is willing to offer a sacrifice. This is a treasure item, the soul-suppressing pagoda. Is it satisfactory? Huang Junmo steeled himself and took out a refined little pagoda. Long Chen was shocked. When it came to martial weapons, especially those on the treasure item level, bells, cauldrons, and pagodas were the most difficult to forge. Those were the weapons that exhausted the most effort from the forging master, but their power was also the greatest. In truth, Long Chen was extremely moved, but he said, the energy is too low. Energy? What does Senior mean? Asked Huang Junmo. Long Chen didn't immediately reply. Huang Junmo took out a bracelet that was covered in marvelous designs that looked like strange beasts. Long Chen had an urge to immediately grab them. This bastard really had money. Compared to Huang Junmo's treasure items, his own wealth was garbage. Huang Junmo was the true rich fellow. Senior, this treasure item is a precious accessory. Once the runes on it are activated, it can release an amazing attack. It is a rarely seen energy storage treasure item, said Huang Junmo carefully. Garbage, lied Long Chen. Huang Junmo took out another 4 treasure items and each of them was an amazing item. Long Chen's eyes turned blue with greed. Just how did this bastard have so much money? But for his ultimate target, Long Chen clenched his teeth. Senior, disciple is incompetent. Perhaps I cannot satisfy your requirement, said Huang Junmo helplessly. When he thought about it, that made sense. Compared to a divine item, what he had was naturally garbage. However, he truly longed to obtain that 8 Desolation 6 Direction Heaven-Earth Splitting Kainkun Divine Sword. Looks like you aren't the destined person. I'm also helpless. It seems I can only wait here like a lamp slowly running out of oil, sighed Long Chen. Wait a moment, Senior, disciple has something here. Does it satisfy you? Through Long Chen's reminder, Huang Junmo came to a sudden comprehension. He took out the lamp he had obtained on Insect Island. This is an ancient lamp disciple obtained through fate, but I was never able to figure out its use, so I don't know if you want it. Long Chen cursed, fate. That had clearly been his, but he had stolen it. That counted as fate. This thing's not bad. This should be what you wanted, correct? Asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Yes, this idiot stole this treasure from me. Now I can trick it out of him. My intuition tells me it's something good. Senior, continue working with me. Long Chen once more began speaking to Huang Junmo. It should be precisely this thing. To tell you the truth, I don't really need your things. But this trace of my divine soul is lying in wait for the destined person to take my 8 desolation 6 direction, heaven-earth splitting Kainkun divine sword. I need enough items to let my soul become full so I can ascend to the divine realm. Otherwise, I'll never be able to leave. This lamp of yours has already run out of energy. Even if I devour it, it still won't offer me enough power. Unless... Unless what? Asked Huang Junmo nervously. Unless you can offer a few more pieces of garbage as a sacrifice. Otherwise, once I give you my 8 desolation 6 direction heaven-earth splitting Kainkun divine sword, I will have to stay here forever, sighed Long Chen. Senior, that's fine. If you need anything, just ask, said Huang Junmo. For the 8 desolation 6 direction heaven-earth splitting Kainkun divine sword, he was willing to offer sacrifice. That's too embarrassing. It would make me feel like I was tricking my junior, a loss of status, said Long Chen with embarrassment. Long Chen, you're too shameless. Even the Eastern Wasteland Belle wasn't able to endure any longer. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to reply. That lamp was originally his. How was it shameless for him to take it back? So what if he was tricking him? Senior, look, is this lamp with 7 treasure items enough for you? Huang Junmo respectfully held out 7 treasure items. Say, child, you really have a good heart. If I still decline, I would feel sorry for you. The 7 treasure items in Huang Junmo's hands disappeared. They appeared in his primal chaos space. It was the Eastern Wasteland Belle that had helped him take them away while he was in charge of where to put them. Aya, Long Chen suddenly let out a disappointed cry. Senior, what is it? I'm actually still lacking just a bit before fully satisfying my soul, said Long Chen helplessly. Huang Junmo clenched his teeth and took out 2 more treasure items, but those 2 treasure items, quality was not as high. Long Chen estimated that even if Huang Junmo had more treasure items, there wasn't much of a chance that he would bring them out. He couldn't go any further, or he would be seen through. Excellent, my soul is finally fully satisfied. I can leave whenever now. But before leaving, I'll help you obtain my 8 desolation 6 direction, heaven-earth splitting Kainkun divine sword, said Long Chen with great satisfaction. But his mouth was curled in an evil smile. Yue Zioqian had been watching all this from beside him. Seeing that evil smile, her scalp turned numb. She could already think of the final result. Turn around and walk to the 3rd gate from your left. Press the button and press hard or the gate won't open, said Long Chen. Huang Junmo was delighted. He walked over to the gate Long Chen had indicated, and he pressed down hard on the button. The gate slowly rose. Once it was open, Huang Junmo's face instantly turned green. Bastard and light soul sound the same. Chinese letter, V's Chinese letter, so the title would also sound like you're a bastard. So there's destiny. And whenever he says he has destiny because his soul is light, it sounds like he has destiny because he's a bastard. 8 desolation and 6 direction are just ways of saying all directions. 6, north, south, east, west, up, down. 8, north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Kainkun is another way of saying heaven and earth universe. Heaven-earth splitting refers to the creation of the world where Pangu split apart heaven and earth. Chapter 858, The Miserable Huang Junmo. The huge gate opened. A flood of countless gadflying corpse-devouring insects surged out. Originally, they had been in a hibernation state, but as soon as the gate opened, they were woken up. Seeing the astonished Huang Junmo, they immediately charged towards him, brandishing their hooks. Senior, shouted Huang Junmo. Don't be afraid. They're just some insignificant gadflying corpse-devouring insects. It's just a minor trial to obtain my half-step divine item. With your power, killing them shouldn't be difficult. Kill them, encouraged Long Chen. Huang Junmo thought about it and felt that it made sense. He had gone through quite a few trial regions, and any trial where you could obtain treasures had to have guards. His sword danced in the air. Sword chi formed an immense net. Any of those insects that touched that sword chi were blown apart. This person's very powerful. Yue Zioqian was startled. Huang Junmo hadn't even released his full power, but just from this, she could tell his power. Good, just continue like this. These insects are nothing and you'll quickly kill them all, said Long Chen, but these words were a bit less confident. The huge room here had become a sea of insects now, and there was still an unending stream of them coming from the gate. Most importantly, these latter insects had decorative marks on them. They should be comparatively stronger gadflyant corpse-devouring insects. Their powerful defense was comparable to 7th-rank magical beasts. When they arrived, Huang Junmo had no choice but to release his full power. His sword chi was incomparably sharp as he slaughtered them. Even Long Chen couldn't help being startled. Huang Junmo was truly powerful. Each movement of his sword was refined to the peak so that it saved energy. The more powerful insects were also helpless to do anything to Huang Junmo. Long Chen continued to cheer for Huang Junmo, encouraging him. But the flood of insects still didn't end. Huang Junmo was completely submerged in them. Long Chen could only see some dim light flashed within that sea to judge where Huang Junmo was. Xiaoqian, it seems there's even more than you said Long Chen as he watched more and more insects fly out. I'm not sure why. Perhaps I only saw a portion of them, or maybe there's more than one channel in there, said Yue Xiaoqian with a bit of bewilderment. Boom! An immense ray of sword chi suddenly erupted, creating an opening amongst the sea of insects. Excellent, continue just like that. The gadflyant corpse-devouring insects are almost all gone. Once you pass this final wave, you'll have one, encouraged Long Chen. Huang Junmo roared. It was unknown what secret art he had used, but that translucent sword in his hand suddenly blossomed with a blinding light. Endless sword chi erupted. Any insects that entered within 300 meters of him were blown apart. He rushed along the ground, slaughtering countless insects. He was incredibly fast and powerful. As Huang Junmo slaughtered them, the ground was covered in the insects, broken pieces. Not good. Huang Junmo's expression suddenly changed and he flew into the air. He found that the black blood of the insects contained poison. Just now, a bit of it had touched his robes, corroding a hole. Up in the air, he became an easy target for the insects. They surged towards him. Because he flew up, Long Chen took up a shield to hide him and Yue Xiaoqian. It went without saying that Huang Junmo was incredibly powerful. He was slaughtering more and more of the insects. Their broken pieces had piled into a mountain on the ground. Senior, how are there so many? I've already said that this is the final wave. Hold on. 2 hours later. Senior, how are there still so many? I can't hold on much longer. I've already said that this is the final wave. Hold on. Victory is within sight. Another 2 hours later. Senior, how are there still so many? Is there even an end? If this continues, I really won't be able to go on. I've already said that this is the final wave. Hold on. Think of what it would be like to possess a half-step divine item. Wouldn't it be like being completely reborn? Come, under my radiance, your heroism will be unrivaled and your power will multiply. Even Long Chen was speechless. 6 hours had passed, but more and more insects were coming out. Furthermore, they were even stronger. Their hooks were a golden color, and when Huang Junmo's sword met them, it would only cause sparks to fly. Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian looked at each other with goosebumps. They really had underestimated these gadflyant corpse-devouring insects. Ha, didn't I say that as long as you continued there would be hope? Look, no more are coming out. Long Chen finally saw the flood of insects come to an end. But as soon as he laughed, he became dumbfounded. It was unknown what the Eastern Wasteland Bell was thinking, but it actually forgot its sound effects. Long Chen, it's you. Hearing Long Chen's original voice, Huang Junmo immediately recognized him and roared with endless killing intent. Since he was already exposed, he couldn't be bothered to reproach the Eastern Wasteland Bell. He stood on the head of the statue and waved hello to Huang Junmo. Hi, how are you? Right now, Huang Junmo was surrounded by 10,000 of the more powerful gadflyant corpse-devouring insects. That was the final wave, and their bodies were incredibly strong. Even Huang Junmo's treasure item sword had difficulty breaking their defense. Just a moment before this, Huang Junmo had been hoping to ask this great spirit god's 7th divine general Haiyu Neodinidae to help him at a critical moment. But now realizing that this great Haiyu Neodinidae was Long Chen, his head suddenly became crystal clear. He also suddenly realized the true meaning of Haiyu Neodinidae. Then thinking of the treasure items that had been tricked out of him, he reached a level of rage that he had never experienced before. Unable to bear it, He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen, I'll kill you. Huang Junmo charged at Long Chen, but Long Chen was standing at the top of the huge statue, while he was near the bottom, surrounded by insects. Even after trying several times, he wasn't able to break out of their encirclement. In his fury, Huang Junmo was struck in the leg by one of the insects. It left behind a small cut. That small cut began to rapidly grow, corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It reached the bone in just a moment. Huang Junmo was horrified, but he was also a ruthless person, and clenching his teeth, he directly cut off his leg. That leg turned into mush in just a few breaths after it left his body. He had only just severed his own leg when he felt his left arm turn numb. His left hand had also been attacked. Although it had just barely broken his skin, that terrifying poison was already starting to rapidly circulate. "Do you see them?" asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "Yes, I see them," Long Chen nodded. He was looking above Huang Junmo's head. "Those are golden fate lines. Although this person seems to be in a crisis, his golden fate lines are still steady. That means that while this crisis looks extremely dangerous, it doesn't threaten his life," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. It was currently using a special technique to allow Long Chen to see Huang Junmo's golden fate lines. Huang Junmo had no choice but to cut off his arm. He hatefully glared at Long Chen, but clenching his teeth, his translucent sword turned into a ray of light that pulled him away. Wherever that light went, those insects would be blown apart. Over half of the insects encircling him were killed. This was clearly Huang Junmo's life-saving trump card, and it was an extremely powerful one, as none of the insects were able to stop it. No wonder his golden fate lines didn't even twitch. He still had such a terrifying trump card to fall back on. Many thanks for teaching me this, senior," said Long Chen. "Long Chen, the rest of the insects are coming towards us," warned Yue Zioqian. Currently, only a few of the elites of the Gadflyant Corps devouring insects remained. Their numbers had been greatly reduced thanks to Huang Junmo, and it would be extremely easy for them to handle the rest. Little Momo really is useful," laughed Long Chen. This was his first time feeling like Huang Junmo wasn't so hateful. Long Chen took out his broadsword. He knew that although these remaining elites were strong, killing them wasn't too difficult. That was especially true since he specialized in brute force. "Wait a moment. There's no need to use foolish brute power to get rid of these remainders. Take out that ancient lamp. I'll teach you how to use it," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Chapter 859. The Usage of the Immemorial Altar Lamp. Long Chen pressed his hand on the ancient lamp. An ancient rune lit up, and when Long Chen blew on the wick, a light red flame flew out, instantly enveloping half of the room. What startled Long Chen was the fact that the Gadflyant Corpse devouring insects were instantly turned to smoke when they were enveloped by those flames. They vanished. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were astonished. They looked at the shabby ancient lamp. Who would have thought that it possessed such terrifying power? "Amazing, I struck gold this time." Long Chen was delighted. As expected, this ancient lamp was an absolute treasure. However, after getting excited, he suddenly found that the wick had dimmed after this attack. He jumped in fright. "It's fine. As long as it doesn't get contaminated with the blood chi of cultivators, it will never completely extinguish," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "So, does that mean I can't use it against enemies?" asked Long Chen. "You can use it against enemies that aren't cultivators. For example, magical beasts. The lampwick of this immemorial altar lamp was refined through the life essence of supreme experts. Inside are their blessings. The immemorial altar lamp isn't a killing device. In truth, it's a priceless cultivation assisting treasure. Once you reach C expansion, it can help you cultivate faster, and your Chi C will grow to 10 times the size of others. Even in the ancient era, it was an extremely rare treasure. A sect could build their entire foundation around it, and it's not just useful for the C expansion realm. At the Foundation Forging realm, if you have its assistance, your immortal platform's foundation will be incomparably stable. Long Chen, you truly did obtain an amazing treasure this time. It seems your fortune has taken a turn for the better," praised the Eastern Wasteland Belle. His fortune had taken a turn for the better. Long Chen refused to believe it. All he believed was that good things required a matching strength to protect. Otherwise, even if you obtained it, it would be taken by others. The loss and regaining of the immemorial altar lamp was a good example. During this critical moment, Huang Junmo had revealed immense battle power. Long Chen realized that if he had fought with him all out on Insect Island, he most likely wouldn't have been his match. Because Huang Junmo was an assassin, he was specialized in killing his opponents in one shot and in one-on-one combat. Most likely his abilities had been restricted by the fact that he was facing an endless sea of insects, which was the only reason he was forced to flee. Hearing that the immemorial altar lamp couldn't be used to face enemies, Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. Such a powerful killing tool couldn't be used to kill. That was too irritating. If the immemorial altar lamp kills too many experts, their resentment will be absorbed by it and extinguish its core. Then it will become trash, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen immediately thought of how those insects on Insect Island had drawn cultivators near the lamp before killing them. So their goal really had been to extinguish the wick. Put away the immemorial altar lamp for now. It has absorbed too much resentment and needs to rest. As for your earth flame, it's in slumber and can't help expel that resentment. It's not good to use for now. I'll teach you how to use it to help your cultivation later. Long Chen solemnly put the lamp away. This treasure was too precious. It was his greatest harvest since arriving on the immemorial path and would be the foundation of the Dragonblood Legion's future rise. Let's go. Little Mo has already helped us open the door. We can't fail to live up to his kindness, laughed Long Chen. Who is Little Mo? Asked Yue Zioqian. It's that good person who helped us kill all those insects, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen, you really are evil. Yue Zioqian also couldn't hold back a laugh. Long Chen had long since told her about what had happened with Huang Junmo. This time, he had been conned miserably by Long Chen. Not only had he lost so many of his treasures, but he had also fled with only half of his life. It was unknown whether he would directly go insane from anger once he stopped running. The two of them entered the passageway, and were shocked to find quite a few bodies of gadflying corpse devouring insects inside. However, they weren't true insects but the results of their molting. Those elite insects that had come out in the end obviously had to have experienced some kind of metamorphosis to possess such power. They had been comparable to 7th-rank magical beasts. A disgusting stench came from the passageway, but Long Chen and Yue Zioqian endured it. If they closed their pores and stopped breathing, it would cause their spiritual perception to sharply drop. In such a dangerous place, such an action was foolhardy. No wonder. The two of them walked in 300 meters when they saw multiple channels ahead. Each channel was so long that they couldn't see the end. That was why there had been so many insects. All these channels had been filled with the insects. How curious. After this many years of no food or water, how did these insects survive? Wondered Long Chen. Gadflying corpse devouring insects are a special corrupt insect. Legend has it they are one of the poison insects that the corrupt god raised with his own body. With the corrupt god's blessing, they can survive forever. Although that's just a legend that can't be trusted, there really is a special rune on their backs that can absorb death chi. Although this place is sealed and they can't leave, those runes can still absorb death chi from outside despite the restriction. Whether it is flying birds, roaming beasts, or even the insects in the ground, as long as they die, they will release death chi. The gadflying corpse devouring insects absorb that death chi to grow and breed. Furthermore, their most terrifying aspect is that they can enter a state of quasi-death, and in that state the amount of energy they use is essentially zero. So in theory, their lifespan is unlimited. Even if they survived since ancient times, it's still reasonable, explained Yue Zioqian. Zioqian, you really are erudite, praised Long Chen. He really had to prostrate himself in admiration towards her learning. Even if he exhausted himself to death, he would never be able to catch up to her. Haha, I'm the one who has to admire you. You really know how to babble. The immortal Tao is transcendental. While all living things have mundane troubles, destiny exists in the mortal world and priceless treasures belong only to the fated. Huang Junmo wasn't the only one who believed it. Even I believed it. At that time, I really thought you were the incarnation of a god. You really are dislikable, said Yue Zioqian a bit resentfully. She felt that she was foolish for falling for it. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Talking about reasonable things wasn't his strong point. But when it came to spouting nonsense, he had never been afraid to compete with anyone. Tell me, how did you come up with such a random name? Yue Zioqian was a simple and pure person. She felt there was definitely a problem with Long Chen's name, but she didn't know what. Hyuniadinide? That really wasn't something he could explain. Curse words weren't anything to be proud about. Long Chen shook his head. It was just a random name I came up with. It doesn't have any meaning. No, you're definitely lying, said Yue Zioqian, looking into Long Chen's eyes. You can't trick me. You definitely had some kind of meaning behind them. Nide, nide as in your uncle. Long Chen immediately began to sweat and nodded. All right, it's just your uncle, nothing else. Look, we're at another fork. Take a look and choose which path we should take. Long Chen really didn't want to keep talking about this topic. He had also experienced how difficult Yue Zioqian was to deal with. She had a kind of innate spiritual perception that allowed her to tell when people were lying. That was awkward. This way, the two of them continued onwards, insect molts cracking beneath their feet. They had already made 4 turns, and seeing this twisting cavern, they finally understood why there had been so many insects. We've arrived. They finally reached the end of the channel. There was a 3-meter door of light in front of them. Long Chen thought about it and decided to let Yue Zioqian enter first. This kind of danger of the unknown was something he should have tested first, but with his bad luck, it really wasn't advisable for him to do that. So he had Yue Zioqian go in first. Once Yue Zioqian entered, he followed right behind her. As soon as he entered the light door, he let out a startled cry. As soon as he was in, he found that he was floating in water. He hastily closed all his pores, afraid that something was wrong with the water. But Long Chen found that Yue Zioqian was incomparably excited. He asked, "This is the peak-grade heaven source extract." Yue Zioqian nodded. She took out a small jade vase. Its runes lit up and the liquid around them began to pour into it. It was clearly a spatial storage object. As the water level descended, Long Chen realized they were in a square space 300 meters wide and 2,500 meters tall. At the center was a giant stone stalactite. Heavens, there's so much peak-grade heaven source extract. Long Chen, am I dreaming? Yue Zioqian couldn't believe it. It's real. I've encountered the same thing. Back then, I almost thought that it was a bathing place, laughed Long Chen. Thinking of his ignorance back then, he felt a burst of embarrassment. Long Chen, you really are my lucky star. Yue Zioqian was extremely emotional now, and she tightly hugged Long Chen. This peak-grade heaven source extract was of the utmost importance to her original devil race. It could raise their overall talent without any drawbacks. It was practically a divine elixir. Obtaining all this peak-grade heaven source extract, she was incomparably excited. She drank a bit right there and then, immediately feeling completely refreshed. Even her spiritual strength increased, making her so excited that she seemed like a happy child. Once she calmed herself down a bit, they returned to the original plaza with the 8 gates. The other 7 gates also had heaven source extract as their ultimate rewards, but their quality was worse. Furthermore, each channel behind each gate was also filled with gadflying corpse-devouring insects. For them, risking danger by fighting against all those insects wouldn't be worth it. The two of them left the underground cave. They had a brief rest while Yue Zioqian used the heaven source extract to increase her power. Long Chen found that Yue Zioqian's energy was very special. It was different from any other cultivator's energy that he had ever seen. But that peak-grade heaven source extract was able to purify and increase that strange energy inside her. It was like a treasure just for the original devil race. Once she woke up from her meditative state, Long Chen offered her a certain thing. Here, have a fruit. Chapter 860, Arming the Alliance. When Yue Zioqian ate the fruit, she was stunned as she suddenly noticed that other than her core energy, another kind of energy had appeared within her body. When she circulated that energy, not only was she not restricted by the world, but she even received a kind of blessing from it that increased her own power. Long Chen, what fruit is this? Yue Zioqian was completely shocked. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? I call it a heavenly Tao fruit. It's one of my secrets, so please keep it from others, said Long Chen. I swear I won't tell anyone. I won't even tell my mother, said Yue Zioqian solemnly upon seeing how serious he was. Zioqian, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you, but this heavenly Tao fruit is too important. I have no choice but to be cautious, said Long Chen. I know and I understand. Thank you for sharing such an important secret with me, said Yue Zioqian gratefully, holding Long Chen's hand. He nodded. As long as Yue Zioqian didn't bother him with how he had such a thing, he was at ease. Then how are your gains? Yue Zioqian stood and formed a hand seal. A huge image appeared behind her. That image seemed to be a flower, but not a flower. It looked like a cross between a flower and a leaf. It was extremely bizarre. A powerful aura erupted out of Yue Zioqian, soaring straight into the clouds. At the same time, space began to rumble around her. What a powerful aura! Long Chen was startled. Yue Zioqian was extremely powerful. This was just her initial control over her new heavenly Tao energy, and she was clearly unfamiliar with using it. However, this aura showed that she was even stronger than he had thought. Yue Zioqian pointed her finger 3 times, and 3 rays of sword chi shot out. 3 holes appeared in a distant mountain. It then collapsed, shocking Long Chen. In just a few breaths, Yue Zioqian had managed to release such an attack with an unfamiliar energy. Her comprehension abilities were almost terrifying. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Long Chen, I can actually control the outside world's energy now. When I run into enemies, I don't have to worry about exposing myself anymore, said Yue Zioqian excitedly. Although she was veiled, her smile had turned her eyes into beautiful crescent moons. Long Chen nodded. This result was excellent. If he could obtain more heavenly Tao fruits, then more of the original devil race's experts could roam the martial heaven continent. Zioqian, how much of your true power can you release with the heavenly Tao energy? Asked Long Chen. This was an important point. Around 80%. Just 80%. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. That's already amazing. This heavenly Tao energy is even better than what I originally thought. When I tried it, I found that other than my core divine abilities, many of the techniques of my original devil race can be used with it. Although their effect is slightly lower, we don't need to be so helpless when fighting now. Furthermore, other than our strongest core divine abilities, even some magical arts can be used without revealing our devil mark. It'll be extremely safe. Previously, we had to rely on devil cores to deceive the heavenly Taos. We couldn't fight outside because once we did, it would exhaust our core energy, and we wouldn't be able to replenish it without returning to our skyscraping world. The more we used, the more dangerous it would be. That's also why I always ran when I encountered enemies. Against those blazing wolf race's experts, I really had no way to handle them. It was fortunate that you came, or I might have been exposed. But now I can use heavenly Tao energy, and I can replenish it whenever I want. It feels delightful. Yue Zioqian's excitement still hadn't lessened in the slightest. She had always been unable to fight back against enemies. That was extremely depressing, but now she was finally free of it. Then that's good. Is there anyone else from your race that entered the immemorial path with you? Asked Long Chen. Yes, this time 37 of us entered. They're all our race's elites, said Yue Zioqian. Can you find them? We have a secret art to communicate. Good, then I'll give you some heavenly Tao fruits and you distribute them. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous for them, said Long Chen. You have more, Yue Zioqian was startled. How could he have so many heaven-defying fruits? Okay, I'll immediately gather them. Yue Zioqian suddenly formed hand seals and a mark appeared on her forehead. That was the devil character, but that devil character had a faint golden glow to it and it appeared sacred and hallowed. When it lit up her face, she seemed like an immortal. 6 hours later, someone new arrived. It was a handsome man with shoulder-length hair. He flew in front of Yue Zioqian and bowed according to an extremely ancient etiquette. Greetings, sacred daughter. Greetings, senior Long Chen. Yue Zioqian returned the etiquette and said, It's been hard on you. Did you run into any dangers? Thank you for your care. Disciple only ran into some minor troubles with nothing worth mentioning. Seeing that Long Chen was a bit dumbfounded, Yue Zioqian smiled and said, You don't need to find it strange. Everyone in the original devil race recognizes you now. Many thanks, Senior Long Chen, for your benevolence. Otherwise, there would have been no way for us to leave the skyscraping world and serve our race. That person once more bowed toward Long Chen. Long Chen felt extremely awkward. He hastily cupped his fists in return. That strange bowing form was extremely particular, and he wasn't able to imitate it. Yue Zioqian laughed. Long Chen, you don't need to be so courteous. Long Chen nodded and directly gave that person a rank 2 heavenly Tao fruit. That person glanced at Yue Zioqian and saw her nod before he received it. The second person quickly arrived after the first, then the third and fourth. Long Chen was startled by this efficiency. In just one day, the majority of them had already gathered. They had to have some kind of secret technique that allowed them to cross the wider abysses, or there was no way they could have gotten here so quickly. Once everyone was gathered, there were only 32 of them. Sadness appeared in Yue Zioqian's eyes. Those other 5 people had clearly fallen. Sacred daughter, don't be aggrieved. They died for the race and they were our honorable warriors, comforted a woman. Yue Zioqian nodded. The reason why she was so sad was because those fallen warriors hadn't died, because they hadn't been as strong as their opponents. They had died to keep the secret of the original devil race, dying because they hadn't revealed their true power. To not be exposed, they had chosen to die. That was what made Yue Zioqian feel the worst. They were true warriors worthy of respect. 3 days later, all of them had consumed the heavenly Tao fruits and become rank 2 celestials. They all had another kind of energy in their bodies that made them incredibly excited. Their gratefulness towards Long Chen reached a new level. Long Chen, do you want them to travel alone again or come with us? Asked Yue Zioqian. Staying with us is too dangerous. Long Chen shook his head. Although they were all experts, his enemies were too powerful. They hadn't reached that level yet. Although they had consumed the heavenly Tao fruits and used the peak-grade heaven source extract, they weren't on the level of Yue Zioqian. Thus, they couldn't fight alongside him. Before you leave, I want to say a few words. If you do run into danger, use your full power to kill your way out. Even if that exposes your identity, it's fine, said Long Chen. Long Chen, Yue Zioqian, and the other original Devil Race's members were all startled. Since we've chosen to be allies, I treat you as my brothers and sisters. Your lives are the most precious. Even if you have to expose yourself, that's not important. The most important thing is for you to live. Even if the heavens collapse, I will be there to help you carry them. Your lives aren't able to impact the big picture, so don't pointlessly sacrifice them. All right, you can all go. I wish you good fortune. Huge waves rose in the hearts of the original Devil Race's members. Although his voice was calm without immense passion, it revealed his confidence. At the same time, the care within his voice warmed their hearts. They once more bowed toward him and went in their own directions. They needed to find more opportunities and resources for their original Devil Race so that they could grow. Thank you, Long Chen. Yue Zioqian's eyes were slightly reddened. She also didn't want her people to die, but she didn't dare to say the same words that he had. She didn't possess that confidence. You've thanked me so much. Are you really not going to consider giving your heart to me? Teased Long Chen. A nice thought. Yue Zioqian lightly hit him and turned away, wiping away her tears. She was completely red. After some light teasing of a beauty, Long Chen opened his map. The two of them were currently in the middle section of the eastern region of the immemorial path. If they continued forward, they would reach another huge block that was almost the same size as the 10,000 Beast Forest. But this huge block was actually a castle. That area was a trial region that had to be traversed in order to get deeper into the eastern region. However, it could no longer be referred to as a trial region, as it had completely broken down. It was the only huge ruins in the eastern region. Zioqian, let's go. I'll bring you to a very lively place. Long Chen smiled. He could run into many friends there. Chapter 861, Blood-Colored Ancient Castle. The blood-colored ancient castle was the largest comparatively preserved trial region in the immemorial path's eastern region. It was different from the 10,000 Beast Forest. The 10,000 Beast Forest had just been a primordial forest. The blood-colored ancient castle was millions of miles long. It was a shocking, practically endless construction. The entire castle was the exact same color as fresh blood. Originally, this castle had been built so grandly that it soared into the clouds. But that majestic and towering scene was gone. It was now a pile of ruins filled with an air of decay and dejection. There were 2 righteous experts carefully advancing at the edge of the castle, searching the ruins. Although countless years had passed, although countless people had explored it, the number of people that had been able to reach its core region was pitifully low. Furthermore, the castle was so large that no one would dare to say that they had finished exploring the outer region. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out that caused the 2 of them to shoot back. But then they saw that a blood-colored rock had simply shattered. They sighed with relief. This ancient castle was filled with a strange aura, one that made people's hair stand on end. Whoever entered it would feel on edge. Senior apprentice brother, maybe we should leave. This place is too bizarre. I always feel like there's a chilling breeze behind me and like my heart is about to leap out of my chest, said the younger expert. He didn't want to go any deeper. Fuck, it really is bizarre. When we entered, it was still so sunny outside, but now it's so gloomy and sinister. You're right, this place is too evil and unnatural. Let's go somewhere else to test our luck. The slightly older one had just finished speaking when he looked back at his fellow disciple. When he saw him, his face instantly turned pale with terror. What is it, senior? A black figure suddenly pierced through his back. The disciple was horrified and was just about to struggle when his whole body withered, becoming a desiccated corpse. He didn't even have a chance to resist. A black figure merged back with the earth. as if it had never existed at all. The only sign of its existence was that withered corpse. The slightly older disciple was terrified. Without even thinking about it, he slashed his sword behind him and then turned to flee. His sword didn't strike anything, or perhaps it could be said that it struck something, but that something was nothing more than a shadow. His sword went through the shadow without affecting it at all. The shadow grew out of the ground like a tree root, and it suddenly released a thorn that shot toward him. He tried to dodge, but he suddenly found that his legs were both bound by the shadow. No! His miserable scream was cut short, as all his blood chi flowed into the shadow and was absorbed. In just a single breath, he was turned into a withered corpse. He collapsed on the ground, looking like a block of dried-up wood. Once that shadow had absorbed his blood chi, it returned to the ground. But suddenly, a ray of light shot over and directly cut it in two. Blood surprisingly splashed out of it. The shadow was cut in two and disappeared as if it had returned to the ground. Two new figures appeared in the ruins. One looked like he was heroic and bold, while one was a veiled woman. They were Long Chen and Yue Zioqian. Zioqian, what do you think? Long Chen looked at the blood and corpses on the ground. He frowned as he had never seen such a thing before today. On the way, they had also seen quite a few withered corpses. They should be shadow ghouls, said Yue Zioqian. Seeing his blank stare, she explained, shadow ghouls are a member of the ghost race. They form when a person dies, but their soul doesn't completely dissipate. It forms a special kind of life form. There really are ghosts in this world. Long Chen was startled. He had always thought they were just stories to frighten people. The ghosts you're talking about are just some things that people made up. The ghosts that I'm talking about are a kind of life energy. In truth, there are many life forms in this world that we can't come into contact with. To put it another way, they should be in a parallel space next to ours, making it so we can never come into contact with them. There are always people who like to break conventions and do a few heretical things. When dimensional walls are broken, a few things from other worlds will flow into ours. Originally, such things shouldn't be able to exist within our world. Special conditions need to be met in order for them to survive. For example, these shadow ghosts shouldn't exist in our world, but they are here. That means someone intentionally drew them here and intentionally set up the environment so they could survive. Drawing over existences from other worlds is no different than playing with fire. If it has no natural predators in its new environment, it would have the potential to destroy the entire world. As soon as I entered this castle, I sensed an unusual aura. This aura isn't something suitable to human cultivators. If my guess isn't wrong, the blood-colored ancient castle must have caught ghosts from other worlds as trials for their disciples, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen nodded. This guess of hers was extremely likely. Even if it wasn't correct, it shouldn't be that far from the truth. Because the castle had crumbled, these ghosts had become free of all laws. They actually took the initiative to kill people. Do they get anything from killing people? Asked Long Chen. A human's essence blood is a delicacy to them. Although absorbing essence blood doesn't let them grow, they still find it delightful, said Yue Zioqian. Isn't it said that ghosts fear sunlight? How could they kill people in broad daylight? Asked Long Chen. Ghosts do fear the yang. Sunlight is something they dislike, but the formations here weaken the sunlight. Furthermore, they weren't completely exposed to the sunlight, so they were naturally unafraid of it. In truth, these shadow ghouls aren't powerful. Anyone with powerful spiritual strength would be able to easily sense them. That's why they target those with weak souls, and attacks against them must contain soul energy in order to harm their incorporeal bodies. That's because soul energy is also a kind of incorporeal energy, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen gave her a thumbs up. As expected, she was truly knowledgeable about all things. Having Yue Zioqian by his side felt amazing. Thank you for your praise, said Yue Zioqian happily. When it came to theoretical knowledge, she was extremely amazing, but she didn't have the slightest bit of experience. Long Chen was the opposite. As long as he learned the theory, he could use it in practice. Yue Zioqian held Long Chen's arm as they slowly went deeper into the castle. It didn't seem at all like they were trying to pass trials. It was more like two sweethearts were strolling down the streets. It was just as Yue Zioqian said. Long Chen could sense that he was being stared at occasionally, but those things all left in the end. Yue Zioqian told him that shadow ghouls were very crafty and sensitive to danger. Once they sensed that their prey's spiritual strength was too strong, they wouldn't dare to come over. A shadow ghoul's attack could be classified as a spiritual attack. If someone possessed a protective soul item, they also wouldn't attack. This place is so terrifying. Just what kind of attack could turn it into this state? Wondered Yue Ziokian as she looked at a construction in front of them. That was a huge tower. It had already been broken in several places and fallen on the ground, but even those broken segments were taller than mountains. In its broken state, this tower looked like a huge mountain range. Half the tower was buried, and there were some scars on the land that seemed like they had been caused when it had collapsed. Let's go in and take a look. Long Chen and Yue Ziokian entered. They found that it was filled with spider webs and flying bats. It was extremely dark, but they were able to see everything clearly with their excellent vision. There's nothing valuable inside. The secret rooms inside here should have all been destroyed. The runes outside have also lost their effect. Whatever caused the tower to collapse could not have been ordinary. It was definitely caused by some power beyond our current imagination that erased all that runic energy. Yue Ziokian brushed her hand against the wall. The runes on the wall fell and scattered like sand. Long Chen nodded. It should have been some kind of mysterious energy specialized in targeting runes that caused them to lose their effect. Other than the rune that he had encountered at the entrance of the immemorial path, he hadn't seen any complete runes exposed like that. Runes? That's right, Senior. Do you recognize this rune? Long Chen suddenly asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell, using his spiritual strength to form the image of the rune he had obtained with the Primal Chaos Space's help. I recognize it, but this rune isn't something you can come into contact with right now. You definitely shouldn't study it any further. What disappointed him was that the Eastern Wasteland Bell only said this before going silent. It refused to say how to use the rune, let alone its origin. They explored the tower for a while but didn't find anything useful. They left, continuing onwards. As they continued, Long Chen kept his divine sense spread out. He had already found quite a few hidden places. There were other people moving around in stealth as well, and when they saw Long Chen and Yue Ziokian holding hands as they leisurely advanced, their expressions became odd. Long Chen laughed inside. The more carefully you advanced, the more people would think you lacked confidence, and the more they would think you were weak. Then you would become their targets. The two of them weren't traveling quickly. After 2 hours, they had only traveled 30 miles. Long Chen had Yue Ziokian lead the way, while he simply followed. He felt that if she led the way, their luck would be 100 times better than when he led the way. Reality proved he was right. When Long Chen entered similar places on his own, if he didn't run into the attacks of wild beasts, he would be provoked by other experts. But with Yue Ziokian, everything went smoothly for these 2 hours. Just as Long Chen thought that this method could keep them safe and sound, a huge figure appeared behind them and charged at them. Chapter 862, Ancient Murals. Yue Ziokian didn't even look. Her sword slashed out behind, cutting the figure in two. It rapidly merged with the ground. The shadow ghouls are getting stronger and stronger, as well as more berserk. Injuring them isn't difficult, but killing them would exhaust quite a bit of soul energy. It's not really worth it, said Yue Ziokian. Then it's fine, you save your energy. If any shadow ghouls appear, just leave them to me. Long Chen smiled. As expected, they had only gone a few more miles when another figure shot at them from a crack in the ground. A bolt of lightning flew by and struck it, turning it into smoke. That shadow ghoul was killed in one attack. What terrifying thunder force! It even contains an aura of annihilation. That's something only heavenly tribulation lightning could possess. Is your lightning? Yue Ziokian was shocked. Nothing can be hidden from you. Yes, my thunder force was gathered from tribulation lightning. Long Chen found that Yue Ziokian was too learned. There was nothing she didn't know. How is that possible? How could a human control heavenly tribulation lightning? Yue Ziokian still found this hard to believe. Long Chen explained how he had encountered tribulation in his first advancement and onwards. He also told her how he had raised Lei Long. After her initial disbelief, she gradually came to accept this power that was beyond her understanding. This was her first time hearing that someone could control heavenly tribulation lightning. The two of them continued. More and more shadow ghouls appeared, and each time they would be killed in one shot by the pointing of Long Chen's finger. They saw quite a few more corpses on the way. They had all been killed by shadow ghouls. These shadow ghouls were also getting stronger. But no matter how strong the shadow ghouls became, they were still weeds in front of Long Chen. His thunder force was their bane. There's an opening below. Let's go take a look. Yue Ziokian pointed downwards. Long Chen looked and saw that the huge wall was concealing the fact that there was an opening here. Yue Zioqian was just about to slash the wall apart when Long Chen stopped her. He simply grabbed and lifted it. The huge wall that was millions of pounds was easily lifted. We should do our best not to leave any marks, or others will find us. This entrance was an underground entrance to some construction. Long Chen replaced the wall so that everything looked normal. That way it wouldn't be likely for others to follow them. Do you want to go in front or should I? Asked Yue Zioqian. You should stay in front. This place is too dark, so I'll activate my Thunder Force. Long Chen became covered in violet lightning. Those were his lightning runes. It was like he was wearing clothes made of lightning, making the underground room as bright as if it were daytime. As they continued onwards, they saw that this passage continued at a slight tilt downwards. They hadn't gotten far before a huge mouse suddenly attacked Long Chen. The mouse's fur ended in black, sharp points that made it look like a porcupine. Its eyes were scarlet, and its long tail was sharp like a blade. Careful, this is a rockthorn mouse and its quills are poisonous, warned Yue Zioqian. Bang, Long Chen's broadsword slammed into the mouse, but it actually blocked it with its teeth. Sparks flew when they collided. The 3-meter-long mouse slammed into a wall. It let out a strange cry. Suddenly, it raised its tail and swung it at them. The end of its tail opened, and countless needle-like quills flew toward Long Chen. Long Chen's broadsword blocked all of them easily. They were clearly grown out of flesh, but they were harder than metal. Long Chen unsheathed Flying Rainbow. Cold light flashed as that mouse's head was severed. Flying Rainbow was exceptionally sharp, so it was much easier to kill this kind of magical beast with it. Long Chen picked up one of its quills. The quill was 5 inches long and around 200 grams. There were little holes in its tip that were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Those holes hide its poison. The rockthorn mouse is extremely special. It doesn't have a poison sac. Instead, its quills are what store its poison. Although it's just a 6th-rank magical beast, its poison quills are very sharp and can easily pierce a 7th-rank magical beast's hide. Even if it can't poison a 7th-rank magical beast to death, it can poison it half to death, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen's eyes brightened. If it was this strong, then it was something good. Long Chen, what are you doing? I'm gathering all these quills as they are natural weapons for Xuanhuan. I'm sure he'll faint from joy when he sees them, laughed Long Chen as he gathered them. These were the things that Xuanhuan liked the most. As for the rockthorn mouse's corpse, he tossed it into the primal chaos space. But he didn't put it in the black soil yet. He needed to keep a few corpses in reserve for when he was running out of life energy. Then he could use the corpses. Once Yue Zioqian learned that he had a use for these quills, she helped him. The two of them began a slaughter of the rockthorn mice that lived here. This seemed to be their nest. Long Chen actually killed over 1,000 of them, and he had a mountain of their corpses. Each one of them had over 100 quills on their tails, so now he had over 100,000 of them. Wait a moment, Long Chen, we've entered a different channel now. There are murals here, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen looked toward the wall. As expected, there were stone carvings. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. The carvings from such ancient times were extremely valuable. They might even be able to peer into some secrets of that era. Zioqian, what does this say? Long Chen saw that whatever was carved was unclear, but there was a large mass of words. Long Chen could occasionally recognize a few characters, but he couldn't comprehend it. This is the introduction of the trial. It clearly indicates Qi Wu. In today's language, it means that a steel body must also be flexible. A strong body has a strong soul. A strong soul has a weak, explained Yue Zioqian. Cough Zioqian, could you explain it in simpler terms? Coughed Long Chen. Yue Zioqian smiled. To put it simpler, this should be a trial for the soul and will. It has high requirements for spiritual strength, so this should be a trial suited to soul cultivators. Only those with strong enough spiritual strength can handle the shadow ghouls here. However, everything has changed now that it's broken down. If this was a trial only for people with powerful souls, those rockthorn mice shouldn't have appeared. Her guess was truly reasonable. If this was a trial of spiritual strength, in other words, a trial for soul cultivators, having soul cultivators face physical attacks was simply murder. Oh, why are the people in this mural so strange? They have a pair of bat-like wings. As the two of them advanced, Long Chen saw a mural that was filled with those strange people. Those aren't people. Those are winged devils, the same as the skeletons we saw in the GLI secret realm. Do you see that protuberance on their foreheads? That's where their devil core is. They're a mixed existence formed between depraved humans and the devil race. They've inherited the devil race's fierceness and evil desires while maintaining a portion of the human race's intelligence, sighed Yue Zioqian. Long Chen was startled. These were members of the devil race. If she hadn't said it, he would have thought they were members of the ancient races. The human race is that strong. They can not only integrate with Xuanhuan beasts but also with the devil race. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yue Zioqian looked at him helplessly. Humans are the most complicated existence in this world. Their entire existence is a contradiction. They are sometimes kind, sometimes evil, sometimes noble, sometimes depraved, sometimes like a heavenly immortal, sometimes like a demonic devil. Humans are the ones least able to resist temptation, or perhaps it's that their desires have no end. They like to take risks, have no respect for anything, and as a result, the human race has ended up in their current plight. Was the human race very powerful before? Asked Long Chen. Powerful? They couldn't even be described as just powerful. Humans are the spirit of all things. Each human is a spiritual being, their own existence. They possess the pinnacle of the cosmos's truth, the rulers of the world. Regretfully, the current human race's bloodline is no longer pure, and they have fallen to the point of extinction. And yet, they still don't seem aware of it and only know how to fight amongst themselves. Yue Zioqian shook her head with pity for the changing of the times. Long Chen wanted to say that this was a good thing. If the human race fought to the point of extinction, there would be no one to make things hard for her original devil race. But then, thinking of his own status, he swallowed his words back down. Continuing to examine the murals, he saw that it was a story. Each mural was linked to the next. At the next mural, a large group of humans had appeared, and an immense battle was fought between them and the winged devils. It was a miserable battle, with corpses littering the blood-stained ground. The human race was losing miserably, with heavy casualties. Those winged devils had powerful runes on their wings. Although these were just static images, Long Chen could feel just how fast they had to be. Furthermore, their bodies were muscular like bulls. Their flesh bulged with explosive power. They were clearly both powerful and fast. The humans weren't their match. Thinking of Yue Zioqian's words, Long Chen couldn't help feeling it was satirical. The human race was the ancestor of the winged devils, but now the winged devils were mercilessly slaughtering them. There were several consecutive murals of the winged devils slaughtering the humans. Towards the end, a group of people appeared. They formed hand seals, and illusory figures appeared behind their bodies. Those figures held blades, swords, towers, bells. From their hand seals, they should be using a kind of soul art. Once that soul art was activated, the bloodthirsty winged devils became immobile, unable to move an inch. The winged devils are afraid of soul arts? Asked Long Chen. Living ones are afraid of soul arts, but dead ones that have revived aren't. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had it so hard back then. Thinking of their previous cooperation against the winged devil skeletons, Yue Zioqian smiled in reminiscence. She held Long Chen's arm. What is going on here? Long Chen didn't notice Yue Zioqian's gentle movements. Looking at the next mural, he was filled with disbelief. Chapter 863, Riddle. In that mural, the humans had just defeated the winged devils and were celebrating. They had gathered to kowtow in front of a group of people. There were men and women in that group. They were standing in the air, sacred and holy, graceful and grand. The shocking thing was that there was a mark on their foreheads. That mark was indistinct, but Long Chen could see that it was extremely similar to the one that appeared on Yue Zioqian when she released her core energy. Even the feeling he got from it was similar. Zioqian, are they your original devil race's members? Asked Long Chen. I seem to be able to sense a familiar aura from their bodies, especially from those race marks on their foreheads. Even if they aren't members of the original devil race, they should have a relationship with us. But look, in that era, the human race was so respectful to us, practically worshipping us. If they are really members of the original devil race, how could the original devil race have ended up being the public enemy of the entire world? A lost expression appeared in Yue Zioqian's eyes. Even you can't be sure. Yue Zioqian shook her head. My mother refuses to let me learn too many secrets. As for the Grand Elders, even they regard the secrets of our ancestors as something that can't be leaked no matter what. They also refuse to say anything. Previously, I told you that any disciple that learns too many secrets will no longer be permitted to leave the skyscraping world. Although I don't know the reason behind it, I'm sure my mother is doing what's best for us. Long Chen nodded. Looking at these people in the scene, countless questions revolved in his head. Supposing these people were from the original devil race, then just what had happened during this time? From the murals, It seemed that the human race had received their help or pointers, which was the only way they had defeated the winged devils. These murals were eulogizing the original devil race's contributions. If these people really were members of the original devil race, if his guess was truly correct, then this riddle was a bit too frightening, wasn't it? From being worshipped like gods, they had become targets to be slaughtered, and even the heavenly Taos refused to accept them. What had happened? Was it something related to the battle back then? Just what kind of history was hidden by that battle? Yue Zioqian suddenly slashed her sword, killing a rockthorn mouse that was attacking them and breaking Long Chen's pondering. All right, let's not waste too much time thinking about this. Whatever the truth is, it'll be exposed sooner or later. But before we have enough power, learning those secrets has no meaning. Let's keep going. Yue Zioqian pulled on Long Chen's hand. He nodded, and they continued onwards. This underground world was like a maze. They were constantly being attacked by rockthorn mice. After traveling a bit more, Long Chen felt like the spiritual pressure was growing stronger. He suddenly saw that Yue Zioqian was a bit pale. Zioqian, what is it? Do you not feel that some illusions are starting to pop up? Yue Zioqian looked at him with shock. That was because an hour ago, she had started to feel that everything she was seeing was growing distorted. Illusions constantly popped up. Sometimes the ground beneath her feet would become an abyss. Sometimes fierce devils would appear in front of her. Sometimes she would hear a strange sound behind her. From the start, she had known they had entered an illusion formation. But seeing Long Chen easily brushing it off, she hadn't said a word. However, now the illusions were growing stronger, and they were becoming more and more realistic. She was starting to be unable to bear it. Being caught in illusions, a person's spiritual perception would sharply drop. At this time, even if a rockthorn mouse appeared right in front of her, she might not even notice it. That kind of feeling was extremely uneasy. It was like someone with excellent vision had become blind. Illusions? Where? Long Chen's words caused Yue Zioqian to feel shocked. At this time, the Eastern Wasteland bell rang out in his mind. You're different. You defeated yourself and a version of yourself that was even stronger than you at that. Your will has reached a kind of pinnacle, and your Tao heart is essentially flawless. The illusions here don't just require powerful spiritual strength to resist. They are targeted toward a person's heart devils, the weaknesses in their hearts. Your will has reached a monstrous level, so this kind of illusion formation cannot shake you. You can't even sense them, but she finds it very taxing here. Long Chen didn't know that this illusion formation was targeted toward a person's heart. The more unsteady a person's Tao heart was, the easier they would be affected. The stronger their heart devils, the greater their fear, the more things they feared would appear here. In the end, they would be lost in this labyrinth. Do you not feel anything at all? Yue Zioqian felt this was inconceivable. Long Chen smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist. He also released his will. Releasing his will was like releasing his inner aura. That was an unrivaled will, one that could disdainfully look down on gods, the heavens, the earth, and the entire universe. Long Chen would only release it when he fought peak experts, but he now used a kind of self-hypnotism to make it seem like he was facing a powerful expert. This was a kind of formless energy, but it was also substantive. It was mysterious and profound, impossible to describe with words. How did you do this? Yue Zioqian was shocked. Long Chen didn't hide anything from her. He told her about how he had entered a trial where he had fought against an even stronger version of himself. When Yue Zioqian heard that, she was appalled. That was something impossible. How could someone possibly defeat a version of themselves that was slightly stronger in every aspect and never tired? Long Chen, why do you have to go all out like this? Asked Yue Zioqian with a slightly pained expression. Long Chen laughed. If I said I wanted to get stronger to protect you, would you believe it? If that's what you're saying, then I'll believe you, said Yue Zioqian sincerely. Long Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Originally, he had been teasing her, but as a result, he had checkmated himself. If he really said it now, it would seem too fake. If he didn't say it, she would feel bad. Long Chen still hadn't completely grasped what kind of person Yue Zioqian was, so he couldn't make random jokes with her like with Tang Wanner. Oh, what's that? As they were walking, Long Chen suddenly noticed that the fluctuations in the air had disappeared. They had already passed the illusion region and entered a new region. Not far behind them was a faint figure. It was following them, neither quickly nor slowly. That figure was extremely faint. In this pitch-black world, it was almost impossible to notice it. Long Chen had just barely sensed a faint spiritual fluctuation before realizing it was there. Another ghost, said Yue Ziokian. Ghost? Yes, the so-called ghosts aren't those nonsense things you've heard of. When people die, their souls split into three kinds of energy. One is called the Hun, one is called the Po, and one is called the Qi. The Qi is the purest energy of a person's life. Once a person dies, it will go to the netherworld and be forever separated from this world. The Qi goes to the netherworld, while the Hun and Po stay in this world. For some people, when they die, they are at peace and don't leave regrets. Their Hun and Po combine to form a new kind of energy that reincarnates. But because the Qi has gone to the netherworld, this reincarnation won't possess the memories of its previous life. There are also some who are full of hatred and unwillingness when they die. Their Qi goes to the netherworld, but their Hun and Po separate. Due to the unwillingness and regret within the Hun and Po, the Hun transforms into a ghost, while the Po transforms into a fiend. The ghost represents greed, while the ghoul represents bloodthirst and brutality. They're both existences that can't see the light of day, explained Yue Ziokian. Really? There really is an underworld for the dead, and people can reincarnate? Long Chen was shocked. No. Those things you've heard are just stories. What I'm talking about regards how the heavenly Taos operate, said Yue Ziokian with a bit of vexation. After explaining this to him for so long, Long Chen had actually connected it to those fables of ghosts and monsters. Hey little brat, get over here. Are you trying to act like a ghost in front of me? Long Chen pointed at the faint figure and shouted, hoping to scare it away with an intimidation tactic. But the ghost didn't give a damn about him. It just stood there woodenly like a fool. Fool, it's useless. They are formed from greed and are different from shadow ghouls. They basically have no intelligence, said Yue Ziokian. Oh? You're definitely thinking in terms of your popular folklore. Those devils and evil spirits in those stories are really just fiends. As for ghosts, they are just formed from greed. They just like following others in hopes to obtain something good from them. They have no attack power. If they run into ordinary mortals, they might be able to merge into their souls when a person is acting greedy. But even then, they can't completely control them. They'll only be able to blindly toss from side to side. That kind of situation has been called possessed by a ghost by people. As for cultivators, ghosts won't be able to invade their souls, so you don't need to care about them, said Yue Ziokian. Long Chen finally nodded in comprehension. At the same time, he had to admire her learning. Looking at the ghost, a pondering expression appeared on his face. It was unknown what he was thinking. Hey, Long Chen, you wouldn't be getting any crazy ideas, right? Probed Yue Ziokian. After being in contact with him for this long, she had a slightly greater understanding of him. It seems I've thought of a way to handle ghosts. Long Chen slowly walked in front of the ghost. He reached out his hand, holding a certain item. When Yue Ziokian saw that thing, her eyes opened wide. She didn't know what to say. Chapter 864, I'll subdue her. Long Chen, can you grow up a bit? Don't mess around. Yue Ziokian looked at the round thing in Long Chen's hand. That was a gold coin. Everyone says that money can make even ghosts do work. Let's try it, laughed Long Chen. Yue Ziokian sighed. Sometimes Long Chen made her absolutely speechless. He actually wanted to bribe a ghost. Little ghost, come over. Big brother has a big pile of money here. Do you want it? Do you want to make some money? Long Chen's voice was full of excitement. Yue Ziokian felt goosebumps. This seduction was too obvious. Long Chen, don't mess around, reprimanded Yue Ziokian. But she had just finished saying that when a disbelieving expression appeared on her face. That ghost actually slowly approached Long Chen. Come, don't be afraid. Tell Big Brother what's going on here. I have lots and lots of money for you. Once you have money, you won't be alone. You can buy a house and marry some beautiful ghosts. You can stay in your ghost room all day and listen to your ghost women tell you ghost stories. Heavens, that kind of blessed ghost day really makes a person envious. Seeing the ghost slowly get closer, Long Chen was delighted. Nonsense continued to spout from his mouth. Yue Ziokian was flabbergasted. Even though she thought of herself as educated, this kind of situation had escaped the scope of her learning. Could money really make even ghosts do work? Long Chen didn't feel any fear as the ghost approached him. He didn't feel any feeling of danger, and Yue Ziokian had also said that ghosts were just manifestations of greed. If a person wasn't intensely greedy, they couldn't be possessed. A shadow appeared on Long Chen's hand. It was like a hand, and it grabbed the coin. The coin floated into the air and then vanished. Long Chen and Yue Ziokian were shocked. What was going on? The coin had disappeared without the slightest spatial fluctuation. This situation was bizarre. Hey, don't leave once you take my money, raged Long Chen. The ghost had used some unknown method to take his coin and then retreated to its original location. That was extremely irritating to Long Chen, and lightning runes appeared on his finger. He pointed at the ghost, shouting, "Hand back my money." Crackling sounds filled the air and the ghost seemed to have been frightened. It disappeared. "Fuck, I lost a gold coin just like that," raged Long Chen. Yue Zioqian was silent for a long moment before suddenly saying, "I think I've figured something out. Ghosts are unable to differentiate the value of money. It was only drawn over to your gold coin because it was contaminated with too many people's desires. That is what it sensed, and it thinks it's something good for it. Don't get angry. This idea of yours is good. Take out another gold coin and see if you can draw it back." "Will that work? It looks like it has already fled," said Long Chen, but he still took out a golden coin. These gold coins were from the Phoenix Cry Empire. He only kept them as memorabilia. "Don't worry, ghosts have no intelligence. As manifestations of greed, they quickly forget any danger," said Yue Zioqian. As she had expected, the black figure slowly appeared. It quickly appeared in front of Long Chen again. This time, Long Chen had learned from last time. He held onto the coin tightly, not letting it take it away no matter how it pulled. "Kanayi Gukachi Lu." Yue Zioqian suddenly said a string of bizarre syllables. "Zioqian, you know how to speak ghost?" Long Chen was shocked. Even a peaceful person like Yue Zioqian couldn't bear such a thing. She hit him in fury, saying, "You're the one speaking ghost. I'm using these tones to see if I can communicate with it using spiritual strength. If you don't understand, then don't speak." Long Chen was amazed by her knowledge. How did she know this? Yue Zioqian repeated it 3 times, but the ghost ignored her. It was still trying to take the gold coin from Long Chen's hand, but with Long Chen's tight hold over it, it was unable to. But on the 4th time that Yue Zioqian repeated it, her eyes suddenly brightened. "Long Chen, give this coin to it and then take out another one, but don't give that one to it for now." Hearing that, Long Chen let go. Yet again, he still couldn't figure out how the gold coin simply vanished. He took out a second one. Yue Zioqian immediately began to communicate with it. Long Chen didn't know what she was saying. It sounded like nonsense to him. Following her instructions, he ended up giving the ghost a total of 8 gold coins before it suddenly moved. Yue Zioqian pulled on Long Chen, following the ghost. "What's going on?" whispered Long Chen. "I managed to communicate with it, and it will bring us to the core region of the trial. All we need to do is give it some money. Long Chen, this idea of yours really was brilliant. We can just let the ghost lead the way," said Yue Zioqian excitedly. "Hee, you praise me. If it weren't for your communication ability, this method of mine wouldn't have worked either. I don't know how to speak ghost," laughed Long Chen. "Dislikable, don't spout nonsense. If you didn't know how to speak ghost, that Huang Junmo wouldn't have been hoodwinked by you," said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen decided to keep his mouth shut. The 2 of them followed the ghost. Every now and then, it would stop and Long Chen would have to give it a gold coin. After Long Chen had given it over 100 gold coins, and after they had walked for over 2 hours through twisting and winding corridors, light finally appeared in front of them. The ghost immediately stopped, not daring to go any further. Long Chen thought about it. As expected with money, it was possible to get even a ghost to work for you. He decided to be a bit magnanimous and directly gave 100 gold coins to it as a bonus. Then he and Yue Zioqian walked into the light. Before they even entered the light, he felt several powerful auras ahead. There had to be experts already there. The space in front of them suddenly opened. This was a world of light, with a bright sun hanging in the air. Only now did Long Chen realize the 2 of them had made a mistake. Perhaps if they had been walking above ground, it would have been much easier to reach this place. It seemed as if the underground core trial had already crumbled. As a result, it was revealed above ground in a huge space around 20 miles wide. There was a hill 10 meters tall in this space. That hill was covered in a layer of light. Once Long Chen entered, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He felt like some kind of energy had been stripped off him. "This place forbids the usage of magical arts, nor can you use heaven and earth's energy," warned Yue Zioqian quietly. The 2 of them had only just entered when countless eyes stared at Long Chen like blades. There were hundreds of experts here. They were walking around the hill, frowning in thought. There were experts from the righteous path, the corrupt path, and the ancient races, but none of them were speaking. So when the 2 of them appeared, it immediately drew all their attention. When they saw Long Chen, they were shocked. "Long Chen, you're still not dead," a chilly voice rang out, one that caused everyone's hearts to shake. That voice had come from a person with shoulder-length hair. He was surrounded by a terrifying energy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. There was a third eye on his forehead that was closed. Terrifying fluctuations came from him. "Oh, aren't you Zuyu? Your complexion looks much better than before, and your neck looks much sturdier than ever. I wonder if it will be severed as easily again. And you've even grown back both your legs. Not bad, not bad, congratulations." Long Chen looked at Zuyu with a bit of surprise. His words caused everyone to jump in fright. People had heard of Long Chen's sudden rise, how he was powerful enough to fight with the other peak experts, but those were only stories. The peak experts in the immemorial path were existences that had blossomed from childhood. Their fame had been known for many years. But Long Chen's rise had been too sudden. Many people thought he was simply bragging, trying to raise his status without any true power to back it. But now everyone was dumbfounded. Long Chen had not only fought against Zuyu, but he had also severed his neck and his legs. If that was true, Long Chen was practically heaven-defying. Zuyu ignored his provocation. He was still shocked. "Lang Yuan let you go, that's impossible." Lang Yuan was merciless and vicious. All these years, Zuyu had fought against her, and he had narrowly escaped death several times. That was why he was so confused. Long Chen had already wasted a great deal of his energy fighting him, so how could he still be alive after facing Lang Yuan? That made no sense. "Do you think I'm as weak as you and would have my leg cut off instantly in a single exchange? No matter how amazing Lang Yuan is, she's nothing more than a beautiful girl. Sooner or later, I will subdue her and make it so that she can't even fight back." Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Before Zuyu could even respond, an indifferent voice rang out, but that voice was imposing and icy. "Really, I really look forward to that day." Everyone was startled. They hastily looked up to see that at some unknown point, a figure had appeared in the sky. She was beautiful, perfectly so. Her sapphire eyes possessed a breathtaking beauty. This woman, who was an embodiment of the pinnacle of beauty, caused everyone to get goosebumps. It was like a blade was pressed against their throats. A bloodthirsty aura filled the world. It was like killing intent, but not. It was like it had come from her bones, or perhaps even her soul. "Lang Yuan." Long Chen was shocked. Unconsciously, his hand was already gripping his broadsword tightly. All his energy began to slowly condense as he took on a battle posture. Ghost words means nonsense or lies. So by asking her if she knew how to speak ghost, Long Chen was kind of insulting her a bit. Chapter 865, Suppressing Everyone Present. Lang Yuan's arrival caused a formless, murderous aura to fill the entire space. It was like this space had become a bloody hell because of her arrival. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and those with weaker wills began to sweat. Her arrival shocked everyone present, but her gaze was only on Long Chen. "Good, worthy of the man I've taken a fancy to. In such a short time, you've improved so much. However, with just this little power, wanting to subdue me and making it so I can't even fight back is impossible." No one dared to make a sound. Lang Yuan's aura was too powerful, powerful to the point that even breathing was difficult. Long Chen immediately felt awkward. He really had screwed himself up, bragging right before being exposed. He felt like he had slapped his own face, and not lightly. Seeing her sapphire eyes locked onto him, he felt like his face was burning. He raged, "So what? I want to subdue you. Do you have any objections?" His words caused everyone's hearts to shake. Subdue Lang Yuan. Just how many times would his head be severed on that night? Although Lang Yuan was peerlessly beautiful, the icy killing intent coming from her made it so that others couldn't feel her beauty in the slightest. In fact, they weren't even able to treat her as a woman. She was more like a killing goddess. Lang Yuan merely smiled. "No objections. If you want to subdue me, it's no problem. I just hope you don't let me kill you before that day." Lang Yuan suddenly fell from the sky. Originally, she had been descending slowly, but once she crossed a certain boundary, the wings behind her disappeared. No magical arts were permitted here. She landed on the ground. Everyone around her immediately fled, as if being near her was like standing before the gates of hell. Even Zuyu fled, hiding further away. He held his sword, his guard raised. He was clearly terrified that Lang Yuan would kill him. In this region, he was unable to use his magical arts, so he would be at an immense disadvantage. The only comforting thing was that Lang Yuan didn't even look at him. But it was also extremely infuriating that she would only look at Long Chen. Long Chen acted calm on the outside, but he had already made his preparations for an immense battle. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless in front of Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan was 30 meters away from Long Chen. That was a safe distance to him, as magical arts were forbidden. Oh, you. Lang Yuan suddenly glanced at the veiled Yue Zioqian with shock. Not good, she has void-piercing eyes. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Long Chen, her void-piercing eyes have already seen through my identity, said Yue Zioqian to Long Chen. Don't be afraid. The worst case is that we'll have to kill everyone here. Long Chen made his determination. If Lang Yuan exposed Yue Zioqian, he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to kill everyone here. Lang Yuan's void-piercing eyes caused the two of them to feel extremely uneasy. If they were exposed here in front of others, they would immediately be attacked by everyone. Yue Zioqian was most afraid of implicating Long Chen. For her, the worst case was leaving the immemorial path and forever staying in the skyscraping world. But Long Chen would be hunted down on the martial heaven continent no matter where he went. Do you know what you're doing? Lang Yuan looked at Long Chen indifferently, but she wasn't speaking. Instead, she was mouthing her words so only Long Chen and Lang Yuan could know what she was saying. Of course, I hope you can protect this secret, responded Long Chen in the same manner. HMPH, that's impossible. I don't want to deal with troublesome things. If you kill her right now, I can consider keeping your secret. Lang Yuan stared at Long Chen, seeming to see through his inner heart. No one can kill her unless they step over my corpse. If you refuse to keep it secret, then I'm sorry, but I can only kill you. Long Chen raised his broadsword. Yue Zioqian's eyes were wet. His simple words caused her to feel the warmth of being protected. She also raised her sword. If Long Chen were to attack, she wouldn't mind using her core energy to kill everyone here. She didn't want to implicate him. Ha ha ha, not bad, truly worthy of being the man I've taken a fancy to. I like this stubbornness of yours. What Long Chen and Yue Zioqian hadn't expected was for Lang Yuan to suddenly laugh, and her laughter sounded happy. The others weren't able to understand what was going on. Seeing them draw their weapons, they had thought Lang Yuan would immediately attack them, but now she suddenly laughed. They found it inconceivable. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Looking at Lang Yuan, he suddenly said out loud, I find that you're growing more and more beautiful. Halata. Lang Yuan laughed. Her laughter was especially beautiful when combined with her sapphire eyes. Even Yue Zioqian became absent-minded for a moment. Suddenly, Lang Yuan shot at Long Chen, her bone sword stabbing toward his heart. Her speed was absolutely incomparable. Boom! Long Chen hastily blocked with his broadsword. It was fortunate the broadsword was wide enough, so even caught off guard, it managed to block Lang Yuan's attack. Long Chen was knocked back several steps, his blood leaping within him. If I'm like this, do you still feel I'm beautiful? Lang Yuan resheathed her sword after that one attack. It seemed she was teasing him, as if she had just made a joke to him. You really are mentally ill. Long Chen was startled and infuriated, and he couldn't help but curse. Lang Yuan's attack had been incredibly quick and vicious. If he had been struck, it really was possible he would have been killed without even having a chance to heal. She had been so amicable and laughed, but she turned hostile in the blink of an eye, wanting to take his life. Everyone was silent. Only Long Chen's furious roar continued to echo. Everyone felt a chill. Even Zhu Yu was no exception. When Lang Yuan had attacked, it was like it had happened in an instant. Before they could react, it was already over. It was too fast. The name of the devil Empress Lang Yuan was even more illustrious than Zhu Yu. There were no experts who didn't know it. Now seeing her terrifying speed, they turned pale. With such speed, even if they were on guard, they wouldn't be able to block. It could be said that other than a few experts that could be counted on their fingers, Lang Yuan could kill anyone she wanted here without wasting a second move. Furthermore, it was also shocking that Long Chen could block this attack. His reaction was also monstrous. They didn't know that Long Chen had already fought a life-and-death battle against Lang Yuan. He was a bit familiar with her moves, and it was only because of his instinctive reaction that he had managed to block it. Seeing Long Chen roaring furiously like an angry lion, Lang Yuan smiled. Didn't I just stab you once? You don't need to be so petty. Look, there are so many people there, but I don't bother stabbing them. That proves that in my eyes, you're different from them. Fuck off, go stab them then and see if they'll be so magnanimous, raged Long Chen. His words caused everyone to turn green. They once more fled like startled rabbits. They were now basically on the border of this space. Inside, they cursed Long Chen to death. Yue Zioqian was shocked. She had never seen such speed. Leng Yuan could attack without making any signs, meaning her attack had come essentially before she had even thought about attacking, the opposite of an ordinary person. This attack exceeded her understanding. I've already said it was just a joke. If I really wanted to kill you, I would tell you beforehand. Can you still not resolve your temper? However, your reactions and power really are not bad. Only by getting stronger can you think of picking up girls. Not bad, not bad. Did anything happen between the two of you? Leng Yuan looked from Long Chen to Yue Zioqian, her sapphire eyes sweeping over their bodies. Does that have a damn thing to do with you? Raged Long Chen. He still hadn't calmed down from his fury. He thought Leng Yuan had failed to live up to his confidence. This was a kind of deception which made it hard for him to accept. He suddenly had an urge to release all his power and have a fight with her, but she was smiling innocently, making it so he couldn't attack. The feeling of not being able to release his anger was stifling. Having Leng Yuan's gaze sweep over her body, Yue Zioqian suddenly turned red, fury in her eyes. Oh, you're still a virgin. It seems your relationship hasn't developed to that point. Regretful, regretful. Oh, Long Chen, who would have thought that you're also a virgin? Leng Yuan suddenly looked at Long Chen with shock. Fuck off, just who is a virgin? I have countless experiences with women and am a seasoned veteran. In fact, others nicknamed me the adamantine golden spear. Do you even understand what the expression that young women like older men means? Raged Long Chen. In this era, calling men virgins was a kind of insult. Long Chen, don't be so crass, Yue Zioqian reddened. The distant experts looked at them oddly. They felt like the world was going crazy. This was the legendary devil empress that killed people without blinking, the Leng Yuan that had walked a path of broken bones. Why did it seem more like they were flirting? I won't lower myself to your level. I'm going to go see what treasure is inside. If you aren't afraid of me suddenly killing you, you can come with me, said Leng Yuan. Just like that, she began walking toward the center. Chapter 866, Digging Holes and Filling Mounds. Long Chen was unable to figure out this beautiful killing goddess. But in the end, he and Yue Zioqian still decided to follow her. There was a hill with a diameter of around 30 meters. It looked like a fake mountain, as there were little mounds on it. In front of those mounds were coffins. Long Chen couldn't help but find this curious. Coffins should have been buried underground. Why would they be left outside? That made no sense. How strange. Long Chen, what do you say? What is going on here? Leng Yuan suddenly turned back. Long Chen was just about to answer with how the hell was he supposed to know when he suddenly smiled. I know, but why do I have to tell you? Leng Yuan was startled. She hadn't expected him to know such an ancient secret. At first, she wanted to say something, but seeing that he appeared hostile, she chose to stay silent for a moment. If you tell me, I will forever protect one of your secrets, she said suddenly, glancing at Yue Zioqian. Really? Leng Yuan disdained lying, she said indifferently. That voice was full of her arrogance. All right, that's what you said. You better keep your word. Hearing Long Chen's words, although the others didn't dare to get closer, they perked up their ears. After investigating for this long, they still hadn't managed to solve this riddle. In truth, burying coffins usually requires 3 people to be most efficient. One person digs the hole, one person buries the coffin, and one person fills the mound. According to my vast experience just from one small clue, the truth reveals itself to me. I would be so bold as to conclude through my careful analysis that, said Long Chen. Conclude what? Leng Yuan didn't say anything, so it was Yue Zioqian that urged him on. That on that day, the person in charge of burying the coffin didn't come to work. So one person dug the hole, one person filled the mound, but then the coffin was just left outside, said Long Chen with absolute certainty. Everyone's expressions became odd. They all glared at Long Chen. What kind of dogshit logic was this? Having been listening so carefully, they felt like they had been duped. Long Chen, do you believe me when I say I'll kill you right now? Leng Yuan's expression finally became a bit angry. In all her memories, this was the first time someone dared to try to dupe her. Did you make some kind of mistake? Didn't you just say that if I told you, you'd forever protect one of my secrets? I've already told you my deduction, but you immediately became hostile. HMPH, it seems that I recall a certain someone saying something like Leng Yuan disdained lying. What, you regret it so quickly, said Long Chen, even imitating her tone. But his imitation was a bit exaggerated, and instead of seeming like a killing god, he seemed like an effeminate man. Everyone felt a chill. Long Chen really was crazy. Even if he wanted to die so badly, did he have to provoke Leng Yuan? Seeing Leng Yuan's unchanging expression finally become angry, Long Chen felt refreshed inside. After being stabbed, he hadn't been able to retaliate. Now they were even. But he was still on guard. If Leng Yuan really released her anger, who knew how crazy she would become? Ha 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 ha. But contrary to all expectations, Leng Yuan laughed. Her laughter was beautiful but somehow gave people an uncomfortable feeling, like they were being summoned by a death god. Hee, don't be so petty. It was just a joke, laughed Long Chen. He finally experienced how shameless and refreshing it was to attack others while not letting them take offense. Just like how Leng Yuan had stabbed him and acted like it was a joke, he had finally succeeded in counterattacking. Truly worthy of being the man I've taken a fancy to. You're much more brazen than others. More and more I'm looking forward to our battle. Be careful because the next time we speak, your head might be in my hands. Then there wouldn't be anything fun to play, said Leng Yuan, her sapphire eyes sparkling. Truly worthy of being the woman I've taken a fancy to. You're much more beautiful than others. More and more I'm looking forward to our battle. Be careful because the next time we speak, I might have already subdued you to make you warm my bed. Hee, then we'd have something fun to play. Long Chen laughed. Originally, he had just been talking randomly, but when he spoke of subduing Leng Yuan, his heart began to pound. That was something far too challenging but also enticing. Yue Zioqian looked from Long Chen to Leng Yuan. She suddenly realized something and smiled slightly. Don't fight. Let me explain. This is a kind of empty coffin blood burial. These coffins are empty, with the corpses buried underground. The bottom of the coffins have evil-suppressing runes that prevent the corpses from being contaminated. According to legend in the ancient era, the devil races, souls continue to exist even after they died. They become a form of energy that can't be extinguished with martial might. To have them completely die required formations to exhaust their energy. However, these coffins are also a bit different from those. Their front is narrow while their back is wide. They are the very rarely seen item nourishing empty coffins. Item nourishing empty coffins. I have heard of that. People suppress devil corpses within the burial mound, while the coffins extract their energy to nourish the item inside the coffin, said Leng Yuan. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Using a devil corpse's essence soul to nourish items would make the items much stronger. However, this hill was covered by a layer of light. It was a formation, and they had been trying things for a long time without managing to open it. Previously, there had been a rank 3 celestial with a powerful treasure item, and he had tried to charge his way in. As a result, the formation had directly killed him. Even the treasure item had shattered. No one else had dared to be impulsive after that. Zioqian, you really are amazing. I find you're a combination of beauty and smarts. The heavens blessed you with both fairy-like beauty and a god-like wisdom. Clearly, the heavens were worried that your aspects would be disharmonized, praised Long Chen. Yue Zioqian smiled bashfully. Although her veil covered most of her face, just what was revealed was enough to topple cities. All women liked having their beauty praised, especially by the person they liked. But having it done in front of this many people, she glared at Long Chen. Long Chen, you bastard, are you trying to curse me for only having an empty shell and no head? Raged Leng Yuan. Killing intense surface from her, one that it made it seem like space was freezing. Everyone jumped but Long Chen smiled. Beauty, you're overthinking it. Please don't take a random comment as a personal attack. His voice was extremely calm, but his meaning was very obvious. Yes, he had done that intentionally. Everyone had to praise his guts. He was a true man. Not everyone had the courage to tease a killing goddess. Even those from the corrupt path had to admire him, but their admiration contained some mockery as well as delight in his misfortune. They wished Leng Yuan would kill him right here and now. Just wait. Leng Yuan glared at Long Chen for a moment before ignoring him, continuing toward the mountain. Long Chen dithered more and more, maintaining a somewhat safe distance. This mountain was covered in mounds, thousands of them, but each one of them was only the size of a palm. Zioqian, what could be inside these coffins? Do these coffins have their own spaces? Asked Long Chen. Before Yue Zioqian could reply, Leng Yuan said, You don't even know about spatial formations, but you still dared to come out adventuring. The fact that you could live until today is a miracle. Having a brain is a good thing. I just wish everyone had one. You, raged Long Chen. Long Chen, this big sister is right. This defensive barrier is a spatial formation. In truth, this is a huge mountain, and when these coffins aren't in compressed space, they will also grow larger. They just look small now, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen hadn't come into contact with many spatial formations, and as a result, Leng Yuan had immediately found a foothold to strike back without Long Chen being able to retaliate, who asked him not to have vast enough knowledge. Suddenly, Leng Yuan closed her eyes and formed hand seals. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted from her. Her robes and hair danced, making her look like an immortal. But at the same time, endless blood qi filled the air. The aura made people want to prostrate themselves before her. Long Chen's heart shook as this aura was very familiar. It was a sign she was about to use her spirit blood. Although she didn't summon that illusory figure, this aura was definitely the aura of her spirit blood. When Leng Yuan reopened her eyes, runes were sparkling within them. A ray of light shot into the light barrier. What terrifying void-piercing eyes. She's actually capable of clearly seeing everything inside. Yue Zioqian let out a startled cry. Everyone was shocked. Leng Yuan was terrifying. Just using her eyes, she could cause the formation to shake unsteadily. Even a powerful force was erupting from the light barrier. Those who had never seen her before finally realized how terrifying this legendary person was. Just the slightest bit of her power could kill them. A pity, there's nothing in here that I want. After a moment, Leng Yuan retracted her aura. Her eyes dimmed and everything returned to normal. However, she was clearly a bit weary. That probing of hers had to have been extremely taxing. Leng Yuan glanced at Long Chen, and suddenly she extended her hand. An azure light shot toward Yue Zioqian. Chapter 867, trying to show off but failing. Long Chen was startled, thinking Leng Yuan had attacked Yue Zioqian. But that azure light was just a spiritual imprint, and it didn't possess any offensive power. Yue Zioqian extended a hand and caught it. The light disappeared, but Yue Zioqian was delighted. Many thanks, big sister. Leng Yuan shook her head. Although there's nothing I need inside, I still owe you a favor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recognized what these coffins were. I, Leng Yuan, dislike owing favors. Now that I've returned it, we'll be enemies the next time we meet, because next time I will cut down this fellow. After saying that, Leng Yuan walked away in front of everyone's uncomprehending gazes. She clearly was intent on leaving. Long Chen also didn't comprehend it. Leng Yuan had clearly told Yue Zioqian something, but for her to leave just like this surprised him. Seeing her leave, everyone relaxed. With her here, the pressure was just too great, especially in this region where magical arts were forbidden. Her speed was too shocking, and without magical arts, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. Hahaha, I didn't expect this place to be so lively. Even some legendary figures have appeared. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh rang out from the sky. A large figure with wings floated down slowly. Yu Changhao. Everyone was startled. The only people that naturally had wings in the eastern wasteland were the feather race. Furthermore, this person's incredibly powerful aura meant he had to be their #1 expert, Yu Changhao. Yu Changhao floated within this forbidden zone, as his wings were not formed through a magical art. In this region, perhaps he was the only one capable of flying. Once he arrived, he stopped right in front of Leng Yuan. Leng Yuan paused and icily looked at him. Scram. Yu Changhao didn't get angry. In fact, he laughed. As expected, you're just like the legends. I've long since heard the grand name of the arrogant godlike devil Empress Leng Yuan. Excellent, you're very much to my taste. Only a woman like you is worthy of me subduing. Leng Yuan examined Yu Changhao and shook her head. I'm not interested in a man like you. Get out of my way. I still have things to do and I'm too busy to kill people. Yu Changhao was slightly surprised. Although he had long since heard that Leng Yuan was incomparably arrogant, he hadn't expected her to treat him like he was nothing. A wild horse is the best. Hee, then let me see whether I can subdue you or not. Yu Changhao snorted and extended a hand toward Leng Yuan's chest. He was originally 300 meters from her, but as he moved, he suddenly appeared before her. Almost nobody was able to see how he had done that. Your speed's not bad, but it'll still not enough, said Leng Yuan indifferently. Suddenly, her bone blade slashed through the air. Her terrifying speed made it look like she was directly cutting through space. People even saw the space around her sword twist. That wasn't from a magical art, but something that would happen when something's speed was pushed to the pinnacle. When Leng Yuan had attacked Long Chen, no one had seen it clearly since they hadn't been expecting it. It was like it had ended before starting. This time, they had long since been waiting with rapt attention. But even so, they were only able to see that blade's image flash for a moment. They were fundamentally incapable of tracking her sword with their eyes. Leng Yuan's sword was slashing straight toward Yu Changhao's throat with her terrifying speed and at a crafty angle. Yu Changhao, who had long since been prepared, snorted. He continued with his claw while his other hand reached toward her sword. Leng Yuan's mouth curled into a smile of ridicule. When he saw that smile, Yu Changhao finally had a bad feeling, but as a peak expert, he had confidence in his move. Just as his hand was about to touch her bone blade, countless tiny runes appeared on his palm. That wasn't a magical art but his bloodline runes. They were also his core runes. This formation did not strip him of those. This was one of Yu Changhao's most effective moves. Countless experts had fallen to this move. He had absolute confidence in it, which was why he dared to block Leng Yuan's bone blade with his bare hand. Even if it was a treasure item, he had confidence in stopping it within one breath's time. That was enough to determine victory or defeat. This was a move he had tempered through countless battles and the lives of countless experts. His hand caught Leng Yuan's sword. Yu Changhao was delighted, thinking to himself that Leng Yuan was only at this level. As expected, rumors were always exaggerated. He smiled. But that smile quickly disappeared, because he was horrified to sense fluctuations constantly coming from the bone sword. His hand only caught it for a moment before it slipped through his grasp as if it was covered in oil. It was impossible for him to hold it. Leng Yuan's slash turned into a pierce. Her bone sword was now piercing straight toward his head. Yu Changhao was horrified. He had no choice but to stop his attack. The hand grabbing the bone blade fiercely pulled away, causing her attack to deviate. But just at that moment, he found that the bone sword began to release an absorptive force. It pulled him in closer. Leng Yuan seemed to have long since expected all of this, and the moment he tried to pull her sword away, she used that opportunity to escape his grasp. Even with Yu Changhao's quick reactions, he still staggered forward half a step. Not good. Just at that moment, the soft, absorptive force from the bone blade disappeared. It slashed straight toward his head. If this attack struck, half his head would be sliced off. The wings behind Yu Changhao's body suddenly lit up, and he shot back. It was like something had fiercely pulled him from behind. This happened incredibly quickly. It was over in the blink of an eye. People felt like their vision had merely blurred for an instant before everything became still. Yu Changhao was back in his original position, 300 meters from Leng Yuan. It was like that exchange hadn't even happened. Leng Yuan sheathed her bone blade and indifferently said, "You want to subdue me with just this little ability? I have to admire your courage. Your speed is insufficient, and your battle techniques are also not good enough. Perhaps by relying on your core energy, you can fight me for a short while, but you don't even have a 10% chance of defeating me. Letting you see some of your own blood can count as an admonishment for your arrogance. If I didn't have more pressing matters, this world would no longer have a Yu Changhao." Leng Yuan's icy voice was beautiful, but it caused everyone to feel a chill. They saw a stream of blood coming from Yu Changhao's forehead. Yu Changhao had managed to block her fatal attack, but he had still been injured. From that injury, it was possible to see bone. If he had just been the slightest bit slower, he would be dead. Just as everyone was filled with shock, Leng Yuan stamped lightly on the ground and shot into the sky. Once free from the formation, a pair of runic wings appeared on her back. Her scarlet dress danced in the wind, making her look like a goddess. Her sapphire eyes locked onto Long Chen. "Long Chen, you're the man I care about the most. Don't disappoint me. Next time we meet, I hope you can block my attack." After saying that, Leng Yuan's wings flapped, and she disappeared in front of their gazes. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Long Chen raged to himself. Just how had he brought such a crazy woman upon himself? "Xiaoqian, what did she say to you?" Long Chen asked Yue Xiaoqian secretly, using a spiritual message. This kind of spiritual message was something that could only be used between two people that trusted each other. If they were strangers, both parties wouldn't want to accept the spiritual message. If someone had evil intentions, they could use a spiritual attack during the transmission while the other party's guard was down. As for that azure light Leng Yuan had shot out, it was a different kind of spiritual message. Yue Xiaoqian had been able to safely accept it. That big sister said, "Don't call her big sister, she's just a crazy woman and my enemy. Don't get tricked," warned Long Chen. Yue Xiaoqian had pitifully little experience. It was best if she didn't mistake Leng Yuan for an ally. After all, Leng Yuan was a vicious character. Being merciful to her was suicidal. "Okay, she told me that there is something I need within one of these coffins," said Yue Xiaoqian. Her void-piercing eyes are said to be able to pierce through all fabrications to see the truth. Perhaps she really did see something. Although she's crazy, there's not much of a problem when it comes to her trustworthiness, said Long Chen. She isn't tricking me. I'm extremely sensitive to other people's lies, and that sense is unrelated to cultivation base. I'm sure, said Yue Zioqian. All right, then we'll trust her this once, but even if we know this, it's useless. With this protective formation, we can't go in. Long Chen couldn't help but curse Leng Yuan inside. If she wanted to be a good person, she should have acted good all the way until the end. If they weren't able to get through his formation, what she had told them would be useless. Just as Long Chen was wondering how to get through this formation, the others finally recovered from their shock at Leng Yuan and Yu Changhao's exchange. Although that had been a simple exchange, it had contained the essence of battle, the essence of the martial Tao. There was a great deal that could be learned from it. Yu Changhao also only recovered from his shock now. He had never expected Leng Yuan to be this powerful. He was also furious. His previous words had truly been too arrogant. Now he had fallen into this miserable state in front of countless elites. It could be said that he had lost all his face. At this time, Yu Changhao saw Yue Zioqian whispering to Long Chen. It was unknown whether it was because of what Leng Yuan had said just before leaving, but his fury immediately erupted. Die! Yu Changhao's wings lit up as he shot toward Long Chen with incredible speed. One of his claws reached toward his throat. Chapter 868, Who Let You Be a Poser? Fuck off. Pal. A crisp sound rang out. Long Chen had been speaking with Yue Zioqian, and Yu Changhao suddenly attacked him. Long Chen instinctively slapped him across the face in his fury. Originally, Long Chen had already been stifling his anger because of Leng Yuan. Now this idiot had come to release his own wrath. How could Long Chen's slap possibly not be vicious? Yu Changhao's face immediately deformed, and he flew back at almost twice the speed. He slammed into a huge stone pillar. As a result, it was blown to bits. That stone pillar had runes supporting it, making it extremely sturdy. It was clear just how hard Yu Changhao had crashed into it. This attack caused everyone to become sluggish. Yu Changhao had just been injured by Leng Yuan. That was still reasonable, as Leng Yuan was extremely famous. But now he was facing Long Chen. Before he could even get close to him, he was sent flying by a slap in the face, and it was clear he hadn't even had a chance to block. A face slap was an extremely humiliating thing. Normally, only someone who was several times stronger, or even dozens of times stronger, would be able to use it against someone. This slap not only caused Yu Changhao to become dizzy, but it also caused everyone else to be dumbfounded. This was just too shocking. They didn't know that Long Chen's face-slapping art had been trained thousands of times through the faces of countless experts. It had already reached a kind of divine realm. For Yu Changhao to try to defeat Long Chen in one move to erase his humiliation, this sorrowful ending was only natural. Long Chen, I will tear you apart piece by piece. Yu Changhao suddenly soared into the air, his face twisted in a sinister expression. He shot toward him. Zioqian, you provide support for me. I'll teach this birdman a lesson. Long Chen stamped on the ground and shot up, smashing a fist at Yu Changhao. Boom! Their two fists collided, causing a powerful explosive sound. The entire ground rocked, startling everyone. What power, what monstrous physical strength. With the formation here, in this forbidden zone, no magical arts could be used, nor could they draw in the world's energy for their own use. This collision was entirely from the power of their physical bodies. The Feather race was an ancient race. Their bodies were extremely powerful, and they were famed even within the ancient era. Amongst the Eastern Wasteland's ancient races, the power of their physical bodies could be ranked number one. You want to tear me apart piece by piece? Then today I'll pluck all your feathers off one by one. Long Chen's voice was like thunder, and another fist once more smashed toward Yu Changhao. In truth, part of his fury stemmed from Leng Yuan. Without having had a place to release the fury she had given him, he used Yu Changhao to vent. With Yu Changhao having said that he was his prey before the opening of the immemorial path, there were multiple factors causing his fury to soar. Today I will definitely kill you. Yu Changhao was also infuriated. Today had been too stifling for him. He had been injured by Leng Yuan just now. If he was quibbling, he could say that Leng Yuan had taken advantage of her speed to catch him off guard. But Long Chen's slap in the face had been too resounding. It hadn't just slapped across his face, it had also slapped across his heart and also his arrogant soul. Yu Changhao became covered in blood qi that formed a layer of light. It wasn't a magical art, but his core energy. Spirit blood, Long Chen was startled. Did Yu Changhao also possess spirit blood? Boom! Their two attacks once more collided. Long Chen felt his blood flipping within him. This time, Yu Changhao's power was extremely monstrous. He was a bit surprised, but Yu Changhao was even more surprised. Long Chen's guess was correct. This truly was the power of his spirit blood. But his spirit blood wasn't pure and couldn't compare to Lang Yuan's. He was only able to use a portion of his spirit blood's power. Just that little bit was enough to allow his power to multiply and normally make him unrivaled. But today, in terms of absolute power, he had run into his match. Long Chen's own power was shockingly great, and he wasn't able to get the slightest advantage. Having failed to get an advantage with this attack, his fists opened to become claws. His fingers were like hooks. He rapidly stretched his claws toward Long Chen's shoulders at a crafty angle. He clearly excelled in close-range fighting. Furthermore, at this moment, his claws became a faint golden color, and a layer of light appeared on them. Long Chen took half a step back, just barely dodging, but what he didn't expect was for the claws to suddenly extend. They instantly reached his shoulders. Long Chen hastily gave up his attack and shot back. Dots of blood appeared on his shoulders. What a bizarre attack! The experts present couldn't help being horrified. How could a person's arms suddenly grow half a foot longer? Yu Changhao is the Golden Wing Blood Falcon's descendant. His physical body is extremely powerful, and with the power of his bloodline, his physical body is comparable to treasure items. For Long Chen to fight him bare-handed is suicide, sneered one of the ancient race experts. He clearly didn't think Long Chen could keep himself alive in front of Yu Changhao. Although he had previously slapped him in the face, that was just an accident. It didn't represent that he truly had the ability to fight Yu Changhao. Bird claws, they're pretty good. Long Chen looked at his blood and snorted, circulating his primal chaos bead. His injuries instantly healed. Watch how I slap you. Long Chen shot forward, his left hand streaking toward Yu Changhao's face. That infuriated Yu Changhao, and his claws reached out, one from above and one from below. As long as he managed to grab Long Chen's arm, he would instantly tear it off. Yu Changhao sneered when he saw that Long Chen wasn't able to see how strong this move of his was. His arm was just about to fall into a death trap. He could already see the sight of Long Chen screaming miserably as his arm was torn off. Pow! Yu Changhao's claws had only just touched Long Chen's arm when a strange hand that seemed to move straight through space viciously slapped across his face. The sound was too resounding. It made everyone's eardrums shake. Yu Changhao had been too focused on tearing off Long Chen's arm, and he had neglected Long Chen's divine face-slapping technique. The main thing was that he was just too confident in his claws. The result proved that the majority of those who drowned knew how to swim. Yu Changhao's overconfidence led to his downfall. Long Chen's slap contained all his power, and Yu Changhao's face caved in. The sound of bones breaking caused people to feel a chill in their hearts. Yu Changhao shot back like a cannonball. He smashed into a wall, and the entire underground cavern shook. Heavens, what is going on? Everyone was horrified. This sudden turn of events had come out of nowhere. They had just seen Yu Changhao's leap in power. Just as they had thought he would easily defeat Long Chen, he had been slapped in the face again, but this time by 10 times the power. People had even seen his face caved in as he had shot back. This attack had been too vicious. They felt their scalps turn numb. This was the result when Yu Changhao, with his incredibly powerful physical body, was struck. If it had been anyone else, this kind of power would have definitely caused their head to blow to bits. Boom! Shattered rocks erupted as Yu Changhao flew out of the rubble. Ah, he let out a furious roar. He had already reached a berserk state. Ah, your mother, who would want to hear you singing. Pow! Yu Changhao had just flown out and roared to release his fury, but his roar was cut short by another slap. Long Chen had long since expected this idiot to do something to express his anger once he flew out. That was precisely what these arrogant idiots often did. He had been waiting, and as soon as Yu Changhao appeared, he had already shot forward to slap him. This kind of attack with no killing intent was the hardest to sense. Yu Changhao was once more sent flying, but this time Long Chen had sent him in a certain direction. He was shooting toward the hill. Yu Changhao flew towards the hill like a shooting star, and everyone let out a startled cry. That formation did not allow others to touch it. That previous rank 3 celestial had been exterminated by the formation, and even his treasure item had been destroyed. Hearing their startled cries and sensing an immense feeling of danger, Yu Changhao knew that the results would be too miserable to imagine if he really struck this light barrier. The runes on his wings erupted with light, and he forcibly stabilized. He just barely managed to stop a few feet away from the light barrier. He hastily shot away, distancing himself from it. Only once he was further away did he feel slightly safer. Regretfully, due to that sudden crisis, he had forgotten that there was an existence even more terrifying than that light barrier rushing toward him right now. By the time Yu Changhao recalled Long Chen's existence, his elegant long hair was caught in both of Long Chen's hands. Long Chen pulled, and a hard knee smashed into Yu Changhao's arrogant nose. "Who let you be a poser? Who let you be a poser? Who let you be a poser?" Loud bangs resounded throughout the air. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen's knee continuously slammed into Yu Changhao's nose. "Die!" Yu Changhao suddenly let out a furious roar. His wings were like two sharp blades that slashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. His wings possessed a power that caused his heart to pound. He hastily released Yu Changhao, viciously kicking him in the chest and using that power to retreat. At the same time, he viciously flung out a brick. Boom! Yu Changhao's wings slammed together, causing heaven and earth to shake, but his attack had missed. He had only just stabilized himself, but when everyone saw his face, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 869, The Coffin's Formation. All they saw was that Yu Changhao's face had disappeared. No, more accurately, it was hidden by a brick. This metallic brick was perfectly inlaid on his face. It was right in the middle. This brick was something Long Chen had obtained in an underground tomb in the Geolai secret realm. It was made of an extremely hard metal. The majority of them had been given to Gu Ran, but he had kept a few for himself. When he had dodged Yu Changhao's attack, he hadn't even thought about it. He had just randomly thrown it at him, using it as a concealed weapon. As a result, this scene appeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lang Yuan could cut your face to the bone, while I can crush your face to your bone. But I didn't expect your face to be even bigger than a brick. No wonder you dare to spout such big words, said Long Chen coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. With great difficulty, Yu Changhao pulled the brick out of his face. It revealed his square-shaped face. Long Chen, if I don't kill you today, then I won't be Yu Changhao. Everyone was startled. This Yu Changhao was too powerful. Even though his face had been completely deformed, he still let out a heaven-shaking roar. Golden lines appeared on his body, and a terrifying pressure erupted. His wings spread and then slashed toward Long Chen. Yu Changhao had truly gone berserk. He was using one of his core divine abilities. With his golden wing blood falcon's bloodline, this attack's power was horrifying. Long Chen's heart shook. Seeing the runes circulating on his wings, Long Chen didn't dare to receive it head-on. He hastily shifted to the side. A terrifying golden light shot by his body. An ear-piercing sound rang out in the air as if the void was being pierced. Boom! That light pierced straight through a wall. The wall was instantly blown to bits, and a rumbling sound continued. It was unknown just how far this attack was going. Buzz! Just as everyone was horrified by Yu Changhao's attack, space began to shake. Countless runes began to appear, causing everyone to jump and raise their defenses. Those runes released terrifying spatial fluctuations. The world seemed to instantly become heavy as a great pressure descended on them. Heavens, they touched the mechanism. The formation is about to be released. People let out startled cries as they saw the light barrier over the hill begin to dim. It grew dimmer and dimmer, and in the end it exploded like glass. A wild aura surged over them. The treasures have appeared. Everyone hastily charged into the small hill. Now that the treasures had appeared, Long Chen and Yu Changhao no longer had any desire to fight. They also charged toward that hill. Long Chen also noticed that once that light barrier had disappeared, the formation preventing magical arts had also disappeared. Long Chen, let's split up, said Yue Zioqian. She was already impatient to find her target. Lang Yuan had told her the general location of what she needed. She directly rushed off. Long Chen nodded. This was also good. If they were together, it would make them appear too conspicuous. If they found a true treasure, it was all too easy for others to get jealous and bring trouble for them. Not revealing wealth was the way of the king. Long Chen cursed Lang Yuan inside. Before leaving, she had only told Yue Zioqian something, but not him. Truly unjust. Long Chen trusted that Lang Yuan's void-piercing eyes had seen through many secrets, but she refused to share them with him. Once Long Chen rushed over to the hill, he suddenly found that the hill also seemed to be rushing toward him. It was growing bigger and bigger. Originally, it was just a hill 10 meters tall. But only now when they were flying toward it did everyone realize that it was a huge mountain with a diameter measured in the tens of thousands of miles. Primal chaos lingered around the mountain. An ancient and desolate aura filled the air, giving it an extremely ancient feel. Large mounds covered the entire mountain. At this time, the cultivators to move first had already reached the mountain. One expert had just arrived in front of one of the mounds and reached toward the coffin. The coffins had also grown with the mountain, but they still looked like ordinary coffins. They hadn't changed a great deal. That person had only just touched the coffin when countless runes on the coffin lit up, releasing a multicolored light. That person didn't even get a chance to make a sound before he was blown into a blood mist. What? There are more protective formations here. Seeing that scene, everyone was horrified. They hastily summoned their cries of the heavenly Taos, forming layers of protection before they approached the coffins again. One coffin was pushed open by a corrupt expert. A soft light surged out, causing everyone to look over, but it was empty inside. It's empty. Someone definitely came before us and took the treasure. These coffins were all nourishing treasures. If the treasures inside them were taken away, according to reason, new ones would be put in. But once the immemorial path had been shattered, there had been no one to look after them, so it was very likely there were empty ones. Thinking of that suddenly, quite a few people rushed toward the coffin that had killed someone. Scram, this coffin is mine. I'll kill whoever comes over. Suddenly, a large man from the ancient races appeared. He waved his spear imposingly. He was an innate rank 3 celestial. Everyone came to a halt. There was a high chance that a treasure resided inside this coffin, but in front of an innate rank 3 celestial from the ancient races, they didn't dare to continue. They could only try to test their luck elsewhere. Seeing that no one dared to approach, the ancient race expert slowly touched the coffin. The coffin immediately spat out a multicolored light at him. He shouted icily, erupting with all his power, blocking the light. He pushed against the coffin's lid. Everyone's expressions changed. That coffin's lid was heavier than a mountain. It only budged bit by bit. Furthermore, it moved according to a set frequency, only slowly revealing the slightest opening after several breaths. A desolate aura immediately erupted from that slightest opening, changing the ancient race expert's expression. The space around him was pressing in on him, seeming to want to crush him. Open, he roared, resisting that force. He brought out his full power, trying to see what was inside. But no matter how he tried, that lid only moved according to a set slow speed. It took over 10 breaths before a half-a-foot crack appeared. It's a set of armor. From that crack, they finally saw the treasure. That armor should be an extremely powerful treasure item from the runes and the aura of primal chaos that circulated around it. Everyone's eyes immediately turned red. These were treasure items, and after going through the nourishing of these coffins, their spirituality had to be extremely high. Many of the people here didn't even have the qualifications to possess a treasure item yet. That ancient race expert took a full incense stick's worth of time before managing to open the coffin by a foot. He was already impatient and felt that this was already enough. He no longer bothered pushing against the coffin. Instead, he reached in to grab the armor. But what he didn't expect was that, as he stopped pushing the lid, it suddenly slammed shut. He let out a miserable scream as his arm was squeezed off. A portion of it was now within the coffin. The speed at which the coffin had closed had been too fast for him to react. As soon as that person was injured, 2 others rushed over. They were covered with fur and should be from the same race as him. The 2 of them were previously guarding the outer perimeter, but now they came to give him a hand. With them working together, they quickly opened the coffin again. The rank 3 celestial seemed wary and took out a long pair of pliers, carefully reaching it into the coffin to take the armor. Boom! The pliers had just entered the coffin when the lid once more instantly shut. Those enchanted-level pliers were blown apart, and his own hands turned bloody. The 2 helping him were sent flying, vomiting blood. Everyone's heart shook. It seemed they had to obediently follow the rules of this place and completely open the coffin before taking what was inside. Although everyone had entered, they had all been watching this fellow as an experiment. What happened to him proved that they had been right to wait. The lessons he had taught them paved their own paths. Chen walked around the entire mountain. There were tens of thousands of coffins scattered randomly throughout the mountain. He also saw where Xuanhuan was. Since she had known the origin of these coffins, she should also know how to open them. There shouldn't be any problems. At this time, all the experts finally set into motion, choosing their own targets. They were smart people, first rushing to the side of the coffin. If no runic attack appeared, then those coffins had to be empty and there was no need to waste time. They moved on. Yu Changhao had already set into motion, but Long Chen was surprised to see Zhu Yu with his eyes closed. However, his third eye was open, seemed to be sensing something. Fuck it, although my luck's bad, if I don't do anything, even being lucky wouldn't have any use. Long Chen cursed inside and rushed toward the peak of the mountain. There were slightly fewer people there. Chapter 870, Top-Grade Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion Pill. Near the peak, there were fewer coffins, so there were also fewer people. Long Chen randomly picked a coffin. Feeling its powerful defenses, he knew this one hadn't been opened. Long Chen personally experienced just how heavy the lid was as he pushed. However, it still wasn't enough for him to use the divine ring. It popped open slightly. As it slowly opened, the light within it erupted. Immortal spiritual qi came from within. He knew this spiritual qi had been purified by the coffin's formation to nourish the weapon. This spiritual qi had been accumulating for countless years now. But before Long Chen could really feel this special spiritual qi, it disappeared as if it had been devoured. "Good stuff, this is something I need," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle with a pleasantly surprised tone. "Senior, how about we work together?" Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. "Little fellow, what evil idea are you thinking of now? Let me warn you, I owe you a single favor, so I can only help you once. That way the karma between us will be resolved. Don't get any crazy ideas involving me. I refuse to be affected by karma," warned the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen laughed mischievously, having already expected this response. Although he didn't know what exactly this so-called karma was, or why the Eastern Wasteland Belle was so worried about it, he had his own plans. "Senior, just think about it. I can open the coffins, and because of my work, you're absorbing such pure spiritual qi to nourish yourself. You keep saying you're afraid of karma, but it's because of my work that you're getting benefits. That isn't in accordance with the heavenly Taos. Reaping without sowing isn't acceptable, so you'll still be affected by karma like that. That's not karma I'm trying to give you, but karma you're infecting yourself with," said Long Chen. "Now that you put it like this, that really does make sense," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "So I think it's better if we work together to get what we both want based on the principles of equality. Then neither of us will be affected by karma," said Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Belle was silent for a while. It obviously wasn't so easily fooled. But in the end, it wasn't able to find anything wrong with Long Chen's words. It would only make sense if it helped to get what it needed. That would be the only way to not invoke karma. "All right, you open the coffins and I'll take out what's inside. But pay attention to safety. I'm only in charge of taking away what's inside, and in order to not let the heavenly Taos sense me, I won't help you out if any difficulties arise because of this. Unless you're on the verge of death, I won't do anything," warned the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Even though it had agreed to cooperate, it was still cautious. "Good, then I definitely won't disappoint you." Long Chen was delighted, and he hastily continued pushing that stone coffin. Once the opening was half a foot wide, an imperceptible fluctuation stretched into the coffin and then disappeared. Even Long Chen didn't get a chance to see what had been inside. Suddenly, a spear appeared in Long Chen's spiritual space. It was pitch black and emitted a powerful pressure that would make people's hearts shiver. "This is a treasure item. Through the formation, it's been nourished for countless years, increasing its power by a great deal. It can count as a high-grade treasure item," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen was delighted to obtain a treasure item this quickly. He directly went to 4 other coffins, but they were all empty, and no spiritual qi was emitted from inside. On his 5th try, he encountered a coffin that hadn't been opened yet. When he slowly opened it, he saw a rabbit inside. "Top-grade pill," Long Chen was startled. This pill was a foot tall and looked just like a rabbit, but as an alchemist he smelled the specific scent of a medicinal pill. Most medicinal pills circulating throughout this world were split into low, middle, and high grade. For high-grade pills, each extra pill ring greatly increased the medicinal effect. But above high-grade pills were top-grade pills. The easiest way to distinguish a top-grade pill was that they could transform. Top-grade pills had their own special spirituality. Once they formed, they would draw pill lightning tribulation, just like a human cultivator's tribulation. Pills that went through such tribulation would have even greater spirituality. Different pills refined by different people would all transform into different shapes. Some would transform into creatures, some would transform into plants. Long Chen had only just gotten a glance at the rabbit when it disappeared. When it reappeared, It was in his spiritual space. That rabbit had already become a jade-like pill. There was an image of a small rabbit moving on top of it, looking as if it were alive. Amazing, a top-grade dragon tiger heavenly explosion pill. Long Chen was startled. This was a kind of self-destructive medicinal pill. Once a sea expansion expert consumed it, if they didn't immediately explode, they would be able to release over 10 times the power. The main ingredients of this pill were the evil dragon's blood and the berserk white line's tiger's needin. They both contained extremely berserk energy, and even an innate rank 3 celestial would immediately explode if they tried consuming it in the sea expansion realm. There was no way they could bear that powerful medicinal energy. Furthermore, after so many years of nourishing, this pill's energy had almost reached perfection. Its power was even more terrifying than a normal one. Long Chen hastily found a jade case to store it in. An evil dragon was something he had heard of, but it had long since gone extinct in this world. This pill was perhaps one of the last of its kind, and it was extremely valuable. Once he put away the pill, Long Chen decided to directly spread his divine sense to all the coffins around him. Fool, do you not want your life? The coffins have formation runes that will injure you if you try to probe them with spiritual strength, scolded the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Originally, it had felt that Long Chen was a mature and steady person, but as soon as he obtained 2 treasures, he became perturbed. Don't worry, senior, I'm not so foolish. I don't need to extend my divine sense into the coffins. Just from the outside, I can tell if the coffins have been opened before or not, laughed Long Chen. How could he be so stupid as to stretch his divine sense into such terrifying coffins? His divine sense didn't go into them. Instead, he was circulating the 9-star Hegemon body art to sense danger. The empty coffins did not have any defenses, so he naturally wouldn't sense any danger from them. But those coffins from which he could sense some slight danger were very likely ones that had never been opened. The facts proved that the 9-star Hegemon body art would never disappoint him. He opened 3 coffins in a row, and none of them had been opened before. Long Chen obtained a ring, a soft armor, and a sword from them. The ring was a storage tool, but it wasn't a spatial storage tool. It stored energy, and once activated, it could release a shocking and instantaneous attack. He obtained 5 treasures in a row, causing him to feel like flowers were blooming in his heart. This was his first time feeling like his luck wasn't so bad. He even felt like his luck really had taken a turn for the better. The other experts were also doing their best to open coffins. What these people didn't know was that originally, one person could only open 1 coffin. Once the treasure was taken out, the coffin's runes would transform into a transportation formation and send them away. But Long Chen and the others hadn't entered through proper channels. It was only by chance that they had destroyed the core formation that had controlled everything. All those transportation formations had lost effect now, allowing them to crazily search for treasures. Rather than saying Long Chen's luck was good, he should have given Yu Changhao the credit. It was he who had managed to open this treasure house for everyone through sheer chance. Long Chen, we should act low-key. We're going too fast and drawing too much attention. Be careful of other people's greed, warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell. For others, fully opening the coffin took 2 incense sticks worth of time. Only then would it not immediately close. Once the treasures were taken, the coffins would slowly close. Right now, people had only just finished taking their first treasure, but Long Chen was on his 7th. Although Long Chen was only opening the coffin slightly, while the Eastern Wasteland Bell took the treasures and absorbed the spiritual qi, others were unable to see that. Thus, quite a few people found this strange. Each time, Long Chen would spend over 10 breaths pushing open the coffin by just a crack. Then he would run to the next. That action was too strange. It's fine. Don't you see me shaking my head every time? That's to mislead them into thinking that whatever inside was garbage and didn't satisfy me, so I'm not wasting time. Let's continue. Time is treasure and we can't waste any. Long Chen continued working. After going through another 2 coffins, Yue Zioqian arrived next to him. Zioqian, how was it? Did you get anything? Or did that crazy woman trick you? Asked Long Chen. Yue Zioqian was full of delight. She didn't trick me. This is extremely important to my entire race. I'm extremely grateful to her. No, don't be grateful. Next time she'll probably want to cut off our heads. Quick, help me out. Let me tell you what to do. Long Chen wanted her to open the coffins he pointed out, while he opened his own. In front of her startled eyes, the treasure inside the coffin disappeared. She didn't even know what to say. With Yue Zioqian helping, their efficiency doubled. In less than 2 hours, they had obtained over 100 treasures. Just as Long Chen was working rapidly, a terrifying and evil aura erupted. Chapter 871, Crazily Snatching Treasures. Long Chen was startled and hastily turned to look. At the foot of a mountain, an open coffin was releasing an evil aura. Black light soared into the clouds. Zhu Yu was behind that coffin, filled with excitement. Several corrupt experts were guarding him, not letting others do anything to him. It's actually a corrupt weapon. Long Chen was startled. That aura was too evil and it gave him a bad feeling. Suddenly, a bone claw flew out of the coffin and floated in the air. It was pitch black, and that evil aura grew stronger, as if a bloodthirsty fiend had been released. Not good. That's an evil dragon's claw. Such a weapon is extremely rare. Rumor is that evil dragons were expelled from the dragon race due to their sinister and brutal tendencies. As for the life forms related to dragons in the outside world, the legend is that they are nonsense caused by the evil dragons. They constantly mated with various life forms, creating all kinds of hybrids with the bloodline of the dragon race. Although that kind of bloodline was very low grade, because they are related to dragons, it was said that their mating caused endless trouble in ancient times. They ended up infuriating experts and they were hunted down. From then on, evil dragons went almost extinct, but these are just stories and no one can be sure. However, even if they were killed down to the last, those hybrids created because of them continued to mate, and there was no way to kill them all. That evil dragon claw has such a powerful aura, so it shouldn't be from a hybrid. It should be from a true, pure-blooded evil dragon, said Yue Zioqian. At this time, that dragon claw flew into the air, seeming to want to fly away on its own. But it was blocked by what appeared to be countless formations. As for Zhu Yu, he opened his third eye, and a ray of black light enveloped the bone claw. He seemed to be trying to communicate with it. Long Chen, he's your enemy. You should stop him or he'll obtain a powerful weapon, prodded Yue Zioqian. Long Chen shook his head. That fellow isn't an idiot. He has so many guards and over 7 of them are rank 3 celestials. Furthermore, they're holding tiles. Those are clearly tiles to worship their dead ancestors. They should have long since prepared a formation. The reason why they only opened the coffin after this long was because they were making those preparations. Even if we went over, we probably won't be able to break through their defenses. Instead, we'd be jumping into their trap. Only now did Yue Zioqian notice the tiles in their hands. Those weren't any nonsense tiles for their dead ancestors like he said, but formation tiles. Furthermore, they seemed to be extremely high level and required several people to activate at the same time. Its power had to be great. Although Long Chen was normally a scoundrel without a proper thought in his head, and he could even be unbearably crude, Yue Zioqian had to admire that he could see through their trap with a single glance. Ignore them. Let's continue working to get as many treasures as possible. We're in a race against time, said Long Chen. He began flipping through coffins again, and Yue Zioqian learned from his example. She could also accurately find the coffins that contained treasures. As long as they opened the slightest crack in a coffin, the Eastern Wasteland Belle would be able to take out what was inside. The two of them worked rapidly, like 2 thieves trying to gather all the treasures before running. Quite a few people found this odd, thinking they had to be stupid. Even after that many coffins, they hadn't found any treasures they wanted. In the beginning, most of them thought Long Chen's luck was bad, and he didn't know how to pick good coffins. Perhaps he was getting empty ones every time. But then they saw that when he opened the coffins, a burst of light would erupt. That clearly showed that there were treasures in those coffins, but he just opened them a bit before leaving. So then people assumed he was looking for a specific treasure. After all, completely opening a coffin took a great deal of time, but just checking one merely took a few breaths of time. People sneered inside, thinking that his greed would cause him to obtain nothing in the end. Looking at them rapidly flipping through coffins, their gazes were full of ridicule. Yu Changhao had now opened his third coffin. Unlike Zhu Yu, he relied purely on luck. On the third coffin, he found an amazing treasure. When he opened the coffin, golden light erupted and no one was able to see what was inside. His runes lit up with a blinding light, and he spread his wings. A powerful pressure descended, locking onto the treasure and trying to put it away. Treasure items had their own item spirits, and item spirits had their own wills. If someone weak wanted to subdue them, they would struggle and try to escape at the first moment. Ordinary treasure items didn't have intelligent item spirits, but the stronger the treasure item, the smarter the item spirit and the more they wouldn't want to be restrained by someone else. So the treasure item Yu Changhao had found had to be an incredibly powerful one. The disturbance brought endless envy from others, but no one dared to do anything to him. On one end, Zhu Yu was trying to communicate with the evil dragon Bone Claw, while here, Yu Changhao was trying to subdue this treasure item. But to subdue such a treasure was extremely difficult. After all, treasure items were for foundation forging experts. They were just at the peak of Xianchen. Yu Changhao and Zhu Yu had found their own targets, while others were all doing their best to find such powerful existences as well. Some people had found 2 treasure items already, but the treasure items they found were only of ordinary quality. Even after going through the nourishing of the coffins, their item spirits weren't very intelligent. The innate quality of the treasure items had to have restricted their growth. Some people felt like they finally understood why Long Chen was choosing to go through so many coffins. He was clearly looking for the strongest possible treasure item. Opening coffins took time, and wanting to subdue a powerful treasure item also took a great deal of time and energy. Now everyone came to a sudden comprehension and began searching for stronger treasure items. Boom! Suddenly, a rank 3 celestial found a sickle in the coffin. As soon as the coffin opened, the sickle tried to escape. The rank 3 celestial grabbed it and refused to let go. As a result, the sickle's runes lit up, and its power directly blew the rank 3 celestial to bits. The experts weaker than that rank 3 celestial all felt a chill. If they wanted a powerful treasure, they had to have corresponding power. Otherwise, they would be the same as that person, dead. Just after that person perished, another person was killed by a blood-colored spear he had been trying to subdue. As a result, that spear killed him and transformed into a ray of light that flew away. It was so fast that no one else had time to try and stop it. 2 experts died just like that, and 2 treasure items flew away. Everyone awoke from their greed. Before you could think about getting a treasure, you had to make sure you could keep your life. Some experts even became too afraid to test their luck on their own. They formed small groups so that they could have a greater chance of keeping a treasure. As a result, righteous experts sought out fellow righteous experts, corrupt experts sought out corrupt experts, and ancient race experts sought out ancient race experts. Everyone found their companions, as otherwise it would be too dangerous. After forming their temporary alliances, they began a search for stronger treasure items. Once they found one, they would work together to suppress it, and it would go to the first person who had noticed it. As for the person that found the treasure, they had to work with the others afterward and could no longer search for their own. The ancient race experts and corrupt experts simply formed a vocal agreement. But the righteous experts required extremely vicious poison oaths before they began working together. That made the ancient race experts and corrupt experts sneer disdainfully. Of the 700 experts, close to half of them were from the ancient races. They were the strongest group here. Not only did they have the numbers advantage, but they also had 8 innate rank 3 celestials and over 20 ordinary rank 3 celestials. As for the remaining experts, although the righteous experts outnumbered the corrupt experts, they were clearly inferior when it came to quality. Other than a peak expert like Zhu Yu, the corrupt path also had 4 innate rank 3 celestials and 7 ordinary rank 3 celestials. The righteous path was comprised primarily of rank 2 celestials and a dozen rank 1 celestials. It was unknown how they had lived to get so deeply into the immemorial path. The righteous path didn't even have a single innate rank 3 celestial on their side. They only had 2 ordinary rank 3 celestials. In the others' eyes, they were just a flock of sheep. As for Long Chen, he truly was powerful. Perhaps he would stand on the side of the righteous path, but so what? Yu Changhao had previously released one of his core attacks, and Long Chen hadn't dared to receive it. That meant he was afraid. They were clear that once the time came, they would kill all these idiots with their loud oaths. Long Chen ignored them. He never worried about anything that wasn't his business. If he didn't properly use the Eastern Wasteland Bell while he could, he wouldn't be Long Chen. With Yue Xiaoqian's help, he obtained a treasure every few breaths. He didn't care what level these treasures had. In front of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, they were nothing. No matter how amazing the treasure items were, they were little kids in front of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. They didn't even dare to bare their fangs. Treasure items were handed into his spiritual space one by one, and they had already piled into a small mountain. There were over 200 of them. Furthermore, there were quite a few amazing existences amongst them. They had powerful fluctuations, but in front of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, they didn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, Long Chen didn't know how much effort it would take to suppress them all. The hours passed one by one. After 6 hours, Long Chen had obtained over 500 treasures. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation disappeared. Ichi. Wild laughter rang out from Yu Changhao's mouth. A golden armor appeared on his body, covering him entirely. Chapter 872, True Arrogance. Yu Changhao seemed to have been plated in gold. What he had obtained was a golden battle armor, and an extremely powerful one at that. He appeared incredibly domineering and imposing now, practically like a golden battle god. His gaze suddenly turned to Zhu Yu. He saw that Zhu Yu was still in the midst of trying to connect with his treasure. He had an urge to interrupt him, but he still gave up on it in the end. That evil dragon bone claw was a powerful treasure. Anything that came from a dragon's body was a natural treasure. Perhaps that claw was at an even higher level than his armor. However, Zhu Yu was part of the corrupt path. Although the ancient races were always neutral, as long as no one came to provoke him, he couldn't attack the corrupt path. He snorted. Although he was a bit unwilling, he gave up any thoughts of attacking Zhu Yu. His gaze roved around the mountain until he saw the distant Long Chen. Long Chen, just wait, Yu Changhao sneered inside. He hesitated for a moment and then decided not to attack Long Chen for now. Instead, he began searching for more coffins. Finding more treasures was more important right now. With this golden armor, his defensive strength had risen greatly. Furthermore, at this time, he still wasn't able to activate its true power. Once he reached sea expansion, his defense would rise to a truly shocking level. So Yu Changhao might want to immediately kill Long Chen, but he also knew Long Chen wasn't so easy to handle. If they fought at full strength, it would waste this opportunity to obtain more treasures. This opportunity was extremely rare. If he didn't seize the moment, missing out on even stronger treasures just to kill Long Chen, it would be a loss. Long Chen didn't glance toward Yu Changhao, but he was on constant guard against him. Only once he saw him go to another coffin did he relax. He was obtaining 100 treasures an hour. How could he have time to fight him? After another 4 hours, people gradually found that the number of opened coffins was declining. They began to expand their search range. Everyone was extremely excited. They had at least obtained 1 treasure item, and some had obtained up to 4. The righteous paths rank 1 celestials that had obtained a treasure item directly left rather than continuing. They were very smart. If they had too many treasure items, then with their power, there was no way they could leave this place alive. Even if the corrupt experts and ancient race experts didn't do anything, the other righteous experts would. The treasure items they had obtained couldn't be counted as good, but they also weren't bad. However, they wouldn't draw other people's envy, so hastily slipping away was the right decision. As for those that had stayed, they were all rank 2 celestials at least. Although those rank 2 celestials couldn't defeat a rank 3 celestial, they were rather prideful, thinking that even if they couldn't defeat one, they would still be able to escape. Bastard, how is this possible? Long Chen just opened this coffin and I clearly saw the light of a treasure come from inside. There should definitely be a treasure. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts roared furiously. Because he hadn't been able to find any other coffins, he had suddenly thought about checking one of the ones that Long Chen had gone through. Just because it was something Long Chen looked down on didn't mean it couldn't be useful to him. What? You also didn't find anything? I've gone through 7 of the coffins Long Chen has gone through, but there was nothing inside, shouted another ancient rank expert. Long Chen cursed inside. He had finally been noticed. Looking at those furious ancient race experts, he was so angry that he had an urge to wring their necks. Their shouting caused everyone to stop and look at Long Chen with shock. This bastard definitely has a secret art that allows him to extract the treasures inside without completely opening the coffins, roared one of the ancient race experts. A greedy light appeared in his eyes. If he was correct, then even if half the coffins Long Chen had gone through had been empty, the number of treasures he had obtained had to be over 100. Thinking of 100 treasure items, everyone's eyes turned red. Kill Long Chen and take his treasure items. A powerful rank 3 celestial from the ancient races roared and took the initiative. Although he wasn't an innate rank 3 celestial, his aura was like the sea. His spear stabbed toward Long Chen like a poisonous dragon. This attack contained a terrifying power that caused the world to rumble. He was an extremely conceited expert, but he also had the power to be conceited. This attack was truly terrifying, and it sealed off all of Long Chen's escape paths. Following him, the other ancient race experts also attacked. Previously, they had all seen him fight Yu Changhao. Although he was powerful, for the unknown treasure items he had on him, they chose to go all out to kill him. That was because once Xuanhuan decided to join in, those treasure items would all go to him. Xiaoqian, you continue flipping through the coffins while they're distracted. I'll handle them, said Long Chen, stopping her from attacking. He alone was enough. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that as long as Long Chen remained on this mountain, it would be able to take the treasures in whatever coffin Yue Xiaoqian opened. Then let's see just who will be killing who, laughed Long Chen. A broadsword appeared in his hands, and he directly attacked the first expert to charge at him. His sword slashed down on his spear. Boom! The ancient race expert was forced back by Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen became covered by thunder force, and he appeared in front of him again like he had teleported. He was too fast. With his lightning body blink, especially at such a close distance, that person didn't even have a chance to react. Long Chen's sword cut straight through his head, and it exploded like a melon. This attack had contained his thunder force, and it had destroyed his soul along with his body. There wasn't the slightest chance of him escaping. Split the heavens. After killing one, Long Chen didn't hesitate. His broadsword pointed toward the sky, and a huge sword image appeared. It slashed down on the experts charging at him. Everything happened too quickly. Long Chen's attack was almost instantaneous and incredibly powerful. Although the ancient race experts immediately went a block, quite a few people were still struck. Several of the ancient race experts instantly exploded. Even in death, they couldn't comprehend how Long Chen could instantaneously release such a powerful move. Over 10 of them were killed in an instant. Even their hasty defenses were unable to block Long Chen's power. Currently, Long Chen was no longer holding back. He was prepared to undergo a slaughter. These ancient races were too arrogant, and since they wanted to kill him, he definitely wouldn't be merciful. Only 4 of the attackers managed to survive his attack. Those 4 were all innate rank 3 Celestials. Although his attack had come suddenly, with their immense power, they had managed to blunt the impact of his attack, but they were still filled with a lingering fear. Without accumulating any power, Long Chen was capable of releasing such a terrifying attack. This had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. Long Chen swung his broadsword, resting it on his shoulder. His body was covered in flowing lightning. You want to kill me? I'll welcome you at any time. As long as you feel like your throat is hard enough, come as you please. All of you get out of the way. Let me kill this arrogant fellow. Xuanhuan flapped his wings and flew toward Long Chen. Runes circulated on his wings, summoning a sharp light that suddenly shot toward Long Chen. It was actually the same move as before. Arrogant? This counts as arrogant. I'll show you what real arrogance is. Long Chen sneered, his aura circulating. His black robes began to float without any wind. His primal chaos bead circulated and the power of his 4 stars erupted. His broadsword slashed down, releasing a ray of sword chi. Boom, a raging chi wave erupted. What? Everyone was shocked to see Xuanhuan's terrifying attack be shattered by Long Chen's sword. What was going on? Previously, Long Chen clearly hadn't dared to receive that attack, but now he easily broke it. Was this supposed to mean that Long Chen had been holding back before? Where are you looking, idiot? Xuanhuan couldn't believe his eyes. One of his core attacks had been destroyed with just brute force. Just as he was stunned, a hand viciously slapped across his face. By the time he reacted, he was struck. Xuanhuan shot back like a shooting star in front of everyone. He slammed into the ground, forming a huge crater. Even the surrounding coffins were buried. Disobedient son of a bitch, does being slapped feel extremely comfortable to you? Sneered Long Chen, swinging his hand. Long Chen was definitely hiding his power. How sinister. This was what most people were thinking. In truth, Long Chen truly had been concealing his power. When he had fought against Xuanhuan previously, that formation might have stopped his magical arts, but it didn't stop his 9-star Hegemon body art. It was just that Long Chen didn't want to become everyone's target so early. Enduring for a bit to make a fortune was the way of the king, but halfway through his fortune, he had been noticed by others. Now there was no point in enduring any longer. He immediately released the power of the 8th star transformation and 12th heaven stage. Suddenly, the ground exploded and a pillar of light soared into the sky. Xuanhuan appeared, a huge illusory figure behind him. A golden rune lit up on his forehead, and a terrifying pressure came from him, one that caused the space around him to twist. Long Chen die. Xuanhuan's wings suddenly pointed to the sky. Everyone was horrified to see the void tear. Chapter 873,000 Years of Death. Yu Changhao's furious roar shook the sky. He was surrounded by a sea of three-colored runes. His aura was sacred and powerful, filled with a murderous air. He had clearly already gone berserk. Following his roar, heaven and earth shuddered. This was an incomparable pressure. Everyone looked at Yu Changhao with horror. He seemed like a furious devil. His wings folded and pointed toward the sky. All his runes were absorbed by his wings. In that instant, even the void was torn apart, appalling everyone. When his wings once more opened, his entire body had light circulating around it. His aura caused rank 2 celestials to quiver in terror. In front of his pressure, they felt that even breathing was difficult. Long Chen, you've infuriated me. Now death will be an extremely luxurious thing for you. I won't let you die so easily. You despicable, inferior human, I'll let you see the price for humiliating the sacred ancient races. Blood feather divine slash. One of Yu Changhao's wings rose and then slashed down. In that instant, the runes on his feathers all circulated and the aura of a grand Tao appeared. This was a terrifying attack. Those runes on Yu Changhao's wings were the roots of his divine abilities. Thanks to them, his wings could even be described as innate treasure items, allowing each one of his attacks to kill a rank 3 celestial easily. All the rank 2 celestials were pale as paper now. This attack wasn't even coming toward them, but just the pressure from it was unendurable. They felt like their bodies were being torn apart. They were all horrified, no longer bothering with finding treasure items any longer. They all fled. They were afraid just the slightest shockwave could kill them. If that happened, then those treasures they had found would all be wasted. HMPH, you idiot. Did you think that just because you have some ability you can challenge Lord Yu Changhao? You really are a frog at the bottom of a well. Now you've done it, sneered an ancient race expert, filled with delight. That's right, the human race is just a bunch of idiots. Lord Yu Changhao is an unrivaled hero whose power shakes the heavens. Long Chen, you underestimated him, said another ancient race expert. In truth, the ancient races all looked down on the human race. The righteous expert's expression sank. This was too much. This was essentially cursing them right in the nose. It had to be known that the corrupt path's experts no longer truly considered themselves part of the human race. They considered themselves to be the children of the corrupt god. They were the descendants of their god. Although they were in human form, there was a clear line between them and the human race. And so the ancient races, cursing, only affected the righteous path's experts. But although the righteous experts were furious, they didn't retort. The ancient races were just too powerful and they could only swallow their anger. In their hearts, they hoped for Long Chen to fight for some dignity for the human race. When it comes to inferiority, who could compare to your ancient races? A group of hybrids birthed from humans and beasts, is this how you speak to your ancestors? Then today, your ancestor will properly teach you a lesson on how to talk to your ancestors. Long Chen's divine ring began to circulate, and a majestic aura soared into the clouds. Long Chen's pressure began to surge. His Enlightenment Palace star had already reached the 8th star transformation, and during this time, he had never stopped taking his medicine. There were already signs of the Enlightenment Palace star approaching the 9th star transformation. Although there was still a ways to go, each medicinal pill could still increase his strength the slightest bit. Now that Long Chen was releasing his full power, his pressure caused the world to quiver. It was even grander, even more imposing than what Yu Changhao had caused. Those sneering ancient race experts tightly shut their mouths. Now that Long Chen's aura had erupted to this level, it was like a vicious slap in their faces. And it was an extremely resounding slap. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen truly is worthy of being one of our righteous path's experts. Properly teach these ancient races experts the power of our righteous path. The righteous experts were incomparably excited. Previously, they hadn't dared to respond to the ancient races' insults. Now they tightly clenched their fists. Good, you really have some ability. That's the only way this will be interesting. If you died in just one move, it would be too boring. A sinister smile appeared on Yu Changhao's face. The runes on his wings began to glow even more brightly. He had clearly still been holding back before, afraid to kill Long Chen with one move and let him off too easy. Now that Long Chen's aura had erupted, he could let loose. Your posing arts are still lacking. If your skills don't match, you'll just end up being a dumbass. Today, I'll let you know trying to pose without any power will come at a price. Boom! Long Chen's broadsword suddenly slashed down with a space-staring sound. A huge sword image mercilessly tore through heaven and earth to go toward Yu Changhao. It was the first form of split the heavens, But this attack was many times more terrifying than his previous one. An ear-piercing rumbling came from it. His attack collided with Yu Changhao's attack. The mountain shook and countless coffins were directly blown into the air before crashing back down. Qi waves erupted, and many of the experts that had fled into the distance were still sent flying, vomiting blood. They had still underestimated their power. Fortunately, they had retreated far enough, otherwise, just this shockwave would have killed them. They now fled even further. Some even fled to the back of the mountain, feeling like it would be safer. Only Yue Xiaoqian was continuously opening coffins while keeping an eye on Long Chen. As long as she opened the coffin slightly, the treasure inside it would disappear. Although she didn't know exactly what was going on, she had no time to ask, but she could guess that Long Chen had some method to take in the treasures even from a distance. These treasures were extremely important to Long Chen, so Yue Xiaoqian did her best to open as many as possible. Long Chen and Yu Changhao suddenly appeared in the air after the collision of their attacks. Their wings shook, and they furiously charged at each other. Only now did everyone realize how terrifying Yu Changhao was. His hands, feet, and wings were all powerful offensive weapons. His wings were especially powerful, practically two unrivaled treasure items. When they collided with Long Chen's broadsword, sparks flew and a metallic ringing came from them. Explosive sounds continuously rang out in the air. Long Chen's broadsword continuously danced in the air, and his movements were a bit messy in the face of Yu Changhao's 6 limbs. This attack frequency was something he hadn't dealt with before. Although Yu Changhao was his enemy, Long Chen had to admit that he was extremely powerful. This strange close-range fighting ability was impressive. His wings were especially difficult to deal with. Each one of his attacks could cause mountains to collapse. If Long Chen's broadsword wasn't strong enough, there would have been no way to keep up with him. He, Long Chen, do you only have this little ability? You've really disappointed me. Just as Yu Changhao was talking, his movements naturally slowed down the slightest bit. Long Chen slapped him across the face. Who let you pose? Your face really is thick. My hand even hurts from slapping it. You don't even have the brains to learn your lesson, sneered Long Chen. His face-slapping technique had already reached a divine level, but Long Chen also felt helpless that this kind of attack couldn't kill people. Once this slap contained killing intent or accumulated energy, well, these people were all experts, so they would immediately sense it. Then he wouldn't be able to strike anyone with it. If it was just a random blow that didn't contain any killing intent, then at close range, the chance of it striking was almost 100%. But its only effect was at best to humiliate his opponent. It didn't pose any offensive power. Although his attack didn't contain any offensive power, that was just talking about the physical body. It possessed immense offensive power when it came to the mind. Yu Changhao's eyes turned scarlet. He had already forgotten how many times he had been slapped in the face by Long Chen. If he couldn't kill Long Chen, he would become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. And even if he killed Long Chen, the fact that he had been slapped would become a stain he would never be able to wash off. Long Chen suddenly gripped his broadsword with both hands and viciously slashed it down on Yu Changhao's wing. This attack contained his full power. His sword landed slightly higher than the middle part of the wing, the spot that was most likely to cause Yu Changhao to lose his balance. This was an attack Long Chen had been planning for a while. Yu Changhao's close-range ability came from the fact that he could unleash a tempest of attacks from strange angles. That was also why Yu Changhao had dared to challenge Leng Yuyan, who was famed for being unrivaled in close-range combat. But no matter how powerful the move, there would always be an opening. Long Chen hadn't been used to it in the beginning, but after getting accustomed to his attack frequency, he had found that opening. Long Chen's attack landed on his wing, and at the same time, he slashed diagonally. Yu Changhao's own movements were too fast, and his left wing came attacking just as his right wing was struck. But Long Chen's force was being applied diagonally, causing Yu Changhao to lose his balance. His wing shot past Long Chen's head. The most startling thing to Yu Changhao was that his body involuntarily began to spin through the air. His butt ended up facing Long Chen. 1,000 years of death. Long Chen's broadsword stabbed forward with a whistling wind straight toward Yu Changhao's butt. Chapter 874, Destroyed Butt. Just as Yu Changhao was spinning through the air, he had an extremely bad feeling. He instantly spread his wings and shot forward. At the same time, his golden armor completely covered his body. Regretfully, Yu Changhao still wasn't as fast as Long Chen. Long Chen's broadsword stabbed right into Yu Changhao's butt. The cringing sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! A heartrending cry resounded throughout the air. Through that miserable shriek, it was possible for everyone to feel the unbearable pain the person must be going through. Although Yu Changhao had activated his golden armor to protect himself, he had only just put it on for an instant. It hadn't been able to fully release its power, and so it had only blocked a portion of Long Chen's attack. Long Chen's attack had stabbed right into Yu Changhao's tailbone. There was a dense gathering of nerves there. Yu Changhao was a peak expert. Even if he died, he wouldn't let out such a miserable shriek. It was too embarrassing. But now he was just in too much pain to hold back. It was instinct. Following his shriek, everyone felt a chill in their bones. They didn't have any thoughts of laughing. Instead, they felt profound sympathy for him. These people were all experts, and they were aware of what parts of the body could elicit the most pain. They felt a chill in their own tailbones. All their hair stood on end. Due to trying to avoid Long Chen's attack and failing, Yu Changhao shot into the mountain like a cannonball. The ground crumbled as a huge hole appeared. It failed, but that's also good. If this broadsword ended up contaminated with crap, it would be irritating to use, muttered Long Chen to himself. Suddenly the ground began to quiver. The ground exploded and a figure soared into the sky. That figure was Yu Changhao. His eyes were completely red now, looking like they might spit flames. His fury had reached a peak. He even felt like he might explode. Pain, humiliation, and fury, all those negative emotions resounded within his mind. Just now, he had been in enough pain to want to die. Although his injury had recovered, that pain seemed to linger. Heaven-splitting wings. Yu Changhao roared and his wings opened. A vast aura erupted, one that caused the world to shake. Blinding golden light erupted. A pair of heaven-splitting wings appeared in the sky. Those wings were several miles long and seemed like two flying blades. But those flying blades were formed of golden runes. Divine light circulated. As soon as those wings appeared, the world became filled with the aura of death. Die, Yu Changhao formed hand seals, controlling the huge wings to attack Long Chen. They slashed toward him, and small black lines appeared in the sky where they passed. Heavens, the void is being torn apart, cried people. They finally understood how terrifying Yu Changhao was. Previously, Yu Changhao had been slapped an unknown number of times in the face by Long Chen. In the end, his butt had almost been completely destroyed. His status as a peak expert had greatly fallen in their hearts. But now that he released this attack, they realized just how terrifying he was. They also admired his restraint. He had held back such a trump card for this moment. This attack will determine the victor. It's one of the feather race's inherited divine abilities. Up until now, no one in the same realm had been able to receive this attack. Long Chen's definitely dead, said an ancient race expert. In truth, Yu Changhao hadn't been planning on using this kind of divine ability to kill Long Chen. This divine ability came at a price. It would exhaust the core runes in his blood. Right now, he was at the peak of Xuanhuan. He had to maintain the purity of his blood so that he could advance perfectly to see expansion. If he used too much of the energy of his core runes because he unleashed such huge moves, it would cause his bloodline quality to drop. If he couldn't restore it by the time the spiritual chi eruption occurred, he would miss that incredibly rare opportunity. That was unacceptable. So even though he had been humiliated before, he hadn't used this move. But now he was truly unable to suppress his fury. All he wanted to do was kill Long Chen. To kill Long Chen, he didn't care what he had to do. Seeing those two huge golden wings slashing toward him like two divine blades, Long Chen's hair stood on end. This attack was definitely terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he could be killed. Long Chen took a deep breath. 4 stars appeared in his eyes, and he raised his broadsword. A huge sword image soared into the sky, and it possessed an imposing aura. It was like a god's blade that was filled with a will that desired to shatter the world. Split the heavens too, Long Chen shouted inside. His broadsword slashed toward the wings. Boom! The two forces crashed together. In that instant the world seemed to become still. It was silent. But in the next instant, a huge explosive sound erupted. Heaven and earth trembled, and the coffins on the mountain were sent flying. Not good. Run. Aya. Miserable screams rang out along with the sound of bodies exploding. There were too many coffins at the peak of the mountain. They shot out like cannonballs, and many people were unable to dodge them. They were blown to bits. Half of this huge mountain collapsed from this attack. Even the formation here hadn't been able to stop it. Just as everyone was feeling appalled, a majestic aura erupted. That aura was full of evil. Ha 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 ha, the corrupt dragon bone claw is mine. Long Chen, hand over your life. Zhu Yu had been trying to subdue the corrupt dragon bone claw this entire time. He now laughed, his voice full of delight. His gaze landed on Long Chen in the air. At this time, Long Chen and Yu Changhao's hair was in disarray, and their auras were a bit unsteady. That exchange had been too intense. It had not only exhausted a great deal of their energy, but it had also caused a backlash that had injured them. Long Chen was shocked. He had underestimated Yu Changhao before. Just now, he had used his strongest move but had still gone even with him. It was obvious that if he had fought him when the immemorial path had just opened, he would have been killed. Now Zhu Yu was holding a 3-foot-long bone claw and smiling sinisterly at him. He knew he was about to join in. Ha ha ha, if you want to fight, then come. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Long Chen suddenly let out a burst of heaven-shaking laughter. The righteous experts, corrupt experts, and ancient race experts were all shocked. Now 2 peak experts were about to attack him, but he still didn't have the slightest intention of running. To fight 1 versus 2 against them, he was incredibly domineering. But there were also quite a few people who thought he was an idiot. He knew how to show off, but showing off now would come at a price, and that would be an extremely miserable price. Haha, I'll let you taste the power of my new weapon. Zhu Yu laughed, and the bone claw in his hand shot straight toward Long Chen. On the way, it suddenly grew larger, becoming 300 meters long. Long Chen held his broadsword with both hands and slashed it on the bone claw. He also wanted to see just how strong this bone claw was. Boom! Long Chen's attack didn't even leave a mark on the bone claw. How hard! The bone claw was fine, but Long Chen felt a burst of pain in both of his arms. The bone claw was stopped by Long Chen, but then it suddenly began to close, wanting to crush Long Chen in its grasp. Its nimbleness was comparable to a human hand, startling Long Chen. The bone claw snapped shut, but Long Chen had already used the lightning body blink to escape. Although he had escaped, the ear-piercing sound from when the bone claw had snapped shut caused Long Chen to jump in fright. If he had been caught, then even if he didn't immediately die, his bones would have definitely been crushed. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, let's see just how you will run today. Once I put you away, I'll then handle Leng Yuan. With this evil dragon bone claw, I don't need to worry about her. Zhu Yu was full of excitement. His laughter was also full of confidence. Brother Changhao, you don't need to have any misgivings. This bastard is extremely slippery. If we're not careful, he'll get away. How about we work together to kill him? Asked Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu knew Yu Changhao was powerful. With him present, Long Chen would find it difficult to flee. Zhu Yu needed a helper like him, as his own speed wasn't a match for Long Chen's. Now he could have Long Chen killed, and furthermore, it would count as cooperating. Perhaps in the future, they would be able to cooperate once more when he handled Leng Yuan. Although he had the evil dragon bone claw, in truth, Zhu Yu was still traumatized by Leng Yuan. Just the bone claw didn't give him 100% assurance, and so he wanted to form an alliance with Yu Changhao. Then his confidence would increase a bit. However, he had no thoughts of subduing Leng Yuan. In his eyes, Leng Yuan wasn't a woman. No, she wasn't even human. She was a fiend that might take his life at any moment. All right, let's work together to slaughter this brute. Yu Changhao no longer had any assurance of being able to kill Long Chen now that his strongest move had been blocked by him. He was too powerful, and his chances of killing Long Chen on his own were too low. Cooperating with Zhu Yu was his best option. Ha ha ha, good. All corrupt experts listen to my orders. Capture that woman. Once I kill Long Chen, I want to properly enjoy her. Zhu Yu's orders caused the corrupt experts to smile wretchedly. They took out their weapons and charged toward the distant Yue Zioqian. Chapter 875, Bringing Death Upon Themselves. Righteous experts, those that want to be on my side, help me protect my friend, shouted Long Chen suddenly. This action of his caused Yu Changhao and Zhu Yu to be stunned. Zhu Yu suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to actually ask a bunch of garbage for help. It seems that this woman must be quite important to you. Ha ha ha, I want that woman. Capture her alive. Long Chen's shout immediately placed the righteous experts in a difficult position. Long Chen could count as a righteous expert, but right now he was facing Yu Changhao and Zhu Yu. His death was practically set in stone. He wouldn't even have a chance to flee. They didn't want to end up dying because they helped him. However, out of the 200-plus righteous experts present, there were more than 10 hot-blooded men who rushed over to Yue Zioqian. In their eyes, no matter what, The righteous path should be one united family. But halfway there, they suddenly realized something was off. They saw the others weren't even moving. What are you doing? We're all part of the righteous path and we should be united, roared one of the men. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is part of our righteous path. We need his protection, but when he has difficulties, we also have to help. You're just going to sit back and watch. Those motionless righteous experts looked away, not daring to look at those people. But after being cursed repeatedly, one of them finally cursed back. Who are you cursing? Aren't you all just idiots? Long Chen wanted to show off, and as a result, he offended so many people. Why should we have to pay the bill for his own actions? You little fuckers, you're the idiots, raged one of the few men. HMPH, idiots, go and send yourselves to death. Since we're all part of the righteous path, don't worry, we'll make sure to bury your corpses. Following those people's cursing, the 10+ group ended up hesitating. Some of them actually returned amongst the rest of the righteous experts. In the end, only 3 people came to help Long Chen. You cowards, I curse your ancestors. You've lost all the face of the righteous path, cursed one of the 3. Those 3 ignored those uncaring bastards and came to Xuanhuan's side. They took out their weapons, prepared to fight to the death. Although they knew this action of theirs was impulsive, there was a voice that told them even if they had to die, they had to protect their pride. They couldn't become an unrivaled hero like Long Chen, but they could use their lives to prove the true reason they had begun cultivating. Seeing only 3 people go help, Long Chen didn't feel any disappointment. In fact, he smiled slightly. There were still some hot-blooded people in the righteous path. Kill, the corrupt experts charged toward Xuanhuan's group of 4. At the same time, Yu Changhao took out a golden bow. That was the true weapon of the feather race. Yu Changhao was always a conceited person. Others thought the feather race's strongest point was their archery skills, but when he fought with others, he practically never used archery. That was because he had always maintained an unrivaled record against experts in the same realm. But this record had first been broken when Leng Yuan had almost stabbed through his head, and then been broken by Long Chen's resounding consecutive face slaps. He finally took out his true weapon. Having taken out this bow, Yu Changhao was incredibly furious. This represented that he had lost to Long Chen in a close-range battle. Die, he pulled the bow. Countless runes condensed, absorbing heaven and earth's energy to form a huge golden arrow. The arrow shot out with a thunderous rumbling. Its light was dazzling and imposing. Boom, Long Chen swung his broadsword. A sword image slashed onto the arrow, destroying it. But Long Chen was startled as its power caused his arms to feel a bit numb. Seeing Yu Changhao once more pulling back his bow, Long Chen snorted. His wings flapped, and he activated the lightning body blink. He appeared right in front of Yu Changhao in practically an instant, his sword slashing down. He was incredibly quick, arriving in front of him before he could release his second arrow. His bow suddenly turned, and he actually used it to block his sword. A strange sound rang out. Long Chen felt a bizarre force knock him back. He was startled. Yu Changhao was actually skilled in long-range and close-range battle with a bow. Just as he was knocked back, a huge bone claw came toward him. Boom! He slashed his broadsword against Zhu Yu's attack, relying on the rebound force to dodge Yu Changhao's second arrow. Long Chen pushed the lightning body blink to its max. He instantly arrived beside Zhu Yu. Because the evil dragon bone claw had just been knocked away, Zhu Yu couldn't use it to defend. Long Chen wanted to take advantage to kill Zhu Yu right here. Of the 3 of them, Zhu Yu was the weakest in close-range combat. To kill him, the best way was in close range. Seeing Long Chen suddenly appear beside him, Zhu Yu's expression changed. He had personally experienced how dangerous Long Chen was at close range, but even if he wanted to retreat, it was too late. He didn't possess Long Chen's terrifying speed. He hastily blocked with his black sword. As a result, he was caught in a dangerous situation, and after barely managing to block 2 attacks, the third one almost slashed onto his shoulder, causing him to turn pale. If he was struck, then the power within Long Chen's broadsword would immediately erupt within his body. He didn't have a powerful physical body like Yu Changhao. Brother Zhu Yu, don't panic. I'll help. With Long Chen fighting Zhu Yu at close range, Yu Changhao couldn't use his long-range attacks in case he hit the wrong person. He shot forward, using his bow as a weapon that stabbed toward Long Chen's heart. Long Chen took half a step back, not wanting to take Yu Changhao's bow head-on. That bow was strange and was able to rebound a person's power. With Yu Changhao's help, Zhu Yu finally caught a breather. He once more sent the Bone Claw to attack Long Chen. The three of them fought an intense battle in the air. The corrupt disciples below had already arrived in front of Xuanhuan's group of four. The four of them defended with their lives. But those three were just ordinary rank 2 celestials. In front of this many experts, they were only able to miserably retreat. Fortunately, Xuanhuan was helping them, which was the only reason they were still alive. Furthermore, the ones attacking them were only rank 2 celestials. The rank 3 celestials were at the back providing support. They all knew Zhu wanted to capture her alive, so they didn't dare to go too far and make her kill herself. This way, they would leave her the slightest hope, and once she was exhausted, they would pounce. The four of them were rapidly retreating. Suddenly, they found their backs against a formation and were unable to continue backing up. "Bastards who set up this formation, are you trying to capture us all?" raged a righteous expert. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, "The decision you made today makes me happy. You've saved yourselves." "What?" The three of them were startled. Before they understood what was happening, Xuanhuan extended her hand. A soft force transmitted through their bodies, and they suddenly felt like space was twisting around them. They coughed up blood. But after that, they suddenly realized they were in that original room, looking at the mountain. The mountain had once more shrunk into a small hill in their eyes. "It's handled," Xuanhuan suddenly waved at Long Chen. "Good, then go ahead and slaughter them," responded Long Chen. Long Chen's words had just rang out when Xuanhuan's sword released thousands of rays of sword light. Sword chi ravaged the corrupt experts. "What?" The three righteous experts were all startled upon seeing that scene. Xuanhuan was actually this terrifying. Ordinary rank 2 celestials were cut down like wheat in front of her. Did someone as powerful as her really need the three of them to protect her? "I get it, senior apprentice brother Long Chen was saving us." One of them suddenly slapped his leg. They suddenly realized why Long Chen had asked them to help her. In truth, Long Chen had been intent on saving whoever that helped. Because they had stood by him, he had asked Xuanhuan to send them to safety outside the formation. In truth, he wanted to save everyone. He gave all the righteous experts a chance, but regretfully they didn't grab it. One person shook his head. "Regret my ass. Fuck those idiots, they thought they could act aloof. They deserve to die. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen wanted to save us and they cursed him for being a show-off. Fuck their mothers," cursed another more explosive fellow. Now that Xuanhuan was attacking, everyone jumped in shock. Those rank 3 celestials immediately pounced forward, realizing that they had been played. Cold moon slash. An elegant crescent moon appeared in the air. Following the movement of Xuanhuan's sword, that 30-meter moon turned into a beautiful ray of light that charged into their midst. One ordinary rank 3 celestial was killed despite blocking with a treasure item. "That's a magical art, be careful," warned one person. Regretfully, it was too late. That crescent moon instantly killed over a dozen experts, 2 of them being rank 3 celestials. "Bastard, what's going on?" raged Zhu. He had never expected Xuanhuan to be so terrifying. Yu Changhao shouted, "Ancient races, assist the corrupt path in killing that woman. Conveniently, you can slaughter those idiots who are just watching the fun." Hearing Yu Changhao's words, the righteous experts turned green with terror. Chapter 876, World Extermination Hibiscus. "Run!" The first reaction of the righteous experts was to flee. Their little bit of power was nothing in front of the ancient race experts. "Iron!" One of the feather race's experts suddenly shot an arrow, instantly killing a fleeing righteous expert. Even his spatial ring shattered with him. But once his spatial ring broke, 2 treasure items appeared in the air. According to reason, when spatial rings were destroyed, whatever was inside would be drawn into chaotic space and disappear forever from this world. However, treasure items were different. That person's treasure items were average, and their spirituality wasn't high enough. According to a human's intelligence level, low-grade treasure items were like fools. Originally, treasure items weren't things that could be stored in spatial rings that hadn't reached the treasure item level, but treasure items with low intelligence could be stored in a spatial ring. When a spatial ring broke, they would instinctively sense the danger and escape from it. After all, even if the treasure items were fools, they were still extremely powerful. But these two were clearly fools. After escaping from the spatial ring, they just floated there, not knowing what to do. The feather race expert was the fastest. His wings flapped, and he practically instantly took those 2 treasure items. He was delighted. As expected, the fastest way to get rich was to kill people and take their treasures. Seeing him obtain 2 treasure items just by killing one person, all the ancient race experts turned red-eyed. It had to be known that opening a coffin to obtain a treasure item took a great deal of time. But now, it was too easy. He had obtained 2 treasure items in just a breath. All the ancient race experts roared and charged at the righteous experts like berserk beasts. Heavens, there's a barrier here. Fuck, what bastard set up this trap? Raged the righteous experts. At the same time, they suddenly thought of how, when Zhu Yu had been subduing the evil dragon Bone Claw, there had been dozens of people guarding him. Quite a few of them had slipped away like ghosts. Now that they thought of that, they immediately realized that it was the corrupt path's doing. They had long since placed their sights on them and set up this trap to take the treasures they had obtained. Aya, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, save us. Under the killing of the ancient race experts, the righteous experts were like fat sheep surrounded by hungry wolves. In their despair, the only thing they could do was beg Long Chen for help. You had a chance to save yourselves, but you gave it up. Who are you complaining to? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for acting like nothing matters unless it involves you. Yue Zioqian's voice resounded throughout. Even surrounded by corrupt experts, she still had it so easy. Her sword flew through the air, and even rank 3 celestials were unable to menace her. She slaughtered them, conveniently picking up their treasure items. Hearing her words, the righteous experts immediately despaired. They only had 2 rank 3 celestials, and they weren't even innate rank 3 celestials. In front of 8 innate rank 3 celestials and over 20 ordinary ones, they were like turtles trapped in a jar. Death was their only option. Bastard, how can you not help because of some little hostility? As a righteous expert, is your heart so narrow? When everyone's in a crisis, we should be united, shouted one of the righteous path's rank 3 celestials. He saw that Long Chen was fighting evenly against both Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao. Furthermore, Yue Zioqian seemed to have it easy against the corrupt experts. If she came to help, perhaps there would be a bit of hope for them. Long Chen couldn't even be bothered to look at such a person. He just treated it as a dog farting. As for Yue Zioqian, she was so infuriated that she couldn't even speak. You fuckers, do you even have any face? They didn't speak, but one of the more easily angered fellows that Yue Zioqian had sent out cursed. Smoke was about to come out of his head. Fuck, when Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen asked you for help, you just stood by like you didn't even know him. Now he's fighting against 2 peak experts and you still want him to help you. And you want to play the moral game. Fuck your mother, or your head's full of shit. That angry fellow felt like he might explode. He directly went up to the barrier and smashed it, cursing. The other 2 hastily tried to pull him back, but they were one step too late. When he viciously smashed the barrier launched a counterattack that covered him in blood. But he still cursed them. This barrier was strange. The people inside couldn't see what was outside, but it didn't block sound. They clearly heard his cursing, and the sound volume was increased by 10 times. The righteous experts were speechless. They had previously sneered at the 3 of them for going to Yue Zioqian's aid, saying that once they were dead, they would make sure to bury their corpses. Now it seemed like they would become the corpses, and they wouldn't even have any corpses left. The ancient race experts were vicious, and they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Run to that woman, shouted a righteous expert suddenly. During this calamity, they wanted to borrow Yue Zioqian's power to relieve the pressure. Even if they couldn't escape, they could live a bit longer. Perhaps if something unexpected happened, they might be able to get away. Abominable, these sons of bitches, said the 3 people outside clearly. At the same time, they saw that more people had reached this place and were looking at the battle on the hill with shock. After all, this place wasn't very concealed. It was easy to find. There were already dozens of people around, and some had already activated photographic jades. Seeing the righteous expert's shamelessness, fury soared in Yue Zioqian's eyes. She had never seen such contemptible people. Although the righteous expert's idea was good, their power was lacking. In the face of dozens of rank 3 celestials, they were almost exterminated before they could arrive beside Yue Zioqian. The ancient races were also greedy fellows. In their eyes, the righteous experts were a flock of fat sheep. If they managed to reach the corrupt path that was fighting Yue Zioqian, then all the treasures would end up in their hands. So they were even more urgent than the righteous experts. Aya. A righteous rank 3 celestial had only just reached Yue Zioqian when a corrupt expert slashed his sword at him. He blocked that sword, but as a result, he was killed by an ancient race expert. The ancient race expert was extremely fast, instantly snatching that person's spatial ring. The corrupt expert glared furiously, but the ancient race expert laughed and ignored him. "The trash is cleaned up now. Hurry and capture that woman," shouted Yu Changhao. He and Zhu Yu were unable to defeat Long Chen quickly. He was too strong and his power seemed to be endless. Even 1 against 2 in such an intense battle, he didn't reveal the slightest opening. Each of his moves were fierce and powerful, and if they revealed an opening, they might receive a sudden attack from Long Chen. Zhu Yu had fought Long Chen before, but now Long Chen was stronger than back then, so much stronger that he could barely believe it. But he had his own thoughts. He didn't go all out attacking. Instead, he was trying to familiarize himself with the evil dragon bone claw. Long Chen easily saw through Zhu Yu's thoughts. As for that idiot Yu Changhao, he had been duped. He thought that Zhu Yu was only at this level, and he was fighting all out. The majority of Long Chen's attacks were blocked by him. Long Chen sneered and didn't expose him. Although Yu Changhao was powerful, he didn't have the slightest brains. He was just an arrogant idiot, and Long Chen continued to fight it out in terms of endurance. While Long Chen handled them, Yue Xiaoqian was completely surrounded by everyone. "Xiaoqian, go ahead and kill them all." Long Chen sent Yue Xiaoqian a spiritual message. Having received that, the runes revolving around Yue Xiaoqian's body suddenly changed. Divine light circulated, and her runes took the shape of a huge flower behind her. The experts attacking Yue Xiaoqian were startled. They had originally thought that Yue Xiaoqian was summoning a kind of manifestation, but they suddenly found that this flower appeared to be alive. The flower condensed onto Yue Xiaoqian's forehead. Her sword touched the center of the flower, and a terrifying light erupted. The flower's light was glaring and blinding. "Not good, run." These experts finally realized something was wrong and hastily retreated. They sensed a terrifying pressure from that flower. The lotus flower lives in the mud. The hibiscus breaks through the water. The leaves grow, the flower blossoms, the pith condenses. Following Yue Xiaoqian's chanting, the flower rapidly blossomed and the pith formed of runes appeared. It was dreamlike, and it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. World Extermination Hibiscus Bloom. The flower suddenly shook. The world instantly became still. Endless rainbow light suddenly erupted. It was beautiful and bizarre, instantly devouring everything within 100 miles. Anyone touched by that light had their body ripped to shreds. Blood filled the air, as if this was a hell on earth. What a terrifying attack! Even Long Chen was startled. Yue Xiaoqian was actually this powerful. This move of hers was truly terrifying, and most terrifying of all was how quickly she was able to use such a move. Other than a few rank 3 celestials that were still struggling, not a single rank 2 celestial survived. Furthermore, those rank 3 celestials had only managed to escape because they had treasure items protecting their bodies and had retreated fast enough upon sensing the danger. They hadn't been in the core region of her attack. However, other than the innate rank 3 celestials, the others were all in a wretched state now. Their bodies had been badly damaged, and they were horrified to find that their heavenly Tao energy was unable to heal these injuries. Underworld Soul Blood Curse. Suddenly Zhu Yu shouted. His third eye opened, and a blood-colored rune shot toward Long Chen. Long Chen tried to dodge when he suddenly found that space was locked around him. He couldn't move. "Idiot, once you've entered my space-locking bow's force field, you can't get away." Yu Changhao's golden bow had suddenly grown to 300 meters long. Its countless runes lit up, shining on Long Chen. It was actually a spatial locking power. Long Chen could only watch as that curse rune shot toward him. Chapter 877, Killing the Rest in One Move. Long Chen hadn't expected Yu Changhao to be able to use a treasure item to seal the space around him. This way, he was unable to dodge Zhu Yu's curse. But he sneered and looked at Zhu Yu. "Idiot, you just had to wait until so many of your people died. Now you should know that foolishness comes at a price. Did you think I didn't prepare any defense against your curse?" Long Chen simply stood there with his broadsword. He didn't move. He just allowed the curse rune to approach him. This caused Zhu Yu to be startled. He had absolute confidence in his curse arts. If Long Chen was struck, he would immediately become feeble. Then they could capture him alive and torment him. But Zhu Yu truly did feel regret. He shouldn't have been holding back and using Long Chen as a tool to train his evil dragon bone claw. The corrupt path had suffered immense losses here. Just as that curse rune was about to land on Long Chen, a body flew up and struck the rune. What? The curse rune instantly entered that person's body. He began to quiver, and a black color crept over his face. Zhu Yu was startled, because he realized that this person was from the corrupt path. He had actually appeared here to take Long Chen's place for his curse. Long Chen smiled. As soon as he had seen Zuyu here, he had known it would very likely devolve into an immense battle. So he had long since discussed it with Yue Zioqian. This kind of curse was extremely terrifying, so Yue Zioqian had always been concealing her power. If he encountered any danger, she was to send a replacement to Long Chen. Now, his prediction had been proven correct. The space around Long Chen relaxed. Yu Changhao's space-locking abilities were obviously limited. He wasn't even a sea expansion expert yet, so he was unable to bring out a treasure item's complete power. Long Chen suddenly appeared beside Yu Changhao. Yu Changhao was the closest, and using the lightning body blink, Long Chen closed the gap in an instant. His sword stabbed toward his bow. Yu Changhao had greatly exhausted his spiritual yuan to use his treasure item's special ability. As a result, Long Chen was at an immense advantage now. There was no time for him to dodge. Clenching his teeth, his bow stabbed toward Long Chen's heart. He was trying to force Long Chen to retreat and gain some breathing room. However, he had underestimated Long Chen's ruthlessness. Long Chen ignored his bow. His broadsword had already reached him. Long Chen's broadsword pierced through Yu Changhao's heart, causing a huge hole to appear in his chest. As for Yu Changhao's bow, it pierced through Long Chen's chest and out his back. Both of them vomited blood. This wasn't the result Yu Changhao had wanted. He had thought Long Chen would dodge. You want to compete in terms of ruthlessness with me. When have I ever been afraid of competing in that? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from his broadsword. He was forcing Yu Changhao to die with him. If Yu Changhao also did the same thing with his bow, then both of them would be blown apart by the other. But in the end, Yu Changhao was afraid. Although he was vicious, he didn't want to die. Sensing this suicidal move of Long Chen's, his wings suddenly flapped and he fell back. At the same time, his heavenly Dao runes wrapped around Long Chen's broadsword, erasing as much of its power as possible. Yu Changhao succeeded in escaping the broadsword, but he hadn't managed to completely block its power. He wildly vomited blood and cracks appeared on his body. He had almost exploded. Yu Changhao was horrified. He was now afraid of Long Chen's practically suicidal way of fighting. He had always been a noble heavenly genius and always thought of himself as a supreme existence. He definitely wouldn't use his life to bring someone else down with him. He felt his life was the most precious, so he had never had the same thought as Long Chen. Just now he had walked past the gates of hell. He was finally afraid, but Long Chen didn't give him any time to feel his terror. He once more shot toward him. What? Yu Changhao and Zuyu were horrified. They saw that Long Chen's heavy injuries had healed in the blink of an eye. As for Yu Changhao, his body was covered in cracks. If he had to receive another one of Long Chen's attacks in his state, he would explode immediately. Naturally, Zuyu wouldn't allow that. A huge bone claw caught Yu Changhao, protecting him. Long Chen's attack only caused the claw to be sent flying. It didn't injure Yu Changhao. "Brother Yu, quickly heal," shouted Zuyu. A blood-colored figure appeared behind him. He had summoned his blood devil possession. His black sword released a torrential sword chi as he attacked Long Chen. He finally realized he was in a dangerous situation. Long Chen was too powerful, and if Yu Changhao was killed, then on his own, he wouldn't be able to handle Long Chen. Devil Eye destroys the world. A black light shot out from Zuyu's third eye. Long Chen had seen this attack before. He knew Zuyu's third eye was where his divine abilities lay. Its powers were bizarre. He hastily dodged to the side. The black light landed on the huge mountain. A hole appeared in the mountain, one that was extremely smooth. More black rays came from Zuyu's third eye. Long Chen hastily dodged. This attack was too powerful to take head-on for no reason. Each black light beam pierced the mountain, and it started to crumble. With Zuyu not hesitating to use his devil eye to release such powerful attacks, Long Chen was unable to get close to him. At this time, Yu Changhao was using the heavenly Dao recovery to heal his injuries. His injuries were too heavy since his internal organs had been destroyed. He needed to reconstruct them, and that would exhaust a huge amount of his core energy and time. He couldn't fight for a while. Long Chen was like a ghost, using the lightning body blink to dodge Zuyu's attacks. Although Zuyu's attacks were powerful, there was no danger of them striking him. Down below, Yue Zioqian was now only facing just over 30 rank 3 Celestials, down from the hundreds of Celestials that had previously surrounded her. The majority of the rank 3 Celestials were heavily injured now. It could be seen how terrifying Xuanhuan's attack had been. She was a bit short of breath now, as that attack also came at a price for her. These experts roared furiously and charged at Xuanhuan. They had been too careless just now, allowing her to release such a powerful attack. Now, they wouldn't give Xuanhuan the chance to release any more magical arts. Careful! A head flew into the air. A corrupt expert at the front of the charge had been killed with one slash of Xuanhuan's sword. Now that they were in close-range battle, they suddenly found that Xuanhuan's body and sword were untouchable. She slipped past them like a phantom drifting through their midst. They had never seen such movements. Her sword appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and in just a few breaths, 4 of them were killed. "Go all out," roared an ancient race expert. Let alone catching her alive, they didn't even know if they could kill Xuanhuan like this. Zhu Yu's order to capture her alive had truly been an impossible request. They all stopped holding back. Some of them even activated their core divine abilities, while others used self-harming techniques to push their power to the peak. That immediately caused Xuanhuan's situation to become dangerous. Long Chen saw all of this clearly. He suddenly took a deep breath. While dodging Zhu Yu's attacks, he formed hand seals. His spiritual strength erupted. Countless golden scales surged out of the ground like a sea. It happened so suddenly that those experts attacking Xuanhuan hadn't even realized what was going on before those sharp scales pierced their bodies. Blood splashed. While Long Chen had been searching for treasures, he had stealthily slipped the hidden ground gold spider king's scales into the ground. It had all been in preparation. Originally, he had been planning on using them to kill Zhu Yu, but Zhu Yu was up in the air right now, and this attack would be noticed before it could strike him. Seeing Xuanhuan in danger, Long Chen decided to use them against the ones attacking her. After all, there were over 20 innate rank 3 celestials against her, and she wasn't a true celestial. Her control over heavenly Tao energy was definitely weaker than her control over her core energy. The golden scales brought with them a rain of blood. As experts, one scale piercing through their body wasn't fatal, but there were just too many of them, and the majority of the experts were turned into sieves. They hastily focused on blocking the scales. Xuanhuan took advantage of that opportunity. Light flashed from her forehead. She hastily began to chant something, and she stabbed her sword into the ground. Earth explosion kill wave. A ripple spread over the ground, reaching those experts blocking the scales in an instant. Wherever the ripple went, flesh exploded. Those experts all disappeared. Even Long Chen's scales were crushed apart. It could be seen just how terrifying this attack had been. Xuanhuan leaned against her sword, her face a bit pale. She had basically used up all her heavenly Tao energy just now. In fact, she had even stealthily used her core energy, but she had concealed it within her heavenly Tao energy. "Bastards, you've brought a calamity upon yourselves by slaughtering the members of the ancient races. Just wait for our reprisal. Your sects, your families, none of them will have good deaths." Yu Changhao had only just recovered and left the protection of the bone claw when he saw Xuanhuan's attack kill everyone. Chapter 878, each side taking out trump cards. It wasn't just Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao that were stunned. Even Long Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected Xuanhuan to possess such a terrifying move. Just how could she release such a powerful magical art in such a short time? It seemed Xuanhuan's power far surpassed Long Chen's expectations. In fact, perhaps she would even be able to fight Leng Yuan. However, Xuanhuan's aura had clearly dropped after this attack. She had exhausted all her heavenly Tao energy, and if she were to fight again, she would probably have to use her core energy. Once she used her core energy, her status would be revealed. There were probably already people outside this barrier watching in secret. She couldn't attack for now. "Good job, Xuanhuan. You rest. Leave these 2 idiots to me," shouted Long Chen. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning that shot toward Yu Changhao. His broadsword slashed toward Yu Changhao. An icy light shone in Yu Changhao's eyes as he used his bowstring to meet Long Chen's broadsword. Long Chen's power was a bit too much for him, so he wanted to cause him to rebound before pulling apart the distance and using long-range attacks. But just as his bowstring was about to meet Long Chen's broadsword, Long Chen's other hand opened, and a ball of lightning shot toward Yu Changhao. Roaring filled the air as a lightning dragon appeared within that ball. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yu Changhao. Yu Changhao was horrified. It was too late for him to do anything against this sudden, terrifying move. He hastily activated the golden armor's defenses. Boom! Lei Long's claw landed on Yu Changhao, and he immediately felt all his hair stand on end. He wildly vomited blood. And the worst thing for him was that Long Chen's sword was clashing at his head. Everything was happening too fast, and the distant Zhu, you didn't have any chance to help. Feather blade flying slaughter, Yu Changhao roared furiously, and his feathers lit up. They left his wings and transformed into golden rays that shot toward Long Chen. At such a close range, Long Chen could only use his broadsword to protect his head. The rest of his body was instantly pierced by countless rays, practically turning into a sieve. These feathers were Yu Changhao's strongest defense and also his strongest offense. But when these feathers left his body, they would only be usable once. If Long Chen's vitality wasn't so tough, then even with his divine ring and 4-star battle armor, his physical body would probably have exploded. Long Chen, cried Yue Zioqian. This birdman's strong, but can a bird still be called a bird once it loses all its feathers? Die. What startled everyone was that Long Chen's heavily injured body instantly healed. If it weren't for his broken clothes, they might even suspect that their eyes had broken. Long Chen's broadsword slashed toward Yu Changhao. On the other side, Zhu Yu's bone claw was blocked by Lei Long. Lei Long's tail tightly bound the claw. Rumbling rang out and the bone claw was forced back. Yu Changhao didn't manage to block Long Chen's attack, and sword chi landed right on his body. He protected his vitals with his wings, but he still vomited blood. At the same time, his practically indestructible wings were cut open, and blood poured out. Without the protection of his feathers, the defensive power of his wings had dropped sharply. He was no longer able to block Long Chen's attacks. Yu Changhao flew back to Zhu Yu's side. He needed to stay next to Zhu Yu so he could borrow the evil dragon bone claw to handle Long Chen. Raging Flame Prison. Yu Changhao had just retreated to Zhu Yu's side when endless flame energy condensed around them. Long Chen also formed hand seals, and chanting filled the air, resounding throughout heaven and earth. A huge flame prison formed around them. Long Chen had used Lei Long to distract them so he could use the Raging Flame Prison. Now that the Raging Flame Prison had appeared, Long Chen directly activated the Nirvana scripture to increase its power. Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao's expressions changed. They hadn't expected Long Chen to also use a magical art, and they didn't have any defenses against it. Thus, they ended up falling for it. They attacked the flame prison, but they were horrified to find that these flame chains had formed many layers, and they were unbreakable. There was no way to break them with brute force. After all, not everyone had void-piercing eyes, nor were there that many people as learned as Yue Zioqian. They weren't able to see through the nodes of the Raging Flame Prison. If their attacks didn't land on those nodes, then their attacks would be blunted by the entire Raging Flame Prison. As the Nirvana scripture circulated, the chanting in the air grew louder. It was like the chanting of gods, sacred and holy. The stars in Long Chen's eyes shone and his divine ring circulated. Standing atop Lei Long's head, he appeared like a god in front of the spectators outside. Zhu Yu was acclaimed to be the corrupt path's top expert in Eastern Wasteland, while Yu Changhao was the leader of the ancient race's junior generation. They were both peak experts, but even working together against Long Chen, they were still at a disadvantage. Long Chen was practically heaven-defying. Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao were horrified to find that no matter how they struggled, the flame prison continued to shrink and grow stronger. The evil dragon Bone Claw was still outside, and now it was unable to attack the flame prison. It wasn't as if they could attack themselves with it. "We can't hold back any longer," said Zhu Yu. Yu Changhao nodded. "Blood Devil devours the heavens." An image of a blood devil appeared behind Zhu Yu. It opened its mouth, and the world turned dark. That blood devil then split open and transformed into blood-colored runes that entered Zhu Yu's body. His third eye opened and an evil aura instantly erupted. It was like the gates of hell had been opened. Despite the flame prison, there was a chill in the air now. A ray of light shot from his third eye onto the flame prison. One of the incredibly sturdy flame chains was severed by that strange light. Following one chain's destruction, the entire flame prison crumbled. The two of them instantly regained their freedom. Even if it's a merged flame, it's still trash. If it had been the earth flame's power, they wouldn't have been able to even think about escaping. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. The earth flame was still in slumber. He had used his merged flame that was formed from various beast flames, but its toughness was lacking, and when the flame prison was destroyed, he also received a backlash. He almost coughed up blood. "I can't continue like this. I won't be able to keep up the 4-star battle armor for long. Long Chen suddenly noticed that, after fighting for so long, his spiritual yuan was already starting to decline. Long Chen, time for you to die. Zhu Yu's hair was standing on end, and black blood was pouring out of his third eye. He had clearly suffered a painful price to gain this battle power. Suddenly, his third eye released a blinding light. It shot onto the evil dragon bone claw, and black chi began to rise from the ground. Careful, Long Chen, he's absorbing the resentful spirit energy of the dead. He's going to use the evil dragon bone claw's item spirit, warned Yue Xiaoqian. She summoned wings to fly up and assist. Xiaoqian, don't, I can handle it. Long Chen stopped her. If she released her full strength, perhaps she could block this attack, but it wasn't worth it. They couldn't expose her identity here. Long Chen had already thought it through. If he really couldn't handle it, then he would use the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It had already promised to help him out once. No matter how difficult the situation, it could help him handle it. Originally, he had been planning on leaving that opportunity to do some bigger things. But to kill 2 peak experts here wasn't small either. He wasn't losing much. The evil dragon bone claw had now absorbed the fallen expert's resentment thanks to Zhu Yu's third eye. It began to glow, and it was like something was awakening. The space around it was constantly quivering. Rumbling filled the air. This rumbling came from Yu Changhao. His bow had now grown to 300 meters, and it was floating upright behind him. He was forming hand seals, and the runes on his wings lit up. Those runes were growing brighter and brighter until they were like blazing suns, too bright to stare at directly. Yu Changhao was using his essence blood to summon his treasure item spirit. Fundamentally, treasure items could only be activated once a cultivator had at least reached C expansion, but this was an inherited weapon that had been nourished by his race. As long as it received the summoning of his essence blood, it would be willing to use a portion of its power. Although that portion was very little, for a Xiantian expert, that was a lethal power. For Xiantian experts to be able to use a treasure item, they had to first obtain the treasure item's approval. Yu Changhao's weapon was like that. As for Long Chen's flying rainbow, it had also once activated its power, but that wasn't because of Long Chen. It had been provoked, and it had naturally released that power. Long Chen hadn't obtained its approval, so he was unable to use its power. The light coming from Yu Changhao reached a pinnacle, and then began to dim. But as Yu Changhao's body dimmed, the bow behind him grew brighter. At the same time, it was like an invisible hand was pulling the bowstring. Countless runes condensed, forming a huge arrow. The space around him was constantly quivering as the world's energy was being absorbed by it. Its aura was horrifyingly alarming. This was a peak attack, one that contained all of Yu Changhao's power. Yu Changhao's wings now lost all their light and they had turned black. In fact, they looked like charred earth, and signs of rotting had appeared on them. He had paid an incredible price for this attack. Yu Changhao's face was as lifeless as a corpse. Die! Yu Changhao and Zhu Yu roared at the same time. The evil dragon bone claw clenched into a fist and smashed toward Long Chen. At the same time, a huge arrow shot toward him. The two attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble. Long Chen sighed. He was a bit unwilling, but he had decided to use a divine item to swat mosquitoes. He would use the Eastern Wasteland Bell to kill them. Just as he was about to ask the Eastern Wasteland Bell for help, a fierce fluctuation came from within the primal chaos space. Long Chen's expression suddenly became ecstatic. Chapter 879, Flame Devil Breaks the Seal. A blood-colored light soared into the clouds. A saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. Runes revolved around the saber like blood, and a powerful pressure caused heaven and earth to change color. Blooddrinker, you've finally recovered. We can finally fight together again. At this critical moment, Blooddrinker had come out of its seclusion. The current Blooddrinker was not like the old Blooddrinker. A fierce sharpness came out of it. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker to the sky. A pillar of light soared, shaking the heavens. Within that light pillar was a huge saber image. Countless blood-colored runes circulated within the saber image, and what sounded like the roaring of millions of beasts rang out. The sky turned dim in comparison. Long Chen could feel a closer connection to Blooddrinker now that it had recovered. He could now sense its emotions more clearly. His energy poured into Blooddrinker without reservation. Blooddrinker rumbled, resonating with heaven and earth. It was like the void could not allow its existence. Split the heavens too. The huge saber image in the sky rushed down, looking like it could split the river of stars. It was so imposing that it seemed like nothing could stop it. Boom! In front of everyone's horrified gazes, Long Chen's attack collided with their bone claw and huge arrow. Countless cracks appeared in the air. The void was tearing because of their powers. The ground crumbled as a terrifying chi wave engulfed the world. The mountain beneath them was instantly blown to smithereens, and countless coffins shot out. "Quick, run!" Suddenly one person shouted. Those experts outside the barrier were all appalled and fled. The barrier exploded as the coffins shot out. Some experts were struck and killed by those flying coffins. Ditches appeared wherever they went, some spreading even tens of thousands of miles. The mountain had been razed, the barrier had shattered, even the formations were destroyed. The only thing remaining where the mountain had been was a huge hole. It was unknown how many of those distant spectators were still alive. In any case, they were buried by dirt. It would take them a while to dig their way out. Hadahasa. Yue Ziokian was covering her head. That attack had been too terrifying. The only thing she had been able to do had been to use her core energy to protect herself. In order to conceal it, she had used her hands to cover her face. She had just shot her way out of the dirt when she heard Long Chen's laughter. Long Chen was standing in the sky. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in blood. He appeared wretched, but with his blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder, he appeared grand and heroic. 100 miles from him, Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao were lying on the ground, looking at him with shock. They had lost in that exchange. With Blooddrinker resting on his shoulder, Long Chen soaked in that feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Now Blooddrinker was much stronger, but he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, that attack would have directly killed the two of them. The most delightful thing to Long Chen was that, after absorbing all that phoenix blood black gold, Blooddrinker's weight had soared to a terrifying 30 million pounds. In other words, it had reached the immortal era's 100 caddies. This weight was still a bit too much for Long Chen. Otherwise, his attack just now would have been even stronger, but this was a good thing. He was about to advance to sea expansion, and his Enlightenment Palace star was about to reach full satisfaction. At that time, Blooddrinker's weight would be perfect for him. Buzz. Just as Long Chen was lost in his delight, countless runes flew out of the ground, forming the top of a huge cage in the air. At the same time, a horrifying pressure descended upon the world, causing Long Chen to jump. He hastily looked at Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao and saw they were also shocked. They had all used up their energy. No one could release such a horrifying pressure now. The buzzing grew more intense. The ground in a 3,000-mile diameter suddenly bulged. Countless cracks appeared in the cage. "Not good, Long Chen, run. There's a terrifying existence sealed underground. Your battle just now probably broke part of its seal and it's about to break out," shouted Yue Ziokian. Wings appeared on her back, and she flew toward Long Chen, then pulled him far into the distance. They couldn't bother with killing Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao at this moment. Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao's expressions changed. That horrifying pressure only continued to grow, and they felt a chill down to their bones. That pressure clearly contained a fatal threat. The two of them pulled out the last of their strength to fly into the distance. But at that moment, the cage above them shattered. The ground exploded. The four of them immediately sensed space caving in. They suddenly found they were unable to fly away. A furious roar suddenly shook the land. It was like thunder in their ears. A huge, blazing figure broke out of the ground. That figure was 300 meters tall. It appeared to be an ape, but its face was twisted. Its eyes were like lanterns, and its entire body was covered in flame runes. "It's a flame devil," shouted Yue Ziokian. The flame devil roared and its runes exploded. With it at the center, everything within 300 miles was engulfed in a sea of flames. Long Chen was startled and hastily summoned his merged flame to form layers of defense. At the same time, they continued fleeing. Long Chen and Yue Ziokian were fleeing when they heard Yu Changhao and Zhu Yu's miserable screaming. The two of them were being roasted now. They only lacked some cumin and hot pepper. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to look at them. He suddenly found that his merged flame was fundamentally unable to block this flame's attack. It was being burnt away. "Lei Long, protect us." Lei Long flew out and devoured the two of them, continuing to rush away. Lei Long was wrapped around by lightning runes. Lightning and flame didn't have contradictory attributes, so that terrifying flame was temporarily unable to do anything to it. The two of them had only just sighed with relief upon escaping the flames, when a huge claw viciously smashed onto Lei Long's body. Lei Long was unable to bear such a terrifying attack and instantly exploded. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian both vomited blood. That huge flame devil had shattered Lei Long with a single attack. Before Lei Long could reform, its two hands continued toward them. Let me? Yue Zioqian took a deep breath. Right now, there were endless flames blocking people's sight. She was using her core energy to activate her race rune. The devil character appeared on Yue Zioqian's forehead. She raised her sword and began to chant. Ancestral bloodline, hear your descendants call. Bestow me with my bloodline power. Following her chanting, sacred light began to shine in her eyes. An enormous aura soared out of Yue Zioqian. It was like all the energy above the 9 heavens was pouring into her body. Long Chen had seen Yue Zioqian go all out like this before. He knew this energy wasn't spiritual qi, but a kind of energy he had never seen before. This was what Yue Zioqian called her core energy. An illusory figure with a height of 30 meters appeared behind her. Last time, Long Chen had also seen this figure, but this time it was more solid. Although he couldn't clearly see its face, he could tell it was a woman. There was also a devil character on her forehead. That woman was holding a sword just like Yue Zioqian, and she followed Yue Zioqian's exact movements. When their swords were both pointed at the sky, strange ripples appeared in the void. It was like the void had become water. Devil destroying slash. Yue Zioqian's sword slashed down, and the illusory figure's sword rumbled. Heaven and earth twisted fiercely as its sword also slashed down on the flame devil's hand. Boom! The flame devil let out a strange roar upon being struck by Yue Zioqian's attack. Her sword had cut through its hide. Blood splashed. Its blood was actually golden, and when it dropped on the ground, it transformed into runes and disappeared before long. Yue Zioqian had managed to injure the flame devil, but she was also sent flying by a powerful rebound force. Long Chen hastily caught her, but he was actually helpless to stop her. He was also sent flying with her. With Long Chen holding tightly onto Yue Zioqian, they crashed into the mountain. Long Chen's blood flipped within him, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had borne the brunt of all this force, so Yue Zioqian had it much better. The injured flame devil once more attacked the two of them. Its incomparable power caused them to turn pale. But what stunned Long Chen was that its fist suddenly stopped in midair. It stopped, as if letting them off. It is still bound by chains. Its attack range is limited. Yue Zioqian was delighted to discover this. She saw that its fists were clearly being held back by some kind of force. If Long Chen hadn't exhausted all of his energy, then with his sharp perception and the 9-star Hegemon body art, he would have been able to sense the existence of those divine chains. But his weak state caused his spiritual perception to sharply drop. Long Chen had just relaxed slightly when he suddenly stamped on the ground and shot away with Yue Zioqian in his hold. They streaked across the ground like sleds on snow, instantly appearing dozens of miles away. He had only just left his original location when a powerful fire breath engulfed where they had been. After dodging the flame devil's breath attack, Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were both like arrows at the end of their flight. They had to quickly leave this dangerous region.